will go from millions, perhaps, to billions. And then at the end of the day, in the afternoon, we'll go from billions to trillions. That's the biggest investment, of course. It's a big step. But at the same time, we'll have a second session, which is the key factor in financing development in vulnerable countries, which is financing entrepreneurship in farming and in the agricultural sectors. So those are the three steps: entrepreneurship with Jean-Michel Severino, financing agriculture with Alain de Janviry and Elisabeth Sadulé, and Jean-Marc Gravellini, who will join us later and this afternoon, under the auspices of Philippe Leroux, former SFI, head of SFI, and who steers the chair in architecture of financing, and will go from billions to trillions, perhaps, and we'll conclude with a summary. I'd like to say that in the three issues, as in all the events, the work has been done by communications and papers, substantial ones, that are available for the most part on the FERDI website, and this afternoon in part on at the entrance to this room. All will be are intended for reproduction, finalization. Some documents will be, which have been produced for this session and the next event, are not yet available on the website, but will be so soon, and the authors will certainly state this. Anyway, thank you for being here in attendance, here and online. I believe we'll have some very important discussions. This is crucial to be able to provide recommendations. This is the aim, after all, of the chair's activity for the summit, which will be finalized and organized and be written as well. And therefore, it is time to forward important messages, and we hope they will be heard, of course. And I know that the French Treasury will be an excellent relay to do so. And I'll hand over, without further ado, to the head of the AFD Treasury Bureau, who will talk in a way how the Treasury will actually has ideas about how to do private investment in Africa. Thank you, Mr. Guillemot. Thank you very much. My apologies for Guillaume Roche, who won't be able to attend, and he was supposed to launch the session. Apologies from him. I'm replacing him at the final last moment, but the issues that have been mentioned all throughout the day are not completely unknown, because with regard to the Treasury Department, I'm in charge of the supervisory aspects of what's going on, and also economic and financial relations with Sub-Saharan Africa. But of course, I'm part of the broader framework for the initiatives that the ministry does to support the private sector, in particular in Africa and in developing nations, and also to develop the private sector in France and internationally to help development issues. Perhaps before we go into the sequences, which is international and others, in fact, with regard to more domestic aspects as well, in development as well, which has set up a number of priorities. There will be in a few weeks the International Cooperation Committee and Development Committee that sets the policy for development for the next 5 years. And I wanted to go back to the perspective at the Treasury Department, which is both the support for the private sector for developing nations, and also in particular Africa, and also the way that we can mobilize the private sector in France and internationally to further these priorities. Firstly, to remind you where we're starting from. 2 years ago in Paris, there was a preliminary summit on the financing of African economies that had ensured support from this private sector, which should be one of the priority axes that should be addressed. There were others avenues that I will briefly go over, but in addition to the questions of managing debt and increasing sovereign financing proposed on a multilateral scale in financing for infrastructure, for example, there's another very strong factor, which is the support for African economies. In fact, even though the June summit will be looking at a broader scope, but underlying all this, the request for support, further support from the private sector on an international scale. All of this to say, for 2 years, in fact, for the financing of African economies, where are we now? Well, a large part of the objectives that had been promoted at the time had been reached. But in fact, the challenges during the period we've gone through have increased and have made initiatives even more necessary. The ones we're talking about today that will take concrete form today, perhaps, with further use and further things, with as announced in Paris in a few weeks. At the initiative of France, this summit, as approached in May 2021, had made it possible, firstly, to lighten the weight, the burden of debt of the countries that have gone through COVID crises. So we've suspended debt, for example, at the time, for countries that were too fragile. There was the implementation of a common framework, in other words, an unprecedented discussion between the Paris Club and bilateral creditors outside Paris to restructure debt. And there had been successes with Zambia and Chad. The decision to mobilize drawdown rights, special drawdown rights, with a general allocation and with a reallocation of DTSs that the country didn't need to promote development, with a very ambitious aim to have 100 billion in allocations set at the time, that we are fairly close to achieving, because we're at 97 billion. And concretely, this measure makes it possible to have two funds within the IMF, one which is quite conventional, which is to reduce poverty, and a new fund for resilience and transition that has been created and has ensured financing in African economies. We can say that increased needs at sovereign level had been addressed at the time, and there's been progress with a lightening of debt in countries where it was unbearable, and new means for countries that had heightened new financial needs. A second major event since this summit, we've had a reconstitution that's been very ambitious from the IID, which is part of the World Bank, which had worked with a year's advance for a figure that was much higher than what had been granted at the previous reconstitution of $93 billion, and a financial effort that was very important in the European Union, that was announced a year ago in 2022 in the summit, where we wanted to have 150 billion euros for financing infrastructure for the Gateway Initiative. Once this has been said, in sovereign terms, some of this has been done, but there's still all the non-sovereign parts. That is what our concern is today, and that's the part, or the non-public part, from donors, which is at the core of the conference today. The subject is all the more important given the fact that, as you've read in the press, in the media, we see in developing economies, we're in a situation of debt that is very similar to what we knew before the PPTE initiative at the end of the 1990s, with very sharp sovereign debt increases, which means that debt sustainability is rising now in developing nations, and is particularly the case as rising rates has deprived some developing nations from access to international markets. Therefore, this means that the initiative done at the SFAA in 2021 to focus on these private sector is particularly pertinent, because we can no longer go through sovereign aspects to address financing needs. On this level, you followed this. At the time, we took multiple initiatives. Firstly, with regard to public tools, then we'll talk about the mobilization of private measures in public utilities and things. We've driven at the time a development that had started before, but a deformation or progressive one of the business case from the AFD group to the private sector. In other words, a significant increase in the volume of actions by the private sector from the AFD group through initiatives that you've heard about, such as Choose Africa, that I'm sure you've heard about, that enabled to capture quite a few financial intermediaries on the African continent. Through this initiative, there's 3 billion in bilateral financing deployed in Africa in the last 4 years. In multilateral terms, we launched an initiative. We wanted to federate all development banks helping the private sector through the Alliance pour l'Entrepreneuriat, promoted at the summit in May 2021 and was officially launched at the beginning of 2022 in Dakar to coordinate the action of various financiers, the SFE, the BERD, the AFD group, and the African Bank, with a permanent secretariat, joint initiatives, joint events organized in Africa. There we go back to today's theme, not only to deploy their current tools, but also to bring in private investors will reduce the risk and also support them in financing projects in Africa. And there are multiple events that since the start of 2021, in the last 2022, 2023, have been held in Africa. This initiative is also repeating the initiatives of the European Commission, support for young African enterprises. This is called IVA. It's that France has started to chair the steering committee for 2023. All of this is to support the private sector, and the mobilization of the private sector is at the core of our concerns for the last 2 years, and is also responsible for some of the successes that I mentioned, especially as with sovereign debt and risks. We have some constraints, which means that we have to look at other channels and other correspondents in the beneficiary countries to open up the outlook about the future and what we're doing. You've realized that the presidential look, in fact, it was held, in fact, a couple of weeks ago, which set several directions, in fact, for priorities, in fact, in the next years, and will be outlined in very concrete terms in the next few weeks at the Interministerial Committee for International Cooperation, and will be promoted at the summit on the Global Financing Pact, which has changed its name several times, but the dimensions and the scope have been added to over time. We're not just talking about development and climate, we're also looking at much broader financing, international financing issues for developing nations. In terms of domestic approaches, what can we do from the Presidential Council that was held some weeks ago? The first thing is that support for entrepreneurship and for the private sector are still priorities for our development policy and have even been reinforced. There have been 10 policy priorities set in an internal conclusion review, but support for the private sector in Africa is one of the top 5 of those. And also it was asked to the various actors in France at the Treasury, the Foreign Affairs Ministry, and the various stakeholders working on the preparation of the next events to work on metrics that are more ambitious in terms of mobilizing the private sector on a domestic level to ensure that the AFD group can have as a compass setting the ability to train and to bring in more private financiers than it's doing right now. That will round out the 2 compass settings that France has traditionally pursued, which are public aid efforts as well to help the OECD, for example. And there, I'd like to say, historically speaking, France last year was ranked number 4 in international donors. It exceeded the United Kingdom with a major financial budget effort that has considerably increased after the first 5-year presidential term. We've gone from 0.5% for international aid, with figures going up to 50% in financing in this last 5-year term. And the second compass setting, which is financing for climate, where France has both avowed and maintained a 6 billion euro target for bilateral aid for climate change. So what was set actually for the previous council was to supplement the 2 compass settings with the effort that France is doing. So mobilization and international aid to attenuate climate change, with a 3rd metric, which is intended to become structural as well, which is to mobilize the private sector. So we're working very actively on the definition of this metric. And we can already, I'd say, to add to it, we've got steering committees or tests that have been able to prove that there are some things there that I've seen that people will be talking about this during the day. They will present them themselves. But I'd also like to say that Karim Taïb, who's here with us this morning, to say in the agricultural sector, which was very important, a very strong priority in his previous state visits to Cameroon and Benin and Angola this year. We've developed new budgets for financing for this sector, which include de-risking for the private sector. And typically, this means, in fact, financing on what we worked in an experimental basis to have for a given region, a vocation in the future to be far more present in the business plan for AFD Group and to have other international financiers where France is a shareholder. And these issues will be at the core of our discussions with our partners at the Summit for the Global Financing Pact to create initiatives at the level of each the major international financiers. That's a bit how we see these issues. Perhaps I was a bit too lengthy, I'm sorry, but I'd like to thank you and I'd like to thank the FERDI for organizing this event. And I'm sure these conferences will be particularly useful to add to very operational avenues as well, because these are particularly so because they're very close together. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed for that very interesting setting, which shows the initiatives are in progress and need only to be amplified. And I believe the French Treasury has played a very important role in this outlook. So in which case, thank you very much for having cast light on these issues. I think we can move straight on to the first session, which will be moderated by Jean-Louis Arcan, professor in Geneva, and the new president of the Global Development Network, who will be moderating this session, where the base documents will be presented by Jean-Michel Severino with a high-quality panel that I will allow you to present. I've given you the three major sessions and the leaders of these sessions, or the moderators rather, but each time we will have a panel with a very interesting feature. These are practitioners, these are operators acting on the recommendations that we are cautiously formulating to test the reliability of these recommendations. And it was important to have the response, not from academics that we always call irresponsible, but high-level practitioners who we are fortunate to have today. So let's carry on, therefore.
Bon, bienvenue.
So welcome to one and all to this session, which is based, well, its focal point is a paper prepared by Jean-Michel Severino, a working paper from FERDI. I believe copies are available at the entrance. And to introduce things, because you didn't come here to listen to an academic, that Patrick said, but I just wanted to make 3 points as a minor academic, amateur academic, on the issue that we're going to look at before I introduce our panel. Last week, the Nobel Prize, Robert Lucas, the Nobel laureate Robert Lucas, passed away, and he had written a very important paper in the 1990s, one reason it called "Why Doesn't Capital Flow from Rich to Poor Countries?" And he did a back-of-the-envelope calculation where he showed that the marginal yield from capital, with assumptions that most economists would find absolutely kosher and halal, that the marginal yield, let's take the example of India, would be 58 times more than what happens in the US. Now, this is obviously not the case, and there's the paradox. It's to understand why. The second paper, there are three papers, in fact. The second paper in the AER, I'm going 60 years backwards, further back in time. It's one of the most cited papers in the economics field. It's the Miller-Modigliani theory, which says that if markets aren't perfect, the structure of financing of companies is indeterminate. So we talk about internal financing and a debt equity ratio. The external financing approach are completely indeterminate. And this is clearly not the case. Keep that in mind. The third paper, again in the AER, that also added to his Nobel Prize, it's the Stiglitz-Weiss model. It's the basic model for explaining credit constraints. Now, the main lessons of Stiglitz-Weiss, and that's where really we're going into the crux of the matter here for the paper presented by Jean-Michel. There are 2 points. Firstly, because of the limited liability clause, the expected return for an investment for a borrower grows in the risk of investment. And this is what I think we see in Africa. This means that if lenders increase interest rates, the first to withdraw from the market will be paradoxically those whose projects have the lowest risk because of the limited liability clause. Now, we can mitigate these problems or attenuate them thanks to collateral guarantees. And from the lender side, the target yield is decreasing over risk. And this leads to the result, which is why Stiglitz was awarded his Nobel Prize, of adverse or anti-selection, which ensures that borrowers with fairly low risk projects will be excluded from the market. That is a theme that comes back. It's one of the main themes in Jean-Michel's paper.
Sur différentes questions. Donc nous devions avoir Marianne Vidal-Marin qui est remplacée au pied levé par Jérémy. Merci beaucoup d'être là, qui va nous parler du continuum des moyens, en fait des paradoxes du trade-off entre rentabilité et impact. Merci d'être là. Ensuite, nous allons avoir Mariam Djibo qui nous rejoint via Internet. Donc, Mariam est l'une des co-directrices de la chaire d'investissement d'impact à la FERDI que dirige Jean-Michel. Moi, je suis l'une des petites mains dans cette chaire. Et Mariam nous parlera de la spécificité du secteur productif et de l'adaptation des outils de financement aux PME. Parce qu'il s'agit ici vraiment de regarder, et ça c'est la thématique principale du papier de Jean-Michel, c'est le missing middle, c'est toute la distribution de la taille des entreprises et de leur financement. Ça marche plus ou moins tout en haut de la distribution, ça marche à cause de la microfinance tout en bas de la distribution, mais c'est l'hétérogénéité, c'est ce qui se passe au milieu qui est problématique. Et Stiglitz-Weiss, en fait, nous dit beaucoup là-dessus. Ensuite, Fatoumata Ba, merci d'être là. Je pense, oui, c'est bon, et de Django, et qui nous parlera du dynamisme de la tech en Afrique et les problèmes d'accès au blending. Ensuite, nous aurions par visio aussi Olivia Riera Lamiroy, de la Commission européenne, qui nous parlera du blending et du rôle de la Commission européenne et de son rôle dans l'entrepreneuriat en Afrique. Ensuite, nous avons deux participants. Il y a des petits
participants. We have a few minor problems, but they should be worked out. We have
qui nous parlera des besoins de financement des PME en Afrique et le rôle des DFIs. Et Last but not least, nous aurons, en supposant que son avion atterrisse à Nairobi à temps, je pense que ça sera le cas, Nathalie Gabala de la fondation Mastercard qui nous parlera des stratégies de la dite fondation.
About the foundation. I brought my computer because I'm going to be taking notes about what everybody's going to be saying to try and do a little summary at the end of it. So the floor is to Jean-Michel from Korean Events, who is going to be presenting his paper that I suggest that you read. I've learned many things from that paper. Hi, everyone. I'm very happy to participate in this discussion together in such a high-level group. It's very funny to hear Jean-Louis talk about a small intellectual. For those of you who don't know him, it's incredible to what extent this self-description has nothing to do with reality. Thank you so much for what you've been doing in this chair and impacting positively on FERDI and its agenda. The objective of this introduction is to go over briefly the main lines of the paper that you have on the table. Perhaps I'd like to start by saying why it was written. Because in the previous years, we've seen significant progress in raising awareness about the importance of sustaining production in poor countries. There are many instruments that started being imagined and implemented. This is nothing inert. At the same time, we are also seeing a lot of hesitation. There are many questions of note that have been raised in development agencies and in governments and in financial institutions around legitimacy of bringing concessionality solutions to the private sector. There are questions being raised about why. There's a form of not reading the major papers that were just discussed by Jean-Louis, which have to do normally with the private sector should be funding things that are profitable. If they're not profitable, they should not be funded. And this type of reasoning has led us to making an additional effort in terms of formalizing and structuring certain public policy agendas that we could qualify perhaps as, how to support emerging entrepreneurship in poor and fragile countries. That's what we're going to be talking about today. And what are the explanations of some of the paradoxes inherent and that we meet in these contexts? Now, I'd like to start off by saying that this is even more important to express and formalize these topics, because in fact, in the previous decade, we've spoken a great deal about mobilization of the private sector for financing development. But in fact, what we spoke about is the mobilization of international capitalism and the whole topic that was spoken about having to do with Lucas' paper. Why, in major figures in global funding, do they not influence move from rich countries to poor countries? Now, when you talk about the agenda, we're talking a lot about major financial international institutions. We talk a lot about this in private sectors and big companies, but very little or not at all about the national productive tissue and the national fabric. So it's very important that this be said, because we have two agendas which have relationships, but in practice, they're very different. Capitalist international mobilization of capital to finance countries in development, and that who deal with topics such as how do big international banks come and finance governments, and as well, how can big multinational companies contribute to growing direct investment abroad. That's the international agenda. And then we also have the support agenda to reinforce the dynamics internally in the productive national sectors. But they're not talking about the same things. And I got to get back to this, because the second agenda has been largely forgotten in development policy in the last 10 years, but it does remain, despite in its ascension in the past years. have been underlined by our friend from the Treasury a few minutes ago. So this still is marginal, despite its importance. So in the next few minutes to follow, I wanted to deal with this. And through my own experience as a general director of the development agency for 10 years, which brought me to the heart of the mechanics of all of this, but also what my experience was for 12 years. And I have a couple of friends who are in financing small SMBs in Africa. And in the last 10 years, my experience on the board of directors of Danone and Nishman of Orange in international bank cooperatives, which enabled me to see from the inside the way big groups see and view and speak with the poorest countries in the world. So without spending too much time on it, I'd like to insist on the fact that this agenda for promoting the national productive sector has a considerable importance today in Africa, particularly, because we collectively need to deal with the considerable extent, demographic expansion, going from 220 million years by 2050, and all of the consequences that will entail, both economic, social, in Africa and elsewhere, of this unique event in humanity. And in the heart of the whole problem of the challenge that this agenda represents, there's a question of employment. How are we going to all together make it possible for these young people to access employment? And this is an African agenda, but it's not only theirs. It's a global agenda. It's a planetary agenda, given the huge masses of people that are involved. So if we take a closer look at employment, we will be interested directly, and I think our friends from the European Commission or the MasterCard Foundation will say this even more profoundly. We're going to be interested in how African companies in the productive national sector create better jobs and more jobs with decent salaries, and formalization is not just a question of creating any occupation. We want to create a quality of work that will respond to people's aspiration of youth. Now, in terms of local companies, and these local companies, we know that they have grown over the last 10 years, and I want to focus on the African area. In Africa, we're not in a desert of entrepreneurship and the productive sector. On the contrary, what we do know and what we can say is that this dynamic growth, even if it is there, it is inadequate today in the actual rhythm of development to absorb in the future 420 million young people that are up and coming. So the agenda is not only to create a dynamic, to accelerate things, which is good news for us. We don't have to get interested in creating a phenomena. We need to see the way in which it can be more sustainable. We also, talking about the agenda, basically the various policies and conceptual discourse that has been announced about this expansion has been too short to be dealt with in the last 10 years. And in terms of national production, we were saying it was just have to improve the environment of the company, and all of those macroeconomic and legal issues and corruption issues will have been solved. And we know that these are agendas that are very easy to deal with, right? So everything will be solved. The National Production Center will be flowering. And the market will take care of the rest of accompanying that growth of these companies. We know what happened about that. Two things happened. First of all, the improvement of the environment didn't actually make progress. It's very slow. And it also weighs even more heavily on SMBs than on big companies, because the bigger ones have the capacity to manage it. Not only it's progressing little, but it's not able to deal with the whole major issues. And we know that entrepreneurs small company bosses, there are many questionnaires that we have submitted to them for several dozens of years, and they have access to financing and human capacity. These two issues are the main sources of concern of company managers. And with respect to them, the improvement in the environment doesn't enable that to happen. We know very well why SMBs in Africa have a hard time, for example, and I'm going to insist a bit more on this, in accessing finance. That's a widespread problem. There's no point in insisting on that. It depends on macroeconomic factors and the current banking sector structure and the African financial system, which has structural issues. And that's not going to be fixed in a couple of years or a few decades. But this sends us back to something that's more structural and that I want to underline. And we're delving into this more deeply as time goes by. What we are having to face up to, in no country in the world is the banking system the main thing involved in moving the economy forward, for reasons that we're not going to go over. But this issue is only one of the very many issues having to do with financing the economy, including industrialized and developed economies. In Africa and in poor and fragile countries outside of Africa and Southeast Asia and small Latin American countries, the expansion of companies in SMBs is the main issue for financing the economy, simply because the productive center, other than a few big multinational companies, is comprised of very small units, industrial and commercial units. And by definition, to a certain way of thinking, all of our efforts miss the targets. So the issue that we're faced with is how can we succeed in improving in a powerful way access to financing and capacity reinforcement in this productive sector, which is comprised essentially of SMBs and very small companies and even emerging companies. In actual practice, these companies are very hard to reach. They're very small, and the capital funding, and the capital they need is a few €100,000 sometimes much less, maybe a few tens of thousands of euros at a certain point in their expansion. And even SMBs that are more well ensconced, they only need a few million maybe in order to bolster them up to the level of growth, of rapid growth. And this modest requirements in terms of funding, which might seem to be an advantage when you're thinking about the amount of international financing available, that is in fact the main handicap. In the African continents, investors in own equity do not know how to go below a ticket of 7 or 8 million euros, which means that in actual practice, we're talking about volumes of investment, because when we add in the debt, it's more around 20, 30 million euros. Let's think about Mali. And the PNB is nothing compared to France. You're talking about 30 or 40 million euro investment. It's like you're investing 12 million euros in France. How many investments of 12 million euros on a one-off basis do we have in France every year? We don't have, maybe we don't even have one a year. We're talking about big investments, a gigafactory. These are extraordinary events. They're extravagant in terms of private capital investment. So concretely speaking, the major portion of capital investment possibilities in sub-Saharan Africa are unable to get interested in poor and vulnerable countries in the continent. And we talk about these things in those countries. We're talking about small savings, such as Mali, such as Nigeria and Niger. We're talking about Ethiopia and Tanzania, where the level of development in their productive sector is around that size. So what's another reason for which capital investors are not interested in such small economies? Because the ticket is too small for them, but also the expectations of profitability are too low. So we need the major players are not interested in SMBs or startups because they're committing an assessment, an error in their assessment in these sectors. They're not interested because they do a very good analysis of the level of profitability, and it's not enough to reach their objectives. In the African continent today, the expectations in terms of internal rate of return are rather between 12 to 15% ROI. It depends on the portfolio and what their portfolio is capable of reaching. The paper that you have been reading is an illustration of this mystery that represents the fact that we can have companies that are growing very quickly, that are intrinsically profitable, and that nonetheless cannot obtain and reach their objectives. They can, because they can't have help investors to reach their objectives. No, it's simple when you look into it. And we do this by looking at an agro-food company that we've is an example. We're showing in this paper how that company was about $1 million in sales, and they're going to be reaching an investor with 200,000 euros investment, and they're able to, with that, to generate after 10 years of growth 30% per year. In terms, we're talking about astronomical growth, which in Europe would be considered as really a joint venture, not an SME, but a joint venture. So this is after 10 years, they're reaching profit yield ratios and are 14 or 15%. No, that's what we're. It's after 4 or 5 years. And in fact, for classical investors that are going to be interested in this portfolio, there's not only a problem of inadequacy between the enrollments and also the significant problems of profitability in the portfolio, even if on a one-off basis we can demonstrate that the company generates very strong profitability but you also need to deduct the management costs, you need to deduct the tax issue and forex effects and other factors which will weigh and also losses. So it's very difficult to reach adequate levels of yield for investors to be interested in this type of portfolio of more than 5 or 6%. So the paper tries to explain why we need to improve the level of profitability of these portfolios to be able to reach and attract commercial investors, but also it explains why it's very profitable for investors, whether it be governments, TFAs, or whatever, to just take over or to make additional contributions to commercial investors, because by doing that, they will be generating a profitability of astronomical. The added value to the GDP, and here we're talking about direct GDP, not only the whole value chain. We're only talking about the profitability of 60%. If you look at the tax income generated, just imagine that it was a national budget that was interested in this. And we just talk about the cumulative tax impact over 10 years, the profitability is 60%. So these are activities that are essentially extremely profitable. My colleagues will certainly here be going over, once again, the way in which one may help the private sector to accelerate their development by setting up, once we've determine the public legitimacy to do so, by setting up specific systems. And in the paper, you have the continuum of possibilities of financing that will be interested in emerging activities that would require instruments that would call accelerators or incubators or post-incubators or pre-investments which are instruments that we encounter, various means of financing based on budgets, whether private or public, and also everything that we can do through implementing national funding, which will have appropriate characteristics adapted to the size of the national economy and that will not be based on dreams. And also what we can do in terms of what Jean-Louis said earlier, having to do with the more significant size of companies, but which are not yet at the level of commercial investment. So there is an agenda today, which is well outlined. So what we can define is that this agenda for action is clear today, and it's based on a combination of blending and guarantees for subsidies for turnover, and the channels are the experiences have been done. So the idea is not to imagine what to be done. The idea is to ramp it up. In this paper, ramping up the activities by mobilizing funding, which are low, they're modest funding. We're talking about millions, not billions. So we need to grow the GDP, the African GDP, by 1 point, and to mobilize maybe on the order of 400 million euros per year. It's a very modest fraction of aid for development in Africa. And that agenda, but that agenda today does remain to be implemented. And on paper, it's also important to reform and to grow the performance of the various public instruments that have started to ramp up. And we're thinking in particular of the private sector, the window private sector of the World Bank, which has a window on this. They've done a recent evaluation, and they're presenting a balance sheet is just extremely disappointing, which raises the question, and I think that we'll get back to this, about the real will on the part of the World Bank to get interested in this agenda. They're working on these questions, but we're far and very far from getting back to what would be the #1 financer in the planet with the right instrumentation. Obviously, you know all the efforts that have been made on the level of the French development agencies, FISIAD Plus, and on the European level with the BINDIG. We'll talk about that certainly later. This represented maybe the most appropriate financing. But very clearly, we're saying that we need to ramp up in terms of scale much more quickly in all of these instruments that have been put into place. We need to reform these instruments as well so that they can be more easily accessible and less bureaucratic, and more simplified, and that we dare move on to something with more daring. We need to be uninhibited about the legitimacy of this public and private application, and we need to be able to put the same resources that we put into the private infrastructure investments. We don't hesitate putting billions of euros and de-risking at the service of private activities without that moving anyone. So why does it make sense today why don't we accept to envisage and mobilize as significant resources as those we give to private international? And why do we raise so many questions and so take so many precautions to fund very small entrepreneurs who have direct impact on employment in the poorest and more fragile countries? I think there's an ideological step that needs to be taken we need to uninhibit ourselves. So I'd like to conclude by one point that's made in this report. And I'd like to thank you for your patience with me. We talk a lot about participation of major international capital sources. I've said that in this precise agenda, which is the promotion, entrepreneurial promotion, is not the main issue. We're not going to be able to convince the big multinationals that it's profitable to invest in an SMB in Niger. That's not on the agenda. But that's what we're talking about, though. So how can you get Unilever to pour billions into Niger? It's out of reach. This is not going to happen. And most intellectual efforts that are devoted to this have been in vain. This being said, we can wonder if we cannot perhaps contribute subsequently in financing this agenda. And this, obviously, they're seeking yield, and we can help them to find meaning with respect to that. But the volume that we are interested in are too small. The size of investments are too small. So we need to provide new channels. And we are suggesting in this respect to create a major investment platform of international stature, a fund of funds, which would be listed. We can think of a pension funds to contribute perhaps 50 million or 100 million. That would be the ticket. And that would benefit the de-risking and blending that we've been speaking about. And that would make it possible and contribute through the major international players, the World Bank, the European Commission, the various governments of public action, which would make it possible to ramp up the public-private mass, draining additional financing so that it can be doled out in detail with smaller tickets to feed into national vehicles of investment or local vehicles of investment, the classical chain of the fund of funds. I'd like to thank you all. I think that we'll have an opportunity at the end of the day to go back over the DFI role, FD, COPACO, DSFI. That's this SMB and startup agenda is an agenda of public development. And even if the players are going to be private, the policies need to be thought out and supported by the public players. And I hope a great deal that the day's proceedings today will contribute considerably to growing the interest in mobilization in this particular category of participants in this agenda. We need to understand this and deal it to enable them to go much further in what I think will be the most important contribution to growth in the economy on the continent, and much more than we have imagined.
Thank you, Jean-Michel. We are having exactly 14 minutes late, and in Switzerland that means important. And I'm going to be draconian, and please, I'm going to ask all the panelists to stick to not 8 minutes, but 6 minutes, please, to speak. Jeremy, over to you. Well, can I ask you to tell me in 3 minutes' time? It's difficult to be passionate in to be there in 6 minutes. I'm sorry that Marc-Henri Marin was unavailable, is suffering. My name is Jean-Jeremy Ashtenberg. I'm co-general director of Investor Partenaire alongside Sébastien, who's with us today. We are a company that for the last 21 years has been working in financing entrepreneurs in sub-Saharan Africa. We've financed approximately 500 companies of various sizes. And at the moment, we have in our teams international funds, some 160 colleagues, of which 140 in Africa. It goes without saying that I am completely in accord with what Jean-Michel has just said, who chairs our group. And we've tried to implement for some 20 years approaches that address the deficiencies that Jean-Michel has described and for which he has provided a very useful intellectual framework. In the 6 minutes left, I'd like to tell you how we try to do this. In fact, we should understand who the entrepreneurs are and not just add figures in billions. So understand sub-segmentation within this world of missing middles, than this African system that is having such difficulty to be financed and to grow. And for our side, we are considering 3 segments, the segments that we're thinking about: young, high potential buds. In fact, we're talking in addition of companies, that some companies that have some tens of thousands of euros in revenue, managed by founders that are aiming to formalize their long-term investment and continued survival. And they need relatively long-term investment. You can imagine an example of a small family-owned company, for example, in cashew nuts in Senegal, that found an initial supply that is started off by conditioning stuff in a kitchen. and is selling to some neighborhood clients, perhaps some supermarkets, perhaps a client interested in exports. That company needs 30,000 euros. Who will finance this? This goes beyond microfinancing without exceptions. It doesn't need this for 6 months. It needs it for 2 years. For this kind of company, we've implemented a range that we called amorçage et accélération, starting and acceleration, where we have subsidies from the European Commission, for example, that has supported us a lot. These are guarantee-free loans with no interest that give an opportunity to these company founders to create possibilities if they manage to reimburse it. Imagine the same company some years later. It now has revenue of 200,000 euros, one or two international clients, customers, and is present in multiple supermarkets in the country. It now has 10 employees. It now would now like to have a preliminary production facility and maybe a vehicle that would help, maybe hiring another 10 people. So we need some working capital. So it looks for more money. So we co-created with leaders in each of the countries in question, in 7 countries, domestic investment funds. We can only call those investment funds because these are structures of 4 to 5 million euros. Primarily, these amounts were raised in each of the countries in question: Madagascar, Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina, Niger, and very recently Uganda and Mali. In each of these countries in question, the leader with whom we teamed has formed a team, raised some financing in the country. We also created a holding entity that can capitalize these long-term structures and will offer financing over 5 years with equity or almost equity in the region of 200,000 euros. Now imagine this company 5 years later. It's got revenue of 1.5 million euros, 1.5 billion CFAs in Senegal. It now has the employees it wants. It now has demand for export. Its suppliers ask for stability. They want to have contracts. They've gone through formalization. They want to invest in a real factory. They need 4 or 5 companies, factory lorries. Banks are asking for equity. We've got investment funds that can every 5 years provide financing of up to 2 million euros in this, and to help them think about their energy efficiency, how they manage waste, how they have negative and positive externalities, because they produce both, to think about their management of staff management, because the workforce is growing. In each stage, we've noticed that a lot of entrepreneurs ask for support, hands-on support. This proximity hands-on support might explain the paradox that macroeconomics can't explain. In other words, from a distance, there seems to be a fantastic opportunity for profitability, for capital. But who are these people? You have to know them. You have to know who they are, understand their daily constraints, and support them with the support of a general team based in Africa with whom we work, our teams, and technical assistance that we will implement punctually on occasion for specific issues, as I mentioned, for energy efficiency, for HR, for IT, I don't know, and for which subsidies of co-financing are extremely welcome. For these 3 subsegments, we can see a decoupling that Jean-Michel analyzed, a decoupling on the one hand of their own economic performance and financial performance, and at the same time, the profitability they can offer to the financiers to whom we sell funds. Now, for the first category, I said we mentioned we're looking for subsidies. For the second, we're looking for financiers that might be interested in just in capital preservation. So we're looking for foundations here. And for the third category, we are looking at brave and innovative investors, and especially DFIs. These DFIs cannot do this because they can actually have access to financing as well from their own governments. That's important because that question will come back. What are the profitability expectations of these institutions who are there for international aid and development agencies? Tools such as ours means that we should have low net profits. How many will get to 30% growth? Because net cost of the risk, net of the cost of support, of taxation, and so on and so forth. After all of that, there's not much left when you actually invest 2 billion euros. So we are delighted to see blending instruments that will be mentioned a bit later, but we're only at the very beginning. We have to fight to have access to financing that is from concessions that would make it possible to make more of this, including DFIs. that gap between corporate performance. And we see many of these companies, not in cashew nuts, but also to have rapid growth and to ensure fine profitability, that gap with the cost that is important here. I think it's important is that, in fact, SME funds structures, in fact, have an impact. We call this impact funds. They didn't exist when we started. It doesn't mean the others don't have an impact. It does not mean that if we go even smaller, that microfinance doesn't have an impact. It has a lot of impact, and more commercial funds as well have an impact as well. But to have an approach that I've just described, then we've got to start off from the impact. We've got to start off with a conviction that we will generate jobs, externalities for suppliers, for customers, for taxes, through technology, access to care, and so on and so forth, that justify the creation of ad hoc tools with proximity that has a cost. This impact we monitor, we encourage, and we report on. I'd like to emphasize one of the impacts that I cannot measure, and here is a challenge to the multiple economists here, which is the lead-in and demonstration effect. Each year to highlight dozens of companies and entrepreneurs that manage to do this, and more women entrepreneurs who serve as examples, because we've seen this, and they've asked us, how did you get to know us? Because I saw a company that you supported that succeeded, and I know that it's possible now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I believe we have Mariam Gibault online. Is she available? Oh, thank you. Yes, Mariam, over to you. 6 minutes, please. I thank the people. There's no echo. I'd like to thank Jean-Michel. It's my fortune to have. I'm fortunate enough to work in an SME in Africa, and we have 6 million in revenue, working investment. We're investing in large companies. We have investment in small companies. And apologies, it's very hard to hear this person speaking from the interpreter's booth. Our SMEs have lots of issues to deal with. In Africa, we're talking about SMEs, but I think we should add a T, as in V, really very small and middle-sized companies. And in Africa, we have nothing. The markets are very narrow, and this is independent. This is dependent on commodities and energy issues. D'inefficacité un peu partout dans leur process. Ils sont surtout insuffisamment formalisés. Bon, la question de la formalisation, elle est compliquée, et je pense que on va peut-être pas la traiter ici, mais globalement, tous ces risques-là, c'est vrai que ça fait beaucoup pour des financiers et des financeurs qui cherchent en tout cas un minimum de durabilité. So sustainability, which is at least something that we can, with the starting capital, is hard to finance. So these SMEs and the VSMEs are trying to work on their own funds and make the right decisions, but don't have access to investment funds. I'd say 90% of investment funds don't go into this. For an amount which was inaudible. We're talking about factoring advances on the market from large corporations, or at least there are markets that are not accessible. And contrary to what microfinancing believes, this is the problem, that we cannot intervene to obtain even 15,000 euros. And even today, we cannot intervene in relatively mature markets, which not the initial issue for microfinancing or the risk of when we have higher interest rates. In our own actions that are either short term or otherwise, we can mention for some years initiatives from inaudible that will either be from financial institutions or exposure from inaudible to try and get this figure in this segment. And there is more risk taking for the debt, but it's also an issue for equity, the problem for investment or productive investment, or even startup investment. So in the States, there are always banks that, to be quite simplistic, will be able to be available and say, okay, I can guarantee for women or for this. And
je ne comprends pas pourquoi la microfinance ne finance pas les projets des jeunes. Je dirais que c'est tout simplement pas leur rôle. Hein. Je pense que Jean-Michel le disait tout à l'heure.
As Jean-Michel said before, a commercial bank cannot take a risk for inaudible because inaudible, and it's looking at a system of risk analysis that is won't be able to set aside all its productive facilities to help SMEs that are trying to invest. It's not adapted. It's not. I'd say that we should really ask ourselves on a more broader scale the investment, especially multinational investment. Should we focus most of the investment on infrastructure for higher returns? SMEs are saying that yes, roads, electricity, that's cheaper, that's great, but it's not inaudible. Just to give you an example, we have as a client an SME that's in the Ivory Coast that it's true, it's got customers in villages because basically most of the things are going well and they're trying to arrange things, but it has 4 or 5 employees. There is a market for it, its products, but when there isn't electricity for or there's no factories either, the promoter cannot. Something is very expensive, and
lui, il estime qu'il a contourné, je dirais, les difficultés de l'environnement. Et donc, quand on va le voir, ce dont le promoteur va vous parler, c'est du financement dont il a besoin pour acheter sa machine de briques qu'il a identifiée, qui vient de Turquie, et dont il a besoin pour automatiser son process de production, pour faire de meilleures briques, pour les faire plus facilement. Et ce n'est qu'après qu'il va vous parler finalement de ce que l'État fait ou ne fait pas pour l'état des routes ou le montant astronomique qu'il a payé à la compagnie d'électricité pour avoir le poteau devant chez lui. Donc, vraiment, je dirais que cette question du ciblage des interventions, que ce soit en matière d'outils utilisés, les banques versus les fonds, la taille des fonds et surtout aussi l'objet de financement, c'est vraiment, je pense, les questions qu'on doit se poser si on veut
if we want to develop something that's productive and analyze needs for these VSMEs that are at the inaudible. There we go. Thank you, Miriam. Fatoumata, over to you, please. Oh, thank you very much. I'm from Senegal. I am in technology, and I'm in a technology and impact investment fund. And I'd like to talk to you about the dynamism of startups in Africa. And I think an interesting starting point is that last year there were $5 or $6 billion raised by the African technology ecosystem. And there are two ways of looking at it. The glass could be half full. It's an absolute record year, growth of 8%. Africa is the only region in the world where we've had an increase in technological financing, thanks to the surge in investment in quasi capital and in debt, but also it's empty, half empty, the glass, because in fact of 6.5 billion in records, it's only 1% of the global amount raised. And when you take a closer look at what's going on at that 1% of global things investment, is a huge disparity. The first is geographical. In the first few years, there were 4 countries that accounted for 80 to 90% of the value of transactions: Nigeria, Egypt, Kenya, and South Africa. We were investing with the conviction that technology is in the development accelerator, which means that, in fact, that venture capital is even more necessary in fragile countries, and we're not there yet. The second disparity that's important to note is the life cycle. I believe Jean-Michel very clearly explained it. There are a lot of people involved in development capital and in means of financing technology that has progressed as well. You have a lot of microcredit players as well and business angels as well, but you don't have many between the two. Between the hardest part for startups, which is to start up, you've got an attrition rate which is of 70% in 2-3 years on a global scale. It's also the case in emerging nations, which is why what we do, we have tickets of between 50,000 and 5 million euros with our portfolio to go through the valley of death and then accelerate and go into the first markets for expansion and go beyond what they're doing, the first preliminary concepts, which is where we're getting to a survival rate of about 30% globally to nearly 100% in small investment vehicles and targets about 50% in slightly larger vehicles. The third disparity, which is very important, is sectoral, is by sector. When you're an entrepreneur in financial services or in energy, it's much easier for you to raise money than if you're working in agriculture or health or education. Once again, these are sectors that are just as important for development. So it's important for us to look at this with a lot of attention. There's another disparity, which is for me vital and very close in terms of commitment, is the financing disparity in gender financing. And we're often asked about the lack of our pipeline. Why aren't there enough women entrepreneurs that can be financed? I think the SFI has actually done some very interesting studies with access to financing to see how we're doing this in restaging, crossed with the gender aspect. There again, 51% for men, 49% women. So there are candidates, but the issue when we're comparing financing issues for multiples of millions of euros, in other words, Series B, C, and D, there it's 80% or 90% men for 10% women. When we know that women entrepreneurs are, Africa has the continent, we have more women entrepreneurs in the world than anywhere else. So Lauren Berger actually managed this. It's at 26%, in fact, compared to, for example, you look at Ghana, which has 44% of women entrepreneurs. When we're looking at this, when we're looking at the African Development Bank, we're talking about $42 billion in investment. And I believe it's McKinsey that predicted that if we got to a form of gender equality in financing by 2025, we could create 10 points of GDP. That's a percent. That's a lot. It's 300 billion. It's 10 times the GDP of my country, Senegal. So it's a subject for attention. That's why I wanted to see this glass is half full, but I want it filled up. And that's why we are very proud to see on our portfolio 56% of entrepreneurs who are French speaking, 54% are women entrepreneurs who manage to do 3 important things that's essential to us. Firstly, is to have platforms that accelerate access to essential services for the greatest number of Africans. We talked about the demographics, which are out of control, and it's complicated to access to health or financial services or education, and that's going to be worse in 30 years. We see examples of global successes. We can see there's no need to talk about the successes in mobile payments. And you know, a country like Kenya, 50% of its GDP goes through M-Pesa. You got 93% of Kenyans who subscribe to this mobile payment service. The second issue that's very important for us is platforms that help SMEs either have access to the market or ensure greater competitiveness in logistical terms. There again, we're very proud to support a platform called Sabi that started off in Nigeria, that was launched by a woman about 2 years ago, and that in only 2 years managed to mobilize, basically made it possible for small greengrocers or shop owners to get international brands by lowering costs and improving the quality of products sold. And in 2 years, nearly 200,000 greengrocers using this platform. It's a massive success. But what's interesting is that these 200,000 shop owners purchased for $400 million in products by value. And thanks to the productivity of this platform, they can orchestrate their logistics and reduce the cost of logistics in relation to the cost of the product, which is a very important factor for competitiveness for SMEs. It's 67% for the US in finished products. It can be 75% in Eastern Africa and 55% in Western Africa. But above all, because it's managed to, thanks to Sabi, have a track record, they can be financed by third parties that will finance their working capital requirements without massive capital raising efforts. And also we're financing in Senegal a startup called Fitting that does digital fleet management, but also with this example can reduce the cost of fuel and the carbon impact as well for these fleet managers, and therefore have a triple bottom line impact. Our third priority, which I think is important, and Jean-Michel talked about this, is the creation of job creation for young people above all, and for women, and green employment as well. Fitting makes us very proud in these three dimensions, these three aspects. And if we looked at the future, Jean-Michel talked about lots of solutions, and this is important because there is a scale issue and also the feeling of emergency, of urgency. And I think there are three issues that I think are essential. The first is to finance as well, concession financing, so funds of funds. Permanent capital, for example, whether it's there or not is another question, but we should get out of the situation where 10% of the world's population actually gets most of the venture capital. But we should talk about catalyst financing. In our example, for example, we've gone from a starting fund at 5 million to a fund that has a target size of 70 million and it had a closing of 34 million last year. And to do this, catalytic financing was decisive from Europe because insofar as we could raise a force loss, in fact, which is 15% of the fund, we were able to attract purely commercial and private investors who came for the first time investing in African technological startups in two large German groups. And the second issue that's very important for me is the fate of local private capital, which might incite people for development. I believe there's a figure that I always find edifying, which is that FDI is about 6-7% of GDP, but the insurers, bankers, or pension funds invest outside of Africa in GDP points is about 26%. If you take an example of Egypt, you've got the central bank of Egypt that it motivated local banks to invest in startups and SMEs. You get to examples like Saris, which is an Egyptian technology fund that raised 35 million in local currency, in dollars in local currency. And we need more kinds of measures like that by African governments to be able to accelerate local financing of startups, in addition to international financing and catalytic financing. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatimata. Next, Olivia, are you there?
Je suis en ligne. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Bonjour.
Je vous entends très bien. Allez-y, vous avez 6 minutes.
Ah bah, merci bien. N'hésitez pas à m'avertir. Je vais faire mon intervention en français, mais mes excuses dès à présent pour le French.
Leave the door open. Open the door.
De parler de ce sujet en français.
Open the door.
De représenter la Commission européenne dans ce panel et de présenter les initiatives
and to present the initiatives
que nous avons pour soutenir l'entrepreneuriat. Donc, le soutien au secteur privé et à l'entrepreneuriat prospère est une priorité stratégique pour l'Union européenne. Nous sommes d'ailleurs entièrement alignés avec l'identification des challenges dans le papier.
we're fully identified with the challenges as outlined. I'm going to take advantage of this opportunity to present our what we are doing in response to the challenge.
Qu'on appelle IYBA pour Invest in Young Businesses in Africa. Et c'est une initiative qui a été annoncée
This initiative
au sommet de Paris par la présidente de
was presented at the summit on the African economies. I'm terribly sorry, but the sound is not usable. I just can't understand what she's saying. I would be better if I was in the room, I think.
In Africa veut répondre à cet objectif en mobilisant des instruments financiers et de l'assistance technique pour développer un écosystème de l'entrepreneuriat robuste. Et alors, l'idée est de joindre et d'aligner et d'avoir une plateforme de discussion et de joindre les efforts et les instruments et l'assistance technique
She's talking about joining forces, I guess, between financial and technical researchers and all players involved to work as a team.
États membres qui font partie de cette initiative, la Banque européenne d'investissement, la BEI, la FERDI, petit FI. Et puis nous avons aussi d'autres institutions clés dans l'écosystème d'entrepreneuriat, par exemple des entreprises de soutien au business, des associations de PME, de TPME, des investisseurs d'impact, des fonds de venture capital, aussi des organisations de la société civile, des NGO, des ONG, etc. En termes de structure, l'initiative, cette initiative Équipe Europe Investing Young Businesses in Africa a 3 piliers. Et chacun des 3 piliers reflète les différents besoins identifiés de ces entrepreneurs et jeunes pousses en fonction de leur niveau de développement. Et ces 3 piliers reflètent les principaux challenges qu'on a identifiés pour ces entrepreneurs et ces jeunes pousses, qui sont les difficultés d'accès au financement, on en a parlé, et le manque de politique et de soutien technique pour faciliter l'entrepreneuriat et la création et la croissance d'entreprises. Donc ces 3 piliers sont les suivants. Le premier, ce sont un soutien technique et financier pour les jeunes pousses et les entrepreneurs avec des besoins en pré-amorçage. Le deuxième pilier, c'est un soutien pour les entreprises et les jeunes entreprises avec des besoins en amorçage et série A, série B. Et le troisième pilier est plus transversal, disons, c'est un soutien au climat des affaires et à l'écosystème entrepreneurial avec une perspective de long terme. Et comment est-ce qu'on implémente en concret cette initiative Équipe Europe? Nous avons des groupes de travail et des programmes pour vraiment répondre aux challenges identifiés à travers ces trois piliers. Nous avons en particulier deux groupes de travail que je veux mentionner ici. Il y en a un, et justement l'intervenante précédente en a parlé, le premier groupe de travail qui regarde particulièrement la question du pipeline development, la création d'une réserve de projets finançables par les institutions financières de développement, parce qu'on se rend compte que voilà, que c'est une nécessité, que les entrepreneurs et les jeunes pousses ont souvent des difficultés à avoir accès à ces financements et comment est-ce qu'on peut les faciliter là-dedans. Ça, c'est le premier groupe de travail. Nous avons finalisé un rapport avec des recommandations très concrètes que je serais ravie de partager avec vous là-dessus, sur le pipeline development. Nous avons un autre groupe de travail qui regarde plus particulièrement la question de l'autonomisation économique des femmes, parce que, de nouveau, on pense que c'est un sujet qui mérite d'être analysé de manière plus profonde, et j'y reviendrai tout à l'heure. Comme je vous disais, en termes de qu'est-ce qu'on a comme implémentation, donc, ou comme outil, nous avons donc ces groupes de travail, et puis nous avons des programmes de financement financés par l'Union européenne et aussi par les États membres, souvent de manière conjointe. Nous avons des programmes au niveau global, plus horizontaux, et puis nous avons des programmes régionaux et des programmes nationaux. Et en fait, donc nous designons des programmes pour répondre au challenge identifié dans chacun des trois piliers de cette initiative Investing Young Businesses in Africa, pour y répondre de manière innovante. Et chacun de ces trois piliers reflète également les différents instruments que nous avons à la Commission pour répondre à ces contraintes. Nous avons des garanties, un système de garanties financières, et je vais les détailler maintenant. Nous avons trois grandes familles d'instruments, les garanties financières.
In each of these three countries, they also have the instruments that we have in the Commission to respond to these constraints. We have guarantees in terms of financial guarantees, and to give them details what we have. We have, in fact, an instrument, a guarantee.
Des garanties, et l'idée est vraiment de promouvoir des modèles innovants de financement.
The idea is to really promote innovative models of financing and to propose mechanisms for sharing the risk, whether it be public or capital, public capital or private. And to finalize the three programs for guarantees, which are often used to support investments. We are aware the whole mechanism of guarantee between sectors, we can conclude we're talking about new programs of blending with the idea of developing with public financing from the European Commission to enhance development as well. Before concluding, I'd like to share a few lessons learned. These are initiatives that are contributions that we've made as well. So I need to ask you to select the idea is that we need to continue working and targeting more to attract public and private investment. Talked about the blending solutions that we have. We need to continue to develop these financial instruments. And then an element I've already mentioned in terms of what we're doing currently for young companies. We're trying to get things moving, but there's a challenge.
Le propriétaire par les femmes. Et alors, peut-être la troisième chose, c'est que la troisième, et je vais terminer avec ça, c'est que la collaboration est effectivement, évidemment, clé. On travaille en équipe Europe et c'est exigeant, mais c'est aussi nécessaire. Dans notre initiative Équipe Europe, nous avons un système de rotation de la présidence. La France va assumer la présidence maintenant en juin, et c'est un système qui marche très bien. Mais je pense qu'on pourrait être encore plus ambitieux et continuer à développer des programmes conjoints qui sont innovants et aussi pour.
It's a system that works very well, but we think that we can do it even better. We need to be more ambitious and to continue to develop joint programs which are innovative. To conclude,
la Commission européenne et en tant qu'équipe Europe, on veut vraiment soutenir les fondations d'un secteur privé en Afrique vibrant qui crée de l'emploi décent, qui contribue au développement économique et social. C'est aussi important dans le cadre de notre stratégie européenne Global Gateway, pour développer et pour encourager des investissements durables. Il faut évidemment avoir une base dans le secteur privé.
We need to encourage sustainable investments. You obviously need to involve the private sector. And to conclude, this initiative, it involves a new way of working and a more effective way of working and working together, as you have an objective that is a global objective. So we need to speak with a single voice and to commit alongside partners and authorities together. Thank you very much. Six minutes. I'm going to be very concrete. As Jean-Michel was saying, I represent the French Development Agency that I joined executive director in charge of mobilization last year. The communications department, and Jean-Michel as well, is a former general delegate of what we call the delegation for women and young people. They're financing startups in Senegal, and they're working with other countries of that sub-region. Saturday, I came back from a mission that lasted 10 days. We went through 4 countries with BP France, Senegal, Togo, Benin, and Ivory, and Côte d'Ivoire to promote and launch activities that we call Choose Africa 2. Choose Africa 1 was in 2018 launched by Bruno Le Maire. And this is part of the French Development Agency, whose director is here in the room. They've developed more than 40,000 African entrepreneurs, plus 1 billion subsidy for Choose Africa Resilience that was set up at the time of COVID to help African entrepreneurs. In the new strategy, we can talk a little bit about the tools similar to the German DIG. We've devoted a certain amount in the framework of a de-risking approach on the European Union. 3 million additional that were devoted to capital risk to accompany startups. That's what Fatou was talking about earlier in the framework of tech and with the AFD group as well. So the initiative launched by the president, this being said, to be as frank and as honest as Jean-Michel knows me, the missing gap has not been well assessed. The needs in financing is on papers more than 330 billion euros today for SMBs in Africa. These are very small companies. What you need to know is that in Africa today, 85 to 90% of the economy in sub-Saharan Africa are in the informal sector. And the ticket we're talking about earlier, the Gary mentioned, it's not 30 or 40 million euros. It's 5,000 euros, sometimes less for some structures that are in the informal economy. That we can't reach that because, as Jean-Michel said earlier, it's risky. We don't have the staff to do that. We don't have the right resources to do that, both financial and human resources. So the proposal of Jean-Michel was 500 million euros. I think that's not much compared to the need. We need to think in billions of euros to be able to do, as we said, to do blending and de-risking and subsidies. I think we need those three things working together to set up a 40, 50, 70% guarantee so that banks and funds can finance entrepreneurs. I'm not saying it's a waste of time. No, because they will continue financing entrepreneurs that are in their portfolio that they know already. They have a certified financial condition over the last 3 years so that they can give them money. So they need to be known. That's the whole KYC approach. If they don't know them, they won't give them anything. Number two, we need to be able to, if necessary, we need to be able to set up a kind of a, what's the name of that person? Madame Caillé, Olivia. I would love to speak with her later so they can greet the figures concretely. If I've understood at the end, there are no figures. It's packaging like the Global Gateway. Today, I was deciding on this for my country, but when you're facing the government, you need to tell them exactly what we can expect from these initiatives on the part of the European Union or France or whatever, or Great Britain. And telling us, for your country, you can have 1 million, 100 million, 10 million euros in terms of subsidies in equity. Because setting up a global initiative where you're competing between countries and ultimately, the final decision, because I participated in two panels, one 10 days ago in Togo, in the presence of IYB. And during the summit on African economies, I was there as well. I was in Paris with Jean-Michel in the same panel, 16th of February, 2022. So we were in Brussels the next day for the summit of the Europe-Africa summit. So now I haven't yet seen the money from all of those meetings. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but we have guarantees via the AFD and Expertise France. But this is not necessarily going to fill the missing gap. There's a huge gap which we need to finance the debt, but with concessional resources, which will lead banks to go after that without asking for too much collateral or guarantees. And equity financing, as IEP and other funds do, which touch maybe 1% of the demands on the continent, by setting up several resources for IEP, or setting up several IEPs to be able to do what IEP is doing. In addition and beyond the impact on employment, everything that counts, but it's an effect on increased GDP by creating these entrepreneurs, by enabling them to have capital and having resources without guarantees and having subsidies for training, reinforcing capacity and implementing networks and packaging, improving the quality of the logistics, IT, everything that we need in Africa to be able to reach the worldwide value chain, to export, create wealth, create jobs, and increase GDP and reduce poverty. And at the same time, in the level of European Union. In a nutshell, it's all well and good what we're doing. It's very good what's on the table, but we don't actually see 90% of the needs that exist for SMBs in Africa. I've worked for 5 years in financing SMBs. Now I know there may be 2.2 million, 2.5 million euros. They weren't even able to buy a vehicle in 10 minutes. It said no general bank or eco bank, nobody would receive them because they have nothing. And 2 years later, he raised 2 million euros. There are a lot of stories like that. But Terenga is supporting in Senegal as well. With them, we did some financing activities with the Masekal Foundation. We're going to hear about that. With the big program they have in Africa Works. There are incentives like that we need to put on the table. Investments without borders, with pension funds, with local investors, with business angels, with IFDs, IDFs, and the authorities of this country and other countries need to dare to put down €1 billion or €2 billion, that they will de-risk and do blending and provide subsidies so that real entrepreneurial initiatives can emerge that would be creating jobs and improving the economies. Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, online, nous avons Nathalie Gabala. S'il vous plaît, c'est à vous, Nathalie.
Merci, j'espère que vous m'entendez bien.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I'm going to try to keep it short because I know that time is short. I represent the MasterCard Foundation, whose mission is qualitative. Our role is perceived as the institution that has the flexibility and the resources to de-risk where others cannot do that. But the question that arises today to say, how do we fund this? And for me, what we're seeing today is reflecting the advances we want to see, because it's necessary to listen to those who are in contact with SMBs, the companies on a daily basis, and who understand in detail and in finesse what the needs actually are. I'm so happy to see Fatou working on these, but we're going to try to move the debate forward. And it seems to me to be insignificant, but believe me, I participated in many panels launched in Africa, and often we don't have the representation we need that would make it possible to move things forward. The second thing is creativity. If we continue to apply the same medicine to the same disease and the disease is just getting worse, we need to change something. So this is an area which requires creativity. And I'm so happy to have heard about the initiatives presented by Olivia, who spoke earlier. It seems to me we're talking about diversity of segments of SMBs, and these segments are not homogeneous. You need finesse and a macro approach to small, medium, and large corporates. we need to be able to move from one segment to another, and that's often where we lose the most companies. You need to understand how micro ramps up and how small micro goes down to small with the right package for them in englobing that diversity, whether it be volume sharing or leasing or whatever necessary, and also the technical substance. And that is the substance. So what have we done concretely? Today, we have a strategy that we're implementing. It's 30 million in Long Africa West. All of the resources of the foundation are devoted to this program. Young people, they're going to be able to find jobs. The idea is we need to segment our market between micro, small, medium, with appropriate actions in each case. So the first segment will be essentially the smaller. We're moving more towards finance products. Our main program is targeting gazelles, sort of the bigger, medium-sized company who can actually create a lot of jobs that is implemented with IEP. It's a fund of funds where we are targeting and leaving the flexibility to the fund manager to implement solutions that they believe to be the most effective. So that's what we're targeting in this market segment. So no funds with the usual structure you see, with an expectation of a return of more than 20%. And so we wanted to be flexible with the structure we want to put into place. We considered open-ended structures or closed structures. We consider in terms of different revenue. We're flexible in terms of products. We know that in this segment, there are a lot of unmet needs. These debts are often too much calculated in euros or in dollars, which is not much use for us because we're working with other currencies on our continents. We need local currency. We need to be able to support creation of a pipeline of fund managers. So we need to start that because the foundation is also involving questions of gender. We need to start to help women to form their funds and to provide all the assistance they need and liquidity in terms of working capital that they need to be able to create that fund. This is a bit long, but for us, this is a sector that's important. Number one, it's a sector which involves creativity and innovation. Three, it requires more risk. And we need to be able to be a catalyst and take the risk. But as well, and especially, it's a sector we need to let fund managers work. The people that on a daily basis on the continent are running and working and understanding the needs to be able to propose new funding models, because otherwise we'll still be confronted with the problem of companies of low to middle are not going to be funded. So if there's still of the same disease, you can't keep using the same medicine. Thank you. Thank you, Natalie. Even my best, we started 15 minutes late and we're still 11 minutes late. I'm not going to bother you more than a minute. Let me just do a quick summary, a pseudo summary. And then we'll take a break. I'm not, because I'm the one between you and your coffee. This has come back in all of the presentations we've heard this morning. It's the life cycle of companies. I think it's been cropping up time and again, and how the life cycle of funding needs to correspond to that life cycle of companies. And it also needs to be taken into account in all initiatives with IFDs. To say this more brutally, throwing money on the problem without resolving it is not a help. We need the right targets, and there are different dimensions. It depends on the sector, with the right partnerships. For those of you who have not done so yet, look at the concrete proposal of Jean-Michel on the paper, his paper, which is an instrument, an appropriate instrument. It's not a panacea, but it's an appropriate instrument, so which has to do with appropriate targets and which recommends partnerships that are appropriate as well. And to conclude on the note of economy, my little tribe of development economy for the last 20 years, people are looking for the silver bullet for development, and the silver bullet of the last 2 decades is the institutions, the enabling environments. If we get the institutions right, everything will go well. As Jean-Michel said, and as we spoke about today, this is a necessary condition, but it's not an adequate condition. And about the continent, the African continent, the enabling environment is not the main question. It is really funding the SMBs that will create the jobs. Let's stop there and let's get a cup of coffee.
So let's resume this new session, which is moderated by Jean-Marc Ravellini and Alain de Gendry. Just a quick word to say that after this session, once you're quite hungry, there will be luncheon served for everyone, so don't leave. And please do stay for the afternoon session as well. So thank you, Patrick. Good afternoon, or good morning, rather, everybody. Thank you for being here for the second session. I'm going to tie in with the previous roundtable session and explain why we're focusing specifically on the agricultural sector, and very quickly hand over to Alain de Gendry, who will give us a general framework and focus more specifically on financing issues for agriculture to sketch out the broad outlines of this. So everyone knows Alain. He's a professor of economics at the University of California at Berkeley. He is one of the leading specialists in the economics of development, and his research focuses mostly on agriculture. So Alain, if you will, give us a broad outline and start off our roundtable session. Our work is always joined, so when I talk, I'm not talking just for myself, but I'm also talking on behalf of Elizabeth as well. Thank you for the introduction, and just a few words to give you an idea of financing for agriculture. I'd like to start off with 3 fundamental issues, which are, firstly, that we're going to think not only about supply, the underlying supply, but we'll also be talking about demand. And it may be that the demand side may be more constrictive than the supply side, because we're talking about behaviors which will be influenced by profitability and risk. Secondly, the importance of complementarity between private and public investment. We understand that there is significant investment, but there are 2 sides that are complementary. And when we want to look at the issue of financing in agriculture, we have to look at both sides. And thirdly, there is a conceptual framework that we need. We need a theory, a model that help us to conceptualize why this performance that isn't necessarily adequate in this particular instance, and also to consider for this point have proposals that may be alternatives to all this. So I'm going to think in 4 parts. The first part is to observe underinvestment in agriculture. There is massive underinvestment. When you look at the CADEP recommendations for the percentage of GDP that has to be spent or rather public budgets that should be spent on agriculture, or in the region of 10%. And we're talking about only 4 or 5 countries in Africa, as sub-Saharan Africa, that actually stick to this standard. And then research and development should be 1% of agricultural GDP. Only 4 or 5 countries managed to do this. The point is that we have massive underinvestment in agriculture, which means an awful lot of money still on the table. It is possible to catch up that underinvestment, adapt it to climate change, and generate opportunities, which when you look at losses and damage and say, why not capitalize on the possibility of catching up in agriculture with investment and adapting to climate change to create conditions that will reduce these losses and damages. My second observation is that the fact is that these losses and damage can be looked at in 2 ways, either through transfers, in other words, we've got a model there that's fundamentally that basically we're talking about transfers that are targeted to those impacted by losses and damage. Another way of doing it is to managing risk, to reduce loss and damage, to create opportunities, to generate investment, employment, and income that will reduce the impact of climate change in terms of the consequences of loss and damage. When we talk about transfers, the impact over time of climate change, we're talking about amounts that will be necessarily growing and become increasingly significant. So it's important to focus on risk management than compensating risks as exposed to climate change and say, how can we use agriculture to generate the conditions tailored to climate change that will make it possible for us to address these risks? The conceptual framework, my third level of this discussion here, is to say, how do we think about agricultural investment with the perspective of the role of agriculture in development? So with Elizabeth, we worked on the World Development Report for the World Bank in 2018, and the principle was underinvestment. But the conceptual framework was to say, we'll have assets which should be consolidated through the agricultural transformation and climate revolution that relates to this. You talk about a transformation that's rural for SMEs, that is disseminated across the rural sector, that are ensuring the transformation, the processing of agricultural produce, and then afterwards get to a structural transformation that means large-scale corporations located in town. What we can currently see with Danny Roderick's thinking in mind is that structural transformation, urban transformation, is delayed by the fact there's a falling demand for employment in industry with reshoring and automation. And so secondary towns tend to be places where these structural transformations take place. And finally, we were thinking about financing of the sector, which is the theme that Jean-Marc mentioned, Gravellini talked about before, and talk about, in fact, the theme of supply and demand. In terms of supply, in terms of microfinance as well, there have been lots of work done to adapt microfinance to agriculture, but even so, it still is expensive. It is limited in relation to investment requirements. Repayment conditions are too demanding. The conditions don't relate to the use of credit. Credit is limited, so we say, and therefore microfinance means an awful lot of progress, but it's still limited in its ability to adapt to public sector investment requirements. Commercial aspects, Jean-Marc will talk about this, how to attract private capital, banking capital, to take part to participate in agriculture, despite the major risks and the collateral that are required, and that are also quite limited and weak in this sector. And in terms of demand as well, fundamentally, there are some significant constraints relating to adopting new technologies themselves, investing in agriculture. And there are basically 3 kinds. Firstly, is deficient profitability, which means investment doesn't take place because it isn't profitable enough given the conditions for access to finance. The risk levels remain very high and may be managed in different ways. in part for technologies that are more resilient to climate change, so investment in R&D to generate technologies that will make it possible to absorb some of the risk and some of the damage and loss. And then there's additional insurance as well. We've talked about this. It's very hard to implement. It is relatively not well adopted. You need significant subsidies for this. But there are some examples. For example, in China, where we work together. Now, maybe 100% of Chinese farmers are covered by additional insurance, but they're not subsidized, but they have been used only for transition to changing habits, management. The management for risk management, and therefore a test that was done in bulk as well. There was credit lines that have been pre-approved and indexed to climate crises. Now, Daniel will certainly talk about this. There will be compromises for expenditure for banks because OREC is basically a bank. And this is not something that banks like to do in terms of risk taking. And secondly, in terms of policy, the fact we have a pre-commitment for farmers to withdraw or to redraw a major economic and farming space where any climate crisis will capture votes and what have you. There'll be very significant issues there. And to come back to this and to conclude on the terms of losses and damage, shifting the discussion from compensation or clearance to risk management to talk about the enormous underinvestment in agriculture, and that underinvestment may be captured or even eliminated by investments that are resilient to climate change, in other words, tailored to new conditions, and create opportunities for revenue or income and employment that would be forms of absorption for the shock from or the impact of property loss in transfers. So thank you, Jean-Marc. Thank you, Anna, for that general setting that poses the bases of our discussions. Thank you also for, I forgot to mention this, for keeping this general overview in an 8-minute time frame, which is what Matthew wanted us to do. And I'll try to do the same, stick to 7 minutes, and ask each of the speakers also to stick to a 7-minute deadline so that we can all have a discussion among ourselves and perhaps with the audience. Now, as you suggested, I'm going to develop the question of supply because financing of entrepreneurship that's private in farming and agriculture in general in Africa, from our point of view, and I say our point of view, is that it is that of the chair for modernizing policy, agricultural policy at FERDI, but also the point of view of a group of companies that have met up for some time now. Karim Ailtab is the president of Alpha, who will talk about this in more detail. But the idea of financing entrepreneurship, it strikes us as being essential. You said so, Alain. The sector, it's obviously, I'm not going to spend too much time on this, is underfinanced. We've seen this in Africa and Sub-Saharan. It's 23% of GDP. And when we look at bank financing as allocated to the farming sector, it's only 2.5%, 3%. The World Bank believes there is $74 billion each year in requirements for the agricultural sector that isn't financed by, and approximately 50% of requirements are met or insured. So there is a considerable gap, shortfall, and in that covered part, there's 25 times more short-term facilities than long-term credit facilities. When we're talking about capital, financing of capital is this central issue. For what reasons? I'm not going to spend too much time on this. We've mentioned this throughout the morning. Obviously, it's the perception of risk in a general way for entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship, and in particular for the agricultural sector, that for the reasons that you mentioned, climate risks, the cyclical risks in relating to the cycle of production. And this applies both to producers and also for transformers or conditioners and what have you. And this will necessarily need the banking and financial sector to look at this rural sector with an awful lot of caution. If I spend a bit more time on this, if we look at the position of credit institutions, we realize that their supply, their offering in terms of terms, conditions isn't tailored to the agricultural sector. We realize that in terms of the presence ratios, as was said this morning, there'll be signatures, they'll turn to people that they know that are more solid. There's asymmetry in information. It's a sector where it's hard to collect information. So as a consequence for bankers, that's a concern that will check their propensity for rural development. As for investors, capital investors, there are investments in the rural sector which will reflect in a deterioration of the portfolio. So the trend is not to finance the sector. There is reticence by entrepreneurs to open up to capital. And finally, from institutions, development institutions, I mean, in other words, international financiers that specialize from the private sector, that specialize in this, we can summarize this point and say there's very strong pressure. And there I will talk to my colleague from Proparco, that there's a very strong pressure between prudential rules that are imposed on these institutions through the boards of directors of the member states, and the desire for these institutions to go out more into this rural sector. A study was conducted recently, it dates from December 2022, conducted by Samantha Atbridge and Christian Novak, that indicates that there's over-liquidity and over-capitalization of these institutions, of these development organizations in the private sector. The DEG, for example, when we're looking at the solvency ratios, the tier 1 ratio, which is a ratio which we're talking about 10% here, we realize the DEG is at 20%. It's highly solvent and basically is checked by its executive boards, its executive bodies to secure its assessment or its value and its ranking on markets. The SFI has considerable reserves that would make it possible to have, with a slight downgrading, to take more risks. But there's a whole rating system and the weight of institutions, the weight of the authorities that are there to ensure more security and offer a level of performance by these institutions that isn't necessarily compatible with this risk-taking attitude. Now, what we propose is to consider, we're talking today about work with FERDI, and we're thinking about doing this with Alpha, to create an instrument that would have 4 main features. The first would be specialization in the rural sector. A tool, therefore, a series of tools with management operators that specialize in the rural sector. The second concern or feature would be to be able to simultaneously mobilize resources. This is very important, junior and senior resources. In other words, resources that come from philanthropic funds, from states, that would go to look more at the impact in terms of development and combine this with senior resources that are there to ensure profitability. Now, this is important because basically we'll be looking, and I'm going to be brief given the time, but we'll try to find a leverage effect through mobilization simultaneous mobilization to find impact and find profit. It is through the search of this leverage effect that we can be able to mobilize more significant amounts, provided that we can both accept for resources in the form of subsidies from philanthropic funds or from states to absorb preliminary losses, to take risks, to enable private investors afterwards. And I think that's a significant revolution in the concept, to be able to intervene, to mitigate risk-taking or attenuate it, and ensure continued profitability. And that means perhaps, and this we should develop this point in the economic model, how we mobilize resources, more significant resources for the agricultural sector. There are also financing solutions that might be tailored, which means the instrument would be able to do both development capital, risk capital, subordinate debt, debt in more flexible conditions, and also define guarantee or collateral mechanisms. Once again, I want to really stress this necessity in mobilizing resources to combine resources that are junior and senior, where one would accept risk-taking for impact, whereas the other would strive to ensure profits. That instrument, from our point of view, should be managed according to the optimal governance criteria, and therefore be rigorous in management, so as to ensure performance and reassure investors. I'll conclude with the current work currently done by the EMOA work, where we're saying for the Western Africa, we might be able to mobilize this instrument in a pilot phase for 300 million euros, of which 60% would come from a senior tranche with private investors and 40% from a junior tranche, with a breakdown between feed capitals, mezzanine debt, and senior debt. To conclude, this tool that we're suggesting in its first outline, we'd like to have the opinion of practitioners in the sector, in farming and husbandry in Africa, and this is why we've organized this roundtable, as Patrick said this morning, operationals, in other words, people in the field who'll be able to share their experience, and also parties that are more sensitive to the issue of risk in general, climate risk in particular, and a response as well from financiers specializing in the private sector. Now, I believe we've got Bagori Batili, who's online. Bagori, are you online? Yes. Yes, we hear you very well. As a practitioner, as an interested party in agriculture, you're actually at the head of a dairy, highly involved in the structure of this sector. Perhaps a few minutes. Give us a few minutes with your comments and for that preliminary presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your invitation and the sharing of all this thinking that is very structural. And in my point of view, it's empirical. in Senegal and in neighboring countries. So there's very strong demand insofar as these products are good and competitive. But upstream of the sale of products, we manufacture them. We have a factory, a processing plant on an industrial scale, the size of the company 2023. We're talking about 40 million euros in revenue. Ahead of this, there is a processing plant, which means long-term financing issues to ensure growth. These that are very important, these challenges. It is the industrial capex issue, and also for the industry, which is quite unique in my sector, ahead of the dairy, there is a network of farmers who provide some of the milk that we use downstream. Now, in 2023, we will have approximately 2,500 suppliers. These mean approximately 5,000 families of traditional farmers, livestock farmers, to provide 10,000 liters per day. There again, 5,000 families, that's significant. They have income that has stabilized, that has completely transformed the territory where we collect milk for the last 15 years. It's completely changed it. But those 5,000 families, just in Senegal alone, we're talking about 550,000 families of livestock farmers. So there is a growth knock-on effect that is there with challenges, with the ability to make this happen. It goes without saying that where it will be really hard to grow is upstream. There are livestock farmers. They can have 10,000 liters per day. They know they have to feed their animals. There's some practice that they understand very well that relates to the traditional know-how, and a challenge to reinforce their capacity and to enhance the skills of at every level of the sector. But in livestock, this is an issue that is particularly obvious and complicated and lengthy. That one we don't know how to address it, and as was said before, means that we require a framework in which we are directing all the abilities to reinforce our abilities and our skills, and which means an organization of livestock farming, and that's lacking sometimes. We know that we have to do specific actions, but we don't know how far it's going to go. Will it make it possible for us to achieve a level of competitiveness as approach to what's an alternative? In fact, it's imported powdered milk. So what will we do with competitiveness in 5 years or even 3 years? What do we have to find elsewhere with public policy? So I find that empirically speaking, I've shown you the value chain where my company operates, with growth issue challenges that are huge and organizational challenges for the economy that would make it possible for everyone to access greater prosperity, especially particularly farmers and everybody involved in the value chain, and even the consumers as well, because they're getting quality produce at an affordable price. Therefore, there are challenges for us to finance all of this, financing that should be tailored to each link in the chain, and the need to steer a broader framework with transitions. And this empirical rationale does strike a chord with the thinking that Jean-Marc was proposing as well. And I believe the proposals for financing, the individual ones that are there, make it possible to go from a path that we had, what we had before, the status quo. It's there. Everyone has known it for a long time, but we're not going to go as far as to offer concrete solutions. I think that what's being proposed today is putting things should put something on the table that is practical. We should go and see people. We've got some ideas for structuring this, but there are challenges of what the implementation of such a tool could generate to accelerate the structuring process for the agricultural sector with all the externalities that we should project with more accuracy to ensure greater justification if required. So, Jean-Marc, that's the kind of thinking that I had in reading the paper that you proposed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Bagore, for your input and the reminder of this wonderful story, the success story of the Laiterie de Berger. And thank you for helping us continue the thinking on this dedicated tool. And to continue, I'm going to ask Marie-Yvonne Charlemagne, who's founder and managing partner of a consultancy for medium-sized companies and enterprises investing in Africa. And you regularly face this challenge of companies that want to modernize, expand, and change scale in light of the conditions for access to financing, and not just that.
Thank you, Jean-Marc. In my practice, which is oriented exclusively to Africa, West Africa, and Central Africa, I'm on an ongoing basis, I am confronted with the farming projects, whatever the size, I'd say, and whatever their origination. SMEs and very small African companies don't necessarily have the maturity to raise funds from the banking system. That's almost certain. They not have the habit of governance and reporting and that are necessary, and transparency as well, which is required for financing. So there's a question here of how to accompany entrepreneurs to help them get past that and to help them be bankable, as we say, for a traditional banker. Beyond that, occasionally there are projects that do crop up, and I often see them for big projects, dream projects where we put on the table several tens of millions of euros ready to invest, and we can't find the investment because the sponsors, and this is a point that you raised, Jean-Marc, the sponsors are not necessarily themselves, they don't necessarily have the funds, and the sponsors don't necessarily have around them in kind of the approach that we have when we're financing a big project, They don't necessarily have the special purpose vehicles they would need to raise funding on a tranche basis with multiple sources, with first level funding that would also accept to share perhaps future profits, and they would accept, when you accompany them, many of us who work on these projects do observe this, to take into account the risk factor in their assessment, because often there are some people that are very optimistic about a project and maybe a slight lack of credibility, and in these cases we're not able to raise the funds even if the project makes sense, because today what is certain is that it is urgent to take action in farming in Africa. There's no point in reminding you all here what's at stake geographically in all of Africa. There's no point in going over to what extent the balance of payments is imbalanced because of imports that different African countries are obliged to import just so they can be able to feed the population. So there's no point in going over either that there's a climate urgency and a hydric stress. So water is stressed. There's a lack of water, and there's a very young population in all African villages. And someone said this morning, ultimately, it's our problem because it's a problem of immigration as well, which will be the only solution for some people if nothing is done today to have an impact and to switch over so that African farming can move on from subsistency to profitability, the real economic activity out of farming. We talked about, I've worked on topics in Mali where 3, 4, or 5,000 families impacted. And in Cameroon, there are several families together that were succeeding. So what I believe in very deeply is that we need to have a vertical disintegration in all of the value chains, creation, destructuring, and vertical integration. Have we talked about cattle or raising? As we heard earlier, the person that spoke just earlier, 10 liters of milk per cow, per family. So in Europe, you know that a cow produces 40 liters of milk. If you don't have that vision included in the problem, this verticalization, then we will not succeed in creating the necessary impact, a strong impact, so that around major players involved, we can have other people jump in family-sized farms that we will need. And honestly, I don't necessarily always have the answer to that. But if through contractualization, we can't also help those families who will contribute their 10, 20, 30 liters of milk and maybe a ton of corn that they produced in the field to the big operator, it will have the ability to store those products and transform them after harvest such that they can increase the size significantly, the amount of production, and also combined with local production to ensure stability. That's necessarily, and we need to disseminate good practices. Companies, we've heard about resiliency. And in fact, you'll talk about it later if you haven't. And in terms of the impact on climate change, we're feeling the effects of that more every day. And each of the players in the farming value chain and have to defend good practices for a more efficient and precise agriculture. Even for small producers, they can better produce with less. We can talk about funding later, because once we've started getting together, collecting the right conditions, and to attract in investors, and then in the conditional aspects, there's an accompaniment through mutualization of small producers, and then we can have an impact. That also needs to be done in public policy, as we mentioned earlier. That's absolutely necessary. Public policy, they don't need to do watering. They need to target in farming areas priority production in the country. And that's why I was talking earlier about the impact of vegetable production, because that type of production, not only if you're producing corn, I mean, corn can be used for feed, for human food, but also for cattle feed. In order to control the local cost of production. So public authorities need to prioritize types of production that are necessary for the national development. And then you have to have the governance framework that would be improved, including in public authorities. And there has to be a very close cooperation between the public sector and the private sector, including in governance tools of these public policies that are being implemented. Because if, unfortunately, and you know, I'm not an economist, I'm just someone who observes, and you know, if you look at the way things actually happen in terms of involving policy, there's a lot of loss. So we need to make it so that the governance tools try to limit those losses. And I'm not going to talk about the tax framework or good governance or the absolutely necessary conditions to and stability, which are necessary conditions for success of any project, in particular farming. And I'd just like to conclude by joining what Jean-Marc said about creating funds that would be dedicated to farming. There already are some in the Anglo-Saxon world. Do the research, you'll see. You'll also see, as it was indicated this morning, that yes, indeed, we talk about profitability of the fund, but we're also talking about the extra financial criteria, because you have to add up all of that to get the real impact of the funds devoted to farming, because that would be you're financing rural populations that are both young and very important in significant numbers. Thank you. Thank you, Marie-Jeanne. Thank you. There are many things in what you said that we need to remember. I'd just like to insist on one point, is the integration and structuring and organization of this area, which is a good transition with Karim Ital, who's at the head of GeoCotton, and who is the example in Africa of success in an integrated area from upstream to downstream. And Karim is chair of the Alpha organization. He's thought a great deal of farming entrepreneur funding and professionalization of the people involved on such things as infrastructures in the rural areas and the value chains involved in that, and how important it is to integrate these areas. Karim, the floor is yours. Maybe you'd like to talk about the examples of GeoCotton and the motivations for Alpha. Thank you. First of all, thank you for your invitation. Very happy to be able to share this table with you. I'm going to present very quickly GeoCotton, but some of you already know this under another name because it used to be the CFDT, the French Company for Development of Textiles. And in 2008, subsequent to privatization, it became GeoCotton. They changed the name. GeoCotton is basically continuing a model that was developed in 1949 by a frank collaboration between the AFD, the French Development Bank, and local players. And they came to respond 70 years before this panel to respond to essential issues, to accompany small producers that are in this area in sub-Saharan Africa that have no legal, they have no real estate, they have no bank accounts, but they need to have access to seed, to fertilizer, and to learning, and to a market, an international market, because you need to be able to export that fiber to Europe. So the CFDT was responding very surgically to all levels of that value chain. So the idea was to become one of the most highly structured value chains in this area. So I wanted to give you a few indications. In the cotton industry in this area is generally 0.5 and 1 hectare. So we're very far indeed from the huge American farming operations or in North or South America. 5 to 10 people work on these farms. there's no irrigation. You're only counting on rain or groundwater. It's just rainwater that washes things down. So these are farms that are divided into three parts. Some are fully cotton and systematically, 2/3 vivrier. And they do cotton for one thing. They do cotton because somebody buys it, and that guarantees them of having a production that's being sold at a price that is decided before they actually plant it. And the second factor is it gives them access to fertilizer and other chemical products. And without that, the production would be absolutely disastrous. I'm going to give you some other information. If you take a country like Burkina, 65% of cereal production comes from cotton producers. So there's a very intimate bond between producing cotton and cereals. And these 6 million people out of 9 million that live from it, you can see how big the impact is. 6 million impact 9 million. So this is how we've found a way of succeeding. But the framework that was developed in the 50s and little by little changed, and it became quite unusual with this farmers' world that produces 100% of our needs. We have 0 hectares of land. The only hectares we have are the ones where we built our plants. But 100% of the provisioning depends on small farmers. And the small farmers, when they need to have access to fertilizer or chemicals, they come to see us and they say, I have a hectare of cotton. I need some that I want to produce cotton. Can I have some fertilizer? So what do? We raise the funding from the local bank. The local bank will give us a loan, which is generally paid at a rate of 7%. That's for geocoton. And then we take the risk of distributing all of those products to hundreds of thousands of farmers, whether it be in Burkina or Senegal or Cameroon. When I'm in the risk, because they can take the cash and sell the fertilizer to somebody, and we don't get the cash back. And then they'll come back and say, I did produce cotton, but not enough to pay you back with. So ultimately, we group together small producers, and the small producers are in cooperatives that are there's solidarity amongst them, and so we have a total of a reimbursal of 90-something%. So the idea is, and these are people that have no bank account and no real estate. So there's something that can be developed in that way through the groupings. I'd like to react to the presentation that was given just before. Kind of a double position. The first in geocoton, because with the solution that's presented by Jean-Marc, which seems relevant to me as an economic operator today, what solutions do I have for financing? If I want to raise funds, I'm going to go see a local bank. If it's something in the country, 7 or 8% I'm going to be paying. If I want to finance the capex investments, first reflex is to go see a French bank. And today, the only bank in sub-Saharan Africa is Société Générale. All of the others left. And then you can go see operators such as BPI, Rocco. And then you have a question of size, of timing. We built a plant in the east of Burkina Faso, and it was a kind of a mess, but we asked the SFI if they were interested, because it was 15 million euros. So it was kind of an interesting thing for them. But at the time it took them to look into it was almost 2 years to look into it. So we're an economic operator. We're there to do business and have an impact. If we wait for too long, it's not going to work. So what we did is that we turned to local banks, and local banks helped us. I'm talking to Coris or Bewa. So we got a very local rate that was 9.5%. So why am I talking about this? Well, we've been there for 70 years. We're a French company, and we have a history. But what does everybody else do? What do they do? Ultimately, they do nothing. Because when you go to see them, or you talk about it with them, you say, if you need to invest in such and such a project, and they tell us if the banks expect to talk to us, it's good. But that's 17 or 18% that will accept to speak with us. So with that kind of interest, add the cost of energy, which is incredible, it doesn't work, and the cost of transport, which doesn't work. Ultimately, you see there's a real problem. So now talking about cotton producers, operators in cotton need what? They're entrepreneurs, but they're entrepreneurs without having the status of an entrepreneur. They don't have a company. What they need is they need quality seed. That's very important because today, sometimes a lot of seeds are out of date. Not only about cotton, but it can be about soy, same thing for corn, same thing for corn. So he needs accompaniment. They need help. Some propose, but this costs money. So you have to be able to accompany them for purchasing seed and more generally. And there's also the problem of storage, the capacity of storage. If you have a private operator, they need to be able to accompany all of the producers in the zone to set up facilities for storage, and the response is they don't. You can't do everything. There's a problem of mechanical aid. All of these small farms need to increase their production. We have succeeded in cotton production in something very simple. We have we've trained people and we've accompanied people. Something they can do 1.5, and in Chad it's 500 kilos. It's 500 kilos. So we can see that under the same climate conditions, from one country to another, the yield can be different and the revenues are different. So the money available to be able to develop and to re-inject into other activities linked to cotton, which are lower. Okay. So the solution that's presented is not that interesting because as an economic actor, you can see that this the junior financing is the right answer because today, as an economic operator, I can help my ecosystem more dynamically. But at a given point in time, I need to obtain funding, which will make it possible for me to redistribute things to my ecosystem. Otherwise, we'll just be continuing to talk about this for 50 more years. I think that I find that this is a solution which has one good thing about it. You get public and private sectors talking to each other, and they didn't know each other before. It makes it possible to understand each other better. Sometimes there are expectations of the public authorities or other organizations. And I appreciated what was said earlier, where it was said that the French Development Agency and some big groups can understand them a bit better of the private sector. So for me, indeed, this is the right tool because we talked earlier about the climate issue. Don't forget that in the Sahelian area, there's a huge problem, which is a safety problem. We talked about the financing and miraculous solutions, but we have a problem of security, of safety. So even if tomorrow you develop a crop in Burkina or Niger, you have a real problem, which is the security aspect, which can impact any interest. That's why the solution seems interesting, because if their impact funding, in fact, funds, they will accept to fund those projects. I don't want to monopolize I don't know if I have any time left. Okay, so I'm done then. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Thank you, Karim. It was very clear, very relevant, and it shows really the importance of partnerships with large groups and European groups and increasingly African groups. And it is indeed this fabric of farming and 70% of the population, it was said earlier. And this is an issue that is a major one in contractualization for the success of what we want to do. Maybe we could hand over to Daniel Clark, who directs the Center for the Protection of Natural Climate Change related and other catastrophes. He has a great deal of experience in managing risk financing with respect to his government. And he's going to be sharing with us some issues having to do with the consequences of climate change and disturbances on farming activities in Africa, which they're very exposed to these types of climate change. And how do we remediate the consequences from a financial point of view, and what role can public institutions play, and what role can be played by international organizations? Daniel, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm also the first speaker to speak in English with a very thick English accent. So if you need the translation, the sets are over there. Thank you to the translators. A lot of the discussion so far has been quite positive about opportunity. I'm going to be talking more about threats, but hopefully there will be a positive angle on the end. My work and the work of the Centre for Disaster Protection is on disasters, where a community is overwhelmed and needs outside support for coping. One of the challenges with disasters and disaster policy is the most natural way to respond to a disaster is to wait until something happens and then say, oh my goodness, could somebody else please help me? And often that takes the form of a community asking for help from government. Sometimes it can also take the form of a government asking for help from the international community. The challenge with this is it can lead to poor risk management. Often the support may come, but it may come slowly. It may be unpredictable. It may not be well targeted. From an economic perspective, this is a commitment problem. The issue is that governments do not make a commitment in advance to what they will do. Public policy is not predictable. So an economist would say, in fact, building on some of Alain's work in Mexico, I wrote a book 5 years ago arguing that with these disaster risks, the most important way of thinking about them is as a commitment problem, a public sector commitment problem. We know that government will come in and do something, or we know the international community will come in and do something, but because they do not commit in advance, there are not good incentives throughout the system. And good public policy would be trying to resolve this commitment problem, to try to commit in advance and to try to stop the bad incentives and ideally promote good incentives. So how does this play out in the agricultural sector? If a big drought or a big flood or a cyclone or a deadly pandemic can hit and influence and negatively harm agricultural production, farmers may ask for government to support them, to provide some relief. They may also ask the government to provide relief on debt. But this will be a discussion that happens in the newspapers, in the political space, once the shock has happened, once the drought has happened. A farmer may, or an agricultural enterprise may try to avoid these risks, avoid drought risks, avoid flood risks, or may hope that they can get somebody else to pay after that. So there has been a lot of experimentation and innovation, a lot of it from the private sector, about how to address these solutions. In particular, there's been a lot of work on agricultural insurance, particularly looking at the agricultural production risk, where the big innovation 20 years ago was not to insure a farmer or a livestock producer, but instead to provide a contract that provides a hedge. So instead of protecting a farmer against their farm and what happens on their farm, the insurance policy pays out based on the average yield in an area or the rainfall in a particular area, or the average livestock mortality, or the average pasture level of pasture degradation for pastoralists. And this is an approximate insurance contract. It does not provide perfect protection, but it can be good enough to help to de-risk agricultural supply chains against these big shocks that can affect large numbers of producers at once. Around the world, agricultural insurance, my understanding, a World Bank report estimates 96% of all agricultural insurance premium volume around the world, 96% is subsidized in some form, because the insurance is not just addressing the private, the sort of private sector, private risk management. It's also addressing the political problem. If government does not do anything, and then a drought or a flood or a cyclone hits, then government will come in to do something, and that will provide bad incentives. So it is both a solution to farmers' risks or livestock producers' risks, as well as being a solution to the public policy commitment problem that governments will have, which can undermine private sector. Now, so we know that risk can have a cost, but we also and it can have a cost for private sector development in the agricultural sector. But also we see that the private sector is very important for finding solutions. Governments often find it difficult to commit themselves. So in this session, we are talking about the billions, not just the billions. I also wanted to flag at the international level, the international system of aid often provides support to communities that are affected by disasters, affected by crises, which includes the agricultural sector. We have a report coming out later this week. So we estimate in 2021, about $67 billion was spent aid funding globally on crisis financing. So $67 billion of international aid funding for crisis financing. We estimate that only 1.3% of that was arranged in advance. So 98.7% of crisis financing that flowed through the international system was not arranged before the disaster. The disaster occurred, and then someone thought, well, what on earth should we do? Maybe we move some money. If you're a development bank, maybe we reallocate budgets. We move some money from this place to this place. Maybe there's a humanitarian appeal. Maybe we issue fresh loans. But over 98% of the funding of international crisis financing through the international system is arranged after the fact. So there is a system of solidarity, but it does not provide good incentives. And international actors will talk a lot about risk management, and they write beautiful documents about risk management, but they need to read their documents and change their financial structures accordingly. So the proposal that Jean-Marc was talking about, it does not involve waiting until something happens and then deciding whether to support a private enterprise. It's arranged in advance, because that is the only way that you can help provide good incentives. So linking to the Summit for a New Financial Pact, developing countries are starting to put this on the political agenda at a high level. This 1.3% of funding being arranged in advance, it is economically inefficient. It is also undignified for a country like Pakistan to be hit by big floods and then have to ask for the international community to fill the bowl, to fill the begging bowl. So the Bridgetown Initiative, spearheaded by Mia Motley from Barbados, one of the specific proposals there is around non-concessional debt pause clause. What this means is if a hurricane hits Barbados, there will be a 2-year period where Barbados does not have to pay interest on its debt. So it has some breathing space from a financial perspective. It is arranged in advance. It is not part of debt renegotiations once the hurricane happens. And Mia Motley's proposal is that this should be both the norm when it comes to sovereign finance, as well as within the multilateral system. And a couple of organizations have already committed to offer these pause clauses which are typically parametric. They're linked to indicators of the scale of the shock as part of their loans. Secondly, the V20 group of countries, which is actually 55 countries, not 20 group of countries. It's the finance ministers from the Climate Vulnerable Forum have put on the table this Accra Marrakesh agenda, which includes the G7 Global Shield Initiative. This is an initiative that also is around arranging finance in advance, but in this case, primarily using insurance mechanisms as opposed to using banking system. And unlike the Mia Mottley Bridgetown proposal, the debt restructuring, the automatic debt restructuring that was proposed in the Bridgetown agenda is not concessional, it is net present value neutral. So if Barbados has a 2-year relief on their debt payments, they still have to pay the interest. And in fact, they have to pay the interest on the interest because it was delayed by a further 2 years. So it is not concessional, this delay. Whereas the V20 proposal is concessional. The idea would be that aid would be used to buy down the cost of this insurance. This is also on the agenda for the international loss and damage discussions, particularly in the wake of the Pakistan floods last year. UNFCCC process for setting up a loss and damage facility has started. This year is going to be a big year. So what does this mean, if I may, for the summit for the new financial pact? Firstly, will these non-concessional debt pause clauses be on the agenda? Will other mechanisms like insurance, like agricultural insurance, like sovereign insurance for disasters, will they be on the agenda? Will there be a recognition of this 1.3% of disaster financing as prearranged and a commitment to try to overall increase it? And as part of this, there are lots of different ways that 1.3% could be increased, including in partnership with the private sector. And I think there's a question about whether this will be on the agenda for the Macron summit and where it will end up, because I think as the development agenda meets the climate agenda, this question of who pays for the cost of risks is going to continue to be contentious, and we need to have solutions that promote productivity.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Daniel.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I would note in particular the point that very strong link between the management of climate-related risks and public policy, insofar as we've seen in our works that basically there is the risk that is intrinsically related to the agricultural sector. But what really worries investors and lenders is sometimes the inability to manage, to attenuate the effects of that risk by the authorities, by the actors as well. And thank you for bringing that point to our attention, emphasizing it rather. And I would like to go back to Jacques Vic, who's the Deputy Managing Director of Proparco Group. He's also been the SFI and the AFD. We have worked together over the last decade. We've done more than just meet up. And as Deputy Managing Director of Proparco, Jalal Kinji, we're very curious about what you could tell us. What's the response from Proparco to the challenges facing the agricultural sector, especially for the Women's Initiative financing issues, and also the proposals that have been tabled today? So over to you, Jalal. Thank you, Jean-Marc. Thank you, FERDI, for this invitation. I will try to respond to some of the things said today. Firstly, when we talk about an institution like Proparco, keep in mind some of the factors, in the contextual factors. Proparco is 400 people worldwide, 300 in France, in Paris, 100 in the field. We've got a balance sheet of about $1 billion and $2 billion in financing per year, half of which in Africa, and 500 direct clients. I really want to stress this point, because what I mean by that is that Proparco is not a retail bank. It's a bank that will work, firstly, with corporations. Of these 8 billion and the 500 clients, about half will be direct financing to companies or infrastructure projects, and the other half to do this in very broad brushstrokes, will be intermediated financing to work with banks, financial and specialized financial institutes, capital risk, venture capital organizations. And what's the point? It's to cater to the needs. And I'm used to saying, someone you need 100 euros when you're working with microfinance, 200 million euros when you're working with large infrastructure projects. And today, as you said in your introduction, we have a twofold mission, if not a twofold constraint, which is both to maximize the impact of that financing. 2.5 billion is a drop in the ocean. It's again, in broad brushstrokes, it's 5 to 10% of market share from the financiers. If you multiply that, you'll see what we're talking about when we're talking about development institutions. It's far from insignificant, but in light of the need, it is a drop in the ocean. So we're trying to maximize the impact. And we talked about this before, including in the agricultural sector, and I'll come back to this. And at the same time, try to strike a balance, a financial balance. When you look at financially, Proparco, we're talking about publicly disclosed figures. It's in our annual report. We have solvency ratios in around 15%, which is not far from what's required. We have a strategy plan for the next few years that we've just presented to our board of directors to continue to expand our activity and be active in regions that are increasingly at risk, including from a macroeconomic point. And for this, we need to reinforce our equity, including to comply with some regulatory coefficients. So we're talking about quarter one things are basically at 1, 2, 3%. So we're trying to have a long-term view in economic and financial terms by maximizing the impact. After which, if we focus on the sector today, today's subject, it's obviously an important issue for DFIs. Historically speaking, especially at our group, you know rather well that at the level or for the entire sequence chain, including the public sector, the AFD group is 500 to 600 million euro annually for the agriculture sector, but that means working with states, that means working with public banks, and again, with banks and private enterprises. So we're trying to work across the board, and in particular in Africa, especially in farming, if we look at Proparco, we will work with those who are closer to the field. We're talking perhaps about microfinance organizations. We talked about ABRAC as well. We try to work with them. We try to do this with as much impact as possible. We also work with local financial institutions, both local institutions and specialist financial institutions specializing in agriculture or specific sectors for SMEs. And we also work with agro-industry. And we try to work across the board to be as close as possible to the field, because we're not a real retail bank. We'll be working in partnership with specific parties. Are there actually holes in the racket? Of course there are, lots of them. We're only meeting a fraction of the financing requirements, but the effort made in the last 10, 15 years, which I think started off in part with the Addis Ababa 2005 summit, which highlighted the role of the private sector in the role of the issue of development, with trigger events that made it possible for development institutions such as Proparco, SFI, and what have you, to go further in risk-taking with concessional resources, which made it possible to extend our range of instruments with a growing role for these instruments, which could be for risk sharing to go farther. That way we can guarantee 50, 70, 80% of the risk shouldered by local banks. We can also counter guarantee microfinancing institutions, and we can go further to go into more risky segments. We talked about financing startups, which is something that DFIs weren't doing 5 years ago. We do it, perhaps not enough, but we are doing it. So there are resources, concessional resources there again, to have an economic model that holds water. What we're trying to do today is have instruments that try to go further in terms of impact, in terms of debt or capital or everything between. We're trying to support with technical assistance because the issues are not just financial, but also issues to reinforce the capacity or strengthen it. So we're trying to work on these various segments, and the initiative that you mentioned before with dedicated resources. What is the objective of that initiative? It is for having each of these segments pushing the cursor and go farther still in terms of risk taking and drive our partners in the field to go into more risky sectors. And we have a number that didn't necessarily exist some years ago. And we have initiatives where we work with Investissement and Partenaires. We work with an awful lot of microfinance organizations and specialized organizations, both on the private sector from Proparco's side or from the public sector as well. The whole point is to go farther again, but in a complementary way in the public-private sector partnerships. Now we have the June summit that's looming, and perhaps a few factors for our thinking that we're trying to push forwards to go even farther, because we know we're not going far enough. So firstly, in terms of mobilizing private financing, you talked about a number of initiatives which can go even further. I want us to make a distinction, in fact, because sometimes two things, because when we talk about mobilization, on the one hand, how do we go further to go in more riskier sectors, and therefore how to push DFIs? And for this, we need a de-risking instrument to then support the private sector, including local institutions, in riskier issues. And perhaps we can be a bit more directive, a bit more directional, a bit more constrictive with regard to these financial partners so that they can take more risks. And here I can understand exactly what's being said. How do we push these people to do a bit more than what they're doing at the moment? That's a first issue that will mobilize and finance private developers. And on the other hand, the issue of how to do things to motivate private capital for segments that DFIs normally finance. And that's a whole different kind of mobilization. I think the June summit will will highlight this in how we use private capital, and we need that. But perhaps we need to make change, including in terms of European regulations. You talked about trench funds, and including the initiatives that you developed. You should appreciate that when a private investor invests in a fund that has a first loss layer, the European regulations see this as securitization. In other words, a private investor investing in a senior tranche, even though it's been de-risked, will be punished, penalized in terms of the weighting risk for 1,250 points. What does that mean? It means that a private investor will be less penalized if investing in a fund with no de-risking fund aspect than compared to one which has a de-risking point. It's a bit technical. Sorry to go into the details, but it has extensive consequences. And only last week, we were talking with a top-tier fund manager, Amundi, who said that in the last year, there were asked only very rarely to set up that kind of vehicle because there was that kind of penalization in terms of cost of capital. And on the other hand, we have rising rates, including Western markets, which ensure that the return or the yield or the risk return mix is not there for private investors. So there are a number of drivers which we could work on at the summit. Another point, just to conclude, is to say that perhaps the vertical approach mentioned before is something that we should use far more. Now, we work obviously with the AFD. The SFI also works on this with the World Bank, but the fact that not all our tools are not working well together. We should be thinking about this, to look at this, to perhaps choose different sectors, specific sectors in specific countries, perhaps that should be completely aligned with the country's priorities and have a more customized approach for each country. And there again, if we make the various ranges of instruments work together, we'll be able to push the cursors farther forwards. I'll stop there because I think we should allow for a Q&A session. Thank you very much, Jane. Thank you for your remarks and above all your conclusion, because that means we can have a discussion among ourselves and perhaps with the room if we have enough time. Well, we'll have lunch in 10 minutes in that case, because the 3 points you mentioned, there are many other issues that could be discussed, but I think the question of the perspective for June summit, how to go farther, riskier segments, in fact, how to look at those, is a vast subject. How to attract private capital is, in my opinion, a central point. So compared to everything that was said this morning, we can't attract private capital for such risky sectors. We can't do it if, in addition, for the de-risking mechanisms, it's private capital, and if they're penalized in terms of quoting or pricing. So there is an issue that will concern institutions and the parties involved, but also concern the contractors, in other words, the contracting authorities, the government boards and what have you. And I think what you could put under the label of making a stronger verticality is basically relating actors, putting them into more contact, is research, trading, investors, operators, financiers, that will each have their own expertise, their own know-how, that where we should try and find a tailored method. So we've got a wonderful discussion issue. Perhaps the panelists might want to respond, talk about that. And if there are any comments or questions from the room, they are more than welcome. Well, thank you, Jean-Marc. In fact, I just want to respond very quickly about 2 points. Firstly, is about private capital. From what we can see as an operator, as a local operator, is that there are colossal fortunes built in our countries. Now, these are often wholesalers, importers that profited from a system that makes it possible that to add to the population, you had to import. So therefore, an awful lot of money was generated. I think it'd be interesting. And some of them are starting to have this exercise to say, okay, I'm an importer. I'm going to try and move on to an industrial level and do this locally. Perhaps they should be consulted and we should discuss things with them, because they have a very interesting vision of the business, and that might be able to create a lot of jobs and help without penalizing them. But because I'd like to point out that those who aren't necessarily the most fervent defenders of a transformation are maybe the importers of finished products, finished goods. So perhaps we should take them to get them to the table and talk things through with them. And then in terms of verticality as well, and that's the AFRA's issue, we wanted to bring together to the table all the parties who come from different environments. And when we look at them all, we've all got there, despite the fact that, despite our different experiences, public, private, research, what have you, we've come to the same conclusion, though. And it might be interesting to continue that work in such a way that tomorrow's solutions implemented, that I hope are implemented as quickly as possible, have the consensus of all these organizations and that we don't make mistakes, because the worst thing that can happen to us is to want to come out with something that will just come a cropper. François Burgo, president of the Agriago and vice president of Alpha. I just want to react to what Karim has just said. 10 days ago, I was taking a delegation of 38 companies to Senegal, and I think we have to emphasize the land risk. I was discussing things with Senegalese importers who said, I'd like to produce in Senegal, but I need a little bit of security. And at the moment, it's impossible to get a lease. I'm not even talking about purchasing of more than 100 hectares in Senegal. The issue is more one for Western Africa, but it is a question. But if we don't resolve the land issue, we'll have a problem solving the financial problem. Secondly, and that's where I'm wondering about it, which goes back to what Bagore was saying before on how public policy and how the financiers working with it will secure a private investment. And there again, we're talking about health, public, private policy investment as well. And this goes back to what Jean-Michel was saying this morning. When we look at this as an academic school case, we said we don't need money anymore. Basically, you've got financiers who are giving out billions every year to development agencies to have agricultural output. They just stopped from one day to the next because they realized they said they don't need this anymore because now they're not there. If we don't change that mentality, if we don't say we're not going to have a development policy in agriculture without subsidies, in other words, without the help of financiers, there won't be any agricultural development. Today, it's cheaper to build a seed factory in France than in Senegal because you've got subsidies from regional authorities on multiple layers. And I will conclude by saying that there is an interministerial committee that doesn't talk about development policy, but I'm curious to know who is invited from the private sector to this. I was invited once 3 years ago. Out of 50 people, 25 ONGs, 25 civil servants, and 3 representatives of the private sector.
I'm chair for local development. I wanted to speak with Mr. Karim to respond to what he said earlier. We are people that work in the fields. In farming development that you're speaking about, we have attended a forum in Paris on Campouli, who implemented a substitution plan. So what's a substitution plan? As Karim said, there are big fortunes made in Africa importing goods, and this is financed by the government because Africa at the time wasn't industrialized. So all of the main importers, whether it be all of the grains, have a huge funding behind them. And these big fortunes are invited to the table, they're private fortunes, to replace their import of rice and corn to replace that with local production. And for the real estate, obviously, we call everybody around the table. A real estate process in Cameroon, and the prime minister has to be able to deliver security for 100,000 hectares. The president go even further. But in the area of local and regional, we have that. So to finance agriculture, so that it's totally rural and to feed into the big cities. And secondly, to reduce considerably the effect of importing goods, which destroys the balance of payments. And to do that, we have to get everybody around the table. The government talked about Maputo, Mr. Labiendi said, so there are 53. In Dakar, we talked about food sovereignty, the food compact. We don't know what's in that document. So have to have everyone around the table. We need to have a grassroots meeting so that Africa is hungry. We need to do everything. We're ready. We're in the rural areas, but I can say that production, which is already local, but it's not there's no mechanical aid and there's no funding. So you have to think about doing this. It has to be thought out. Because when you get seed for cotton, you should also give out seed for corn and for the rest. And it's the same impact with fertilizer, but they're not telling us how much corn and how much gumbo and how much. So you need an assessment and to be able to design this in taxes. So if we didn't get cotton, what other kinds of external production could go along with local farming, local crops? Thank you. I'd like to give you a quick response. Thank you for the comment. To go back to the question of cotton in Senegal, if I do a ton of cotton, I have 4 tons of cereal. If I don't do any cotton, I do 1 ton of cereal. So you can see the impact. Today, why? We're distributing, in fact. We do cotton, we do corn, we do soy, but in smaller quantities. Because that means if you want to do exactly the same thing, the weight of cotton, you try to catch 70 years of history, we'd need financial support of significant proportions. But today we're an operator and we're 100% private. That's what François was just saying earlier. For a long time, we had an accompaniment in terms of financiers for development. And every year, there was a lot of money that came and we could do development. But now when you're a private operator, you no longer have access to that money. So if you want to talk about impact and immediate impact in other areas, it'll take a bit longer to open up. I'd just like to finish with its last idea that outside of that impact via cereal production, don't forget that cotton is not only for textile. In fact, we also we deal with seeding. We reduce imports of seeds because seed is transformed into oil. And we're also working with cattle raising. And the toto also goes into it's soy cake, which is not imported. So it's a bit of substitution. So if you have an economic, there's a lot of money that includes the impact of agriculture, and they get a different point of view than just living from day to day. As an agricultural entrepreneur, you have to specify this. If in the future in Cameroon or Burkina, they're more competitive than Brazil or other people that have been working with subsidies and mechanical aid, we have to be strategic. We have to be targeted. There may be 10 to 20 things that we can target in Central and Western Africa, and to invest a maximum to integrate private local partners to be able to give them an incentive to look at these, and we can really respond to the challenge. So that private in major fortunes in Africa, there are big fortunes, extremely wealthy people. You need to structure funding that will help these families to join together if they get along. They don't necessarily get along. But here the impact would be much greater as well. And they would be de-risking each other, as it were, because they're not alone. It would be easier to share the risk and to invest and to have the kind of impact that we were just hearing about in the farming value chain. And this is essential to substitute for imports, and the national policy requires this as well. I just wanted to bear testimony. I have enough arable land in Congo to feed all of Africa. So what about the real estate list? As François said, the first answer is, you all know that. But just one question. On an average, how much do you increase the interest rate You have suspensive clauses if there's a climate event. That's a real source of concern these days. How can we reduce that risk? That's what I'm thinking. I think this is a question that more has to do with the instruments of the French Development Agency. I'm not the best position to answer this, but I imagine the gentleman to the right might have benchmarks in mind about this the specific question in the case of sovereign loans. I know that today in the private sector, I don't think that this is an instrument that we've implemented, at least as far as I know, when we loan when we issue loans in the sector, but maybe there's a mechanism we need to look more into and think about, because we're trying in parallel to work with our customers so that they take insurance, they could share insurance coverage when it's available.
I can respond. So sometimes when these features are embedded in debt contracts, they may not change the interest rate at all. So for example, like the Barbados interest rate, like the Barbados pause clause, the hurricane clause, where when a hurricane occurs, it's just an automatic debt restructuring that's net present value neutral. It doesn't change the interest rate whatsoever. And that's the proposal on the table from Barbados. And in fact, there have been some experiments at the micro level as well, particularly in Bangladesh, that Alain and Elizabeth have been involved with, to try to create these sort of mechanisms within debt instruments. Or for insurance, it really depends on how much risk is the insurance taking on. Is it just taking on the extreme risk, or is it taking on regular risk? Premiums for agricultural insurance can be as low as 1 or 2% for irrigated land, for cereals. They can be as high as 15%. If you're trying to insure groundnut in Gujarat, then you're looking at 30%. So it really depends on, what you pay depends on how much you're expecting to get back.
On va prendre une dernière question, monsieur. Oui.
Bonjour, c'est Monsieur Decoré.
I'm Mr. Decoré, founder of Wally Capital. We are an investment capital, and we work in Mali. Our ticket is very low in order to help very small companies. So what have we observed in these areas generally when we look closely at it? In general, these are people that perhaps need 700 euros because they're blocked in their project. I'll give you an example. A young woman who has a farming activity. She financed her whole project, but she was blocked because she needed to drill a well so that she could produce tomatoes to sell them. And she came to see us. We need some funding. We helped her to do that. Now, compared to the previous things, the ticket of 30,000 or more, people like that won't even have access to that. So we need to see those people. They need funding for this type. So that's just the comment I wanted to raise. Another comment with respect to the problem of financing in banks. There's a fundamental problem, is that banks, African banks, have standards that are aligned on banking sectors imported from the West. And they intervene in the economy, which are not yet at the level of reaching that standard. So when you're talking about rates, should we adapt the regulations to the economy locally, or should we adapt the economy to international regulations in the solvency ratio and so forth? Because African banks need to have solvency ratios that are not necessarily at the same level as some international banks. That would make it possible for them, perhaps, to take more risks and to better finance things and to be better, to target things better. And one last question that I would like to ask of Mr. Alain de Jondry. You spoke about loans index on the climate. So how is the climate impact taken into account in calculating that? Thank you. It was fundamentally linked to flooding in Bangladesh. So these are measures taken about rivers and the height of the water, which could predict how far the water was going to be flooding. And when farmers that were in those areas geographically, they were under threat, they had a contract with an index loan, and the loan would be triggered by that condition. We are going to. I know there's still a few hands raised, but we're going to stop the session now and thank very warmly our panelists. Thank you so much for the very interesting questions. I think we'll have some conclusions towards the end of the day. And we can certainly continue our discussions upstairs during lunch. So let's carry on. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Philippe Leroux, and we've published a paper with my co-author, Peter Lankas, who was not able to join us physically today, but he is with us on Zoom. He said he was connected, so that's great. I would just like, the topic today is how do we get the billions up to trillions? From billions to trillions. It's 1,000 million. No, it's not 1,000 million, it's 1,000 billion. So we wanted to know what's happening and why it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Why didn't those billions become trillions? It looked good on paper. And so that's what got us started. And we were thinking, there's lots of things that need to be done. And there's a speaker that's going to talk about that in the first part. And then later on, it's something you learn in school. It's something we've been trying to do since 2016 to transform totally the way we work, especially in the poorest countries. And the problems that generates, because it doesn't happen all by itself. And the outcome is not really what was expected. And so we have a panel, an illustrious panel with us today. Some I know, some I don't know. To my right, we have Stephanie van Freeburg. She is now Big Boss Managing Director of Citibank. Thank you for being with us. She did a whole mission in Europe to join us. So thank you, Stephanie. And she'll be speaking in English, but we have the translation. I don't know if she has a headset. Then Alain Bobisset, to my right. Alain, the CEO of Africa 50, which was created in 2016 to push the funding of African infrastructures, but via private financing, which started from the same observation that I made about change, is that you need much more private money, because we need much more private money, because with public money, we don't have enough. So he's going to be sharing his experiences with us. And then we have Pierre Carpentier, who's from the Duval Group, and he's going to be speaking. He's the managing director of Africa, of the Duval Group, especially linked to financing. It's going to be wonderful to hear you sharing your experiences. We've heard a lot about Africa this morning. My left now, I have Mathieu Heller, who's the deputy managing director of Meridiam. I like Meridiam because for me, it's kind of the proof of concept of what I'm trying to put forward. And the difference is that it worked. So we're going to be excited to hear you share your experiences. And then Christophe Angeli, to my left, thank you for joining us. After working in the banking sector, you're working for FERDI, and you've shown us a very interesting paper about the impact of banking regulations, but there's also Solvency II for insurance. How investments are handicapped, how financial organizations more broadly are handicapped in emerging nations and poor countries. And online, we have Mr. Alioune Ndiaye, who's president and director of Orange Middle East and Africa. I think he's online. Hi, Philippe, I'm here. I don't know if you can hear me. We can hear you. It's great. I can't see you, but I know you're there. Fantastic. In Orange, I have a friend that was saying, you can't miss the third industrial revolution, which is basically telecom and everything that goes along with it. And the economy. So that's the panel. There are some heavyweights. And I'm going to hand right away to Hans-Peter Lonkes, who is with us in Vienna. We've decided to share the work as follows. Basically, the diagnostics, what do we need to do to move from billions to trillions? Is that realistic or not? And what are we talking about? How much is it really? And how can we succeed? And I will talk about one solution. And there's not only one, but we have to change the model of the World Bank. It's the whole public-private aspect, and how does that work today? And how should it change if we want to have at least a possibility of getting from billions to trillions? And Hans-Peter, you have the floor. Thank you. Can you hear me? Fantastic.
And I'm going to switch to English.
Je vais.
So, as Philippe said, I will speak briefly to set the frame, in fact, on the size and on the nature of this challenge, as we do in our paper. But also on the various levels at which there needs to be action to scale up private sector contributions to development and to the climate goals. And then Philippe, as he has said, is going to focus more specifically on the role of the DFIs. Now, the scale of this challenge is by now familiar to most of us. But somehow, when it comes to the practical discussion, we tend to end up in incrementalism. Two perspectives on this, on investment and on finance. Effective action on the climate and on the SDGs will require a large increase in investment. That's basically how action is going to translate into results on the ground. And that increase in investment is broadly estimated to be about 2 percentage points of GDP in the advanced economies, about 4% on average in the middle-income countries, and about 8% on average in the low-income countries. These are approximations based on the World Bank climate and development reports, and there are big differences between countries. So these are just broad averages, but they give us a sense of the scale. This increase would be large, but it would not be unprecedented. For the most part, it means reversing the decline in investment in these countries, in these groups of countries in recent decades. But for low-income countries, the challenge is greater. So if we go back to the 1980s in the richer countries, they had investment to GDP ratios at the level that we will have to achieve to be successful on the climate and especially on the climate front. If we go back in the middle-income countries, excluding China, before the global financial crisis, we will find that they had investment to GDP ratios that were significantly higher than they are today. But in low-income countries, that would be a historic step up in investment. Now, that investment will have to be financed, and the estimates have been converging on those finance figures, especially for the climate. And when I use the numbers, I'm going to use the numbers of COP27, that was a high-level expert group, and of the World Bank, IMF, that had a high-level advisory group, which coincide. And according to those, we need to ensure additional external finance beyond business as usual of about $1 trillion annually for low and middle income countries over the coming decade. And that's for the climate alone, and it excludes China. For the wider set of sustainable development goals, the SDGs, there's an additional need for large incremental external financing, although the ranges are wider and the numbers are less certain. It is clear that official funding will have to play an important role, but in the end, there is no question that most of the investment will have to be in the private sector and financed from private sources. And that was the conclusion of the Addis Ababa Action Agenda in 2015. Now, how do we get there? We have been spectacularly unsuccessful so far. Since the Paris Agreement, the Paris Agreement and the Addis Action Agenda, net annual private long-term finance for developing countries has fallen. It has not grown. It's fallen from about $1 trillion annually in net flows before 2015 to around $700 million annually since then. That's a 30% decline at a time when the world had decided that it needed to scale up significantly. Now, how to get there? This is a multi-dimensional challenge, as we explain in our paper, with impediments at both the sending and the receiving ends of finance for developing countries. The issues differ across countries, they differ across sectors and across investors. Clearly, there can be no silver bullet. As Philippe likes to say, it will take two or more to tango if we want to make progress. Now, we have an overview table on the various levels and factors in the paper. Let me just highlight four. On the supply side of cross-border finance, there is a need to look at obstacles from global financial regulation, as Philippe has just mentioned, for instance, Basel II or Solvency III, at missing financial market infrastructure and at limited official support. So banks face large and often hard to justify capital charges for financing long-term assets in emerging markets. And sustainable finance frameworks are in flux. The climate transition finance in particular remains undefined. And then there are still only very limited official or market mechanisms to hedge risks through guarantees or blended finance or just simply through hedging markets. The upshot is that there is no level playing field when it comes to allocating capital to sustainable assets in emerging markets and developing countries, despite all the talk. The second point to highlight is that at the recipient economy level, the countries in which we want to promote these investments, there needs to be a heavy focus on country risk and on the weak business environments and institutions in many of the emerging markets and developing economies. Investors are generally willing to take project risks, but they cannot deal with shifting rules of the game. And only a handful of emerging markets and developing economies have an investment grade rating. Here, MDBs and DFIs, multilateral development banks and development finance institutions can help. But basically, this is about countries finding the political will to see through reforms that are generally well understood. By the way, we discussed in the paper that there has been actually quite a bit of progress on this front over the past 2-3 decades, but it needs to go further. The third point to highlight is that at the sector and project level in country, issues or impediments include market barriers and project development capacity. For instance, regulatory gaps or non-commercial tariffs for renewable energy infrastructure. More than half of the EMDEs that were surveyed by Bloomberg, they surveyed over 100 emerging markets and developed economies. More than half of them had major gaps in these areas. There's also a dearth of skills in many countries, especially the lower income countries, to turn project opportunities into investable propositions. Here, there's a lot more that development banks can do, and Philippe will be talking about that. And then finally, cutting across sectors, there's often a weak connective tissue linking investment projects to the mobilization of domestic or foreign finance. The reasons include, for instance, a lack of in-country financial structuring abilities. They include local capital markets that lack the capacity to aggregate exposures into investment tickets that are of sufficient size. Now, and other issues, but in these areas, development banks, both foreign and domestic, can make a much bigger difference. For instance, by structuring green or sustainability bonds in countries. Okay, the impact of all these factors has, of course, been compounded by the current polycrisis. The pandemic, the disruption of supply chains, food, energy, and climate shocks, the growing debt distress, the recent interest rate hikes, and the increasing geopolitical strains. But it's important to remember that they predate these crises. We've had a decline since before the Addis Agreement. So collectively, these factors dampen investor interest, they increase the cost of capital, and they constrain the investable pipeline of projects. The task is now how to overcome these fundamental policy and market constraints and make substantive progress on the ground without waiting for a perfect system solution. And with that, over to Philippe.
Merci, Hans-Peter.
Thank you, Hans-Peter. I wanted to look at a specific case. We're going to be looking at something from, we're going to look at the 2015 declaration, and then nothing happens. What we really need to do is what's really going on under the hood. Get your hands dirty to see what's stuck. The devil is in the details. We'd rather big ideas in a paper, but big ideas are killed by thousands of little details and cuts. So to properly get my message across, do you know how the IFC type works? There's the DG in Germany, there's PACO, there's the FMO in Holland, there's DFI in the US. How do they work? These are public organizations that have to loan money without any guarantee from the state, different from the African Bank or the Asian Bank or Development Bank and so on. It's for public and private. And this changes the whole scenery and the behavior. So how do these companies work? What I discovered is that they work the same way as commercial banks do. There's not much difference, frankly, between what the SFI was doing and what Citibank does or the Société Générale does. Fundamentally, we were expecting a customer to show up with a project, a feasibility study, and then we decide whether we fund it or not based on the risk and only on risk. Obviously, we're not going to be doing arms and nuclear or drugs. And that's it. Once we've passed through the filters, so we're doing origination. Origination means you go to see the old customers who know us, and that's important because we do the due diligence, which takes time. They know all the problems we have with ESG and with ESG. So we went to see, do you have any new projects? Can you have new lines of credit? We'll go see the same banker. You want to renew the thing you did 5 years ago, kind of thing. So, and these are qualities that you don't have from the people from the World Bank. They're not structured in private financing. They know what an NPL is or a write-off. They don't know what that is at the World Bank. And SFI, we know that. Not much, but some. So this mentality is not well adapted to the poorest countries. It was well adapted to China. It worked well in Brazil. But the Malawis, in Mali, in Madagascar, frankly, it's not done much in Africa. In the 2000s, it was 100, 200 million a year. It went up to maybe $1 billion or $2 billion, but we stagnated at that level. And we'd open new offices, but the number of projects was still the same on an average. So you have to understand where we're started from. The initial conditions are important, as is the case in any system. So what we're saying is that there's no strategy. And when you're in a transaction basis, you don't have to have a country strategy. Because you see what's coming in and you structure it. Which reminds me, my first visit to the field in Senegal, we had our infrastructure hub, and the director, he's very proud. He did 500 million last year. And I yelled at him. I said, "You need billions to this. What's 500 million?" He was furious because he thought it was good. He said, "You don't realize, if you want to do those billions, you've got to move the walls." And that helped me to understand something else. It's that you can't reason statistically. If we accept the facts as they are, and the policies and the current status as it is, you're working within, but you're not moving the walls. So we don't have room enough to do more. So moving the walls translates in the World Bank, it means you need reforms. So, and this goes back to what the other person was saying. You know, what reform? And for that, we need a strategy based on a diagnosis. And there was no diagnosis. So we started doing a diagnosis. It could have been country, private sector diagnostics. And from that, we would derive a strategy that was very precise in such and such a sector. That's what we can do. In private, if the government changes such and such a law or such and such a decree or whatever. They're very precise. We even did something called if then. If this, then that. We showed it to the government. We had full sessions with the president of the Republic saying, if you do this reform, we can potentially do this in the private industry as an investment. That was, we kicked that off. Another thing that I realized is that there aren't enough projects. I realized that all of these FMO, we're financing all the same projects. So we aggregated. There was very few fundamental projects. Everybody was, working on the same ones. So we didn't not really adding anything. I do 500, you do 500. It's still the same 500. We're doing parallel financing, and that's more for the poorest countries. The ADA. So we're talking here about bankable projects, and here we saw that this is diagnosed and repeated. So what do we do? And since I was more from the World Bank, well, they create projects. We agree with the government, and there was proof of concept from the AFC, and Alan helped me a lot. he could see that it was, so they wanted to do a joint venture, and they were scanning solar that was worked on upstream. We didn't wait for the client. We tried to bring about investments. It doesn't mean we did a feasibility study, but why not? Scanning solar was working upstream with the government to do solar farms. But there was a lot of upstream work to find a place of the land. How many megawatts are we talking about here? All of the legal work, which was huge, and put all of this into an auction, and to see who was going to show up. And what was important is to have a guarantee from the World Bank, a partial guarantee about payment. As an infrastructure, often the utilities often buy electricity generated by private, and they're virtually almost bankrupt for many reasons I'm not going to go into. But so if we risk that, we got good investors who are only going to be taking risks that they could master, technical risks. The feasibility study was almost done. The land was there, all of the paperwork and the regulatory stuff and the legal stuff, which is expensive and which takes, all that was done. So we were in Zambia, we were able to do that via the auction. So we were able to get 6 cents a kilowatt hour, where it was the normal price was 22 cents. So it works. You can do upstream projects, and the people that showed up, or that won the bid, they would never have succeeded in doing that. They would never have sent an engineer to do a market study. A small market like that, very complicated. It would have taken a year or two investing of an engineer. That's money for a project which is relatively small. So they came, but anyway, they came, they did their project, and they got 6 cents a kilowatt hour. Present value is worth some 4 cents a kilowatt hour. So you can be proactive. I like that word. Proactive by seeking out in projects that wouldn't be done if you let the government do it naturally, as it were, in quotes. So obviously, using under the guarantees of the World Bank.
So the strategy went 7 pillars. I'm going to talk about some of them because it'll be too long. There'll be the CPST pillar, which was a diagnostic. In fact, what's not working in the private sector, by sector, with deep dives, and very specifically what isn't working, why are there so many policies in them? And then there was the country strategy, which was the second pillar that derived from the diagnostic, which means what we're going to do for the next 5 years, specifically with the if-then thing. If policies change, and that was a criterion for the World Bank, and we could do that. Plus, projects we were going to generate because we thought that in this sector, there'd be the possibility of investing from the feasibility study because it would be potentially transformational. That's the second pillar. The third pillar, which is what we call the cascade. In other words, to say to the public, to the audience, the World Bank, and once again, I could say this again with the African Bank, with the Asian Bank, the audience side, get out of sectors that the private sector can finance, because rural roads, that private sector can't do. There's no income stream from that. Is it important for us? Yes, it's fundamental in many countries for agriculture, for access to markets, and everyone knows about that. However, build a port, an airport, toll roads, all of this we can do with the private sector. Credit facilities, why does the World Bank have credit facilities? Well, we can do this on a private level in many countries. It's not just in infrastructure. There are other sectors in real estate. There's lots of things that can be done. That was the cascade. The idea was to say, basically, get out World Bank, of things. Don't do things that the private sector can do. Anything that generates an income, I'm sorry for the franglais, everything that's income, therefore, we can structure a private solution if there's income. If there's no income, rural roads, gutters, what have you, that we can't do. So the public sector can do that. The public sector does what the private sector can't. The resources are limited for everyone. The cascade is very important for everybody. It's a bit more complicated. It's not binary. It's not doing everything all of one or the other. There were PPPs, there were various actors involved. It was a bit more complex than that, but that was the idea, basically. Then I realized that the World Bank was advising governments, and we too, for everything that was developing capital markets, because when we're talking about trillions, a lot of it should come from the countries. But for that, you need the means to direct savings into investment. The same applies for all countries, developing and emerging. So how can you develop, in fact, a capital market? Well, we were saying, instead of having the bank doing things for infrastructure on the markets and the IC that was doing demonstrations, so leasing can work, for example, doing the right glass, that would work, but both of them should work together in a number of countries to have a number of concepts that would work. So it would work. They had to work together, which was far from easy. And we saw that we'd see the results in the 7 countries. I think I can't remember all of them, but there was Colombia, Vietnam, and so on and so forth. So that was something else, which was for creating markets, creating capital markets, because we have to think locally, local savings. And then, of course, clearly creating projects. And that we realized that we didn't have the skill sets for this. We didn't have the people. We had some very good sector specialists. We had some very good deal structuring specialists, but discrete ones. But the missing link were the guys who were making the projects. And there I brought in Thierry. We had this with the management, and they said, okay, they do this at Meridian. And what's more, they make their living from it. So it's not the Red Cross. Sorry, it's not the Red Cross. So it's viable. We can do this. And once again, the idea was to do this in the poorest countries. I wasn't thinking about China or Mexico, Indonesia. I was thinking of Africa and some other countries, the poorest in Asia, Haiti, Latin America, or something like it. That was the target. I'm going to stop here because there was de-risking as well, but there's a lot of paperwork involved. And we try to find some things, and there the jury is still out because with IDA, we don't know if it's going to work or not. We'll see if it's going to work out with the further assessments or not. And what Hans-Peter was doing was, because there's one thing, when I turned up at the SFI, we'd realized that for the last 15 years, the development team impact for this was declining. 80% satisfactory or above. That was 15 years, let's say before 2000. And there we were at under 50%. So there it was heads or tails. If we don't have a development impact, there's a problem. Therefore, we absolutely had to quantify this. So we said, okay, we cannot quantify the development impact. You're doing IRRs. That's just guesswork. Okay, there's methodology, and so we end up with a figure. If the IRR is science, then I wouldn't have some NPLs and I wouldn't have any write-offs either. Now, I'm dumb, but that's how I see it. So we did that. It worked. The conversation changed. And put yourself in the shoes of an investment officer. What's an ideal project? It's a project that's easy to do, that'll earn money. I know what to do. You have to go and see an oligarch and sign a deal. Financially, that's far more reassuring to have a private monopoly than to be on a deathly competing lively competing market. So that was very important. There aren't those anymore, but there was a rating on two things: the impact of the project itself, which could be positive, including with a non-oligarch or a monopolist, but also on the market. Are we expanding the market? Are we creating a market? Are we deepening a market? That was the novelty that was used by others such as JP Morgan and others. But I don't want to talk about all that. I want to focus more on what I think is the core of what is, frankly, how to go from reactive to proactive, fundamentally. In other words, creating projects based on a deliberate, thought-out strategy that's worked out on the basis of a diagnostic. And for that, the problem, and this is what we said in 2016, is that the World Bank should also play by these rules, because driving reforms, it's not our role. You can have a diagnostic, so you need this, that, or the other reform, but if the World Bank doesn't want to commit the government to it for whatever reason, then we can't follow through. It was a handicap for creating markets. Very often, these were regulatory issues that weren't good. The regulations weren't good. They had to be changed. They were too restrictive. And therefore, country strategies, when I was in the World Bank, I was always asking the SFI, saying, what do you want? I have an opportunity, GPL, and say, here's budget support. What are the reforms you need? And the SFI at the time didn't know how to answer, because they hadn't made the effort to think about the country. They were thinking purely in transactional terms. So I try and help them. Now they know what to say in detail. But the bank doesn't want to hear. And when I look at the group's country strategies, they were doing basically what the IFC was doing as an effort. It's a lot of work, and they did a great job. I saw some strategies that were fantastic. But if it isn't taken on by the public, then it's working to no gain, really. And I believe that the president of the World Bank has a huge task to ensure that the World Bank changes its way of thinking, embraces the private sector far more strongly than they've been doing to date, and that they should use, basically, because I'm there, I'll be spending far too much time, they would use their guarantees. World Bank has lots of guarantees. In 2022, including PRG, that's called a partial risk guarantee for projects highly adapted to the infrastructure project approach. It's not everything. It's, let's say, 6 months of payment of utilities, let's say electricity for an IPP, for electricity. And in 2022, zero was done. The world and the BERD did 70 plus billion in loans at zero. And to write up this article, I went up to look at the article of agreement. Go back for the IBRD. Article 1, 1944. It says guarantee, 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 guarantee. The loans were secondary. 2022, over 70 billion loans, zero guarantees. So the World Bank has to become an investment bank. It has to think like an investment bank, and it wants to crowd in the private sector. It has a fundamental role to play. The IFC can do only that. Now, they've got some work to do. There's risk persistency. I don't say everything is perfect there, but the IFC must have a mini revolution and should go to the bitter end. And otherwise, I can tell you the IFC will go back to where they were before, because it was comfortable. When someone turns up with a nice, cute thing with not much risk, we finance, and then we'll say, okay, everyone's happy. But it doesn't mean a lot of development, especially in the poorest countries. And there again, I have to repeat this, I'm not talking about China or Brazil. So we can talk about that for a long time. And another thing, perhaps the final point, and I think there the shareholders have a thing, they talk about ESG, environmental, social, and governance, that are standards. The IFC has apparently the best, but these are standards that were done for the Rio Tintos of this world. And when you take this down to a local level, we're asking them to jump so high, or it costs so much that the investment is no longer profitable. Now imagine a small business or an SME of 100 employees jumping up to ESG levels that even Sweden doesn't have. That's just shooting yourself in the foot. Now that means that there's courage, there's bravery in the shareholders of the World Bank and the African Bank, the Asian banks, to go against the will of some NGOs that are pushing or driving for higher standards without any idea of proportionality of what we can do and in which country. So that's where I'm going to stay. It's a plea to our masters meeting on the 22nd of June. I will stop there and I will hand over, without further ado, to our panelists, because I talked about Thierry Biot in his absence, and perhaps we can talk to you about your experience about how we can create projects and develop projects. Is it worth it? And what's the track record of that? Well, thank you. I will try to explain what we do. A quick word about Meridium for those who don't know us. We're a company of development and investment created by Thierry Biot about 20 years ago. That started off in the OECD countries, and 10 years ago, or 8 years ago, got into Africa. We went into an approach where we were answering to infrastructure bids for the OECD countries, to very complex projects. These were very big ones, tunnels, high-speed trains, all that sort of thing. And moved into less complex projects, perhaps, of medium scale in Africa, where we started off in 2015. And since then, we've invested 1.5 billion euros of our own equity in some 20 projects that we manage across the globe. What we've done is we wanted to develop projects because we started off on the basis that when we looked at the regions before 2015, that there were no assets, and ultimately a single solution, which was to implement teams locally to develop these projects. And as I said before, these projects could be a little less ambitious than what we were able to do in France. We did the Tour Bordeaux line, a 7 billion investment. We didn't want to do that kind of project. We wanted to have smaller projects to start off with solar panels, farms, sections of roads, ports, airports. So we started with a team on site, teams of developers, with a lot of engineers at Meridium. So engineers, project managers, or contractors that basically we weren't doing so much finance. We were developing projects and in which we would invest over time, over 25 years. The distinguishing feature for us is we don't sell our investments. We've never sold one. We deal with our responsibility over time in financial terms, in environmental, social, and governance terms. And these teams on site focus initially on the kinds of projects that we want to develop with two main types of avenue of analysis, so to speak. And it's never really the physical asset or the work itself, even though we're engineers. I think too much attention is paid to when building a new infrastructure project. We focus on that. And I think that's a mistake. The two subjects we focus on is the issue of, do we have a client or customer ready to pay for the service we're going to offer over time? That's fundamental. And Philippe, you were talking about the issue of income, and that's absolutely vital. Is this somebody ready to pay for this project? Now, we can get all the guarantees you want and pile them all up. If there isn't any money there, there's no money. So it's fairly basic, but having the money means being capable of building the work and rendering the service at the right price. So the issue of affordability is very, very important and is often lacking in African countries. We often tend to build, a European group anyway, we'll build things that are a little too expensive, and we always have to ask ourselves, what can we build at the right price and what service can we render at the right price? And do we have a client ready or a customer ready to pay for this? That's the first analysis. The second is the ESG issue, the environmental and social, of course, where we spend at the beginning lots of money to avoid what we call red flags, the problems, of course, but also to avoid anything that can delay the project in environmental social terms. But we don't talk enough about this on the issues of governance and integrity, because that often is one of the day-to-day major difficulties we encounter when we do this kind of project. It is extremely hard to deal with these difficulties and to work with integrity. It's not hard to work, but it's hard to get results with integrity. That's what I meant. And that's once we've done that, and once we're confident about those two issues, it becomes a race, a sprint in a way, because what's often lacking is the speed with which we can work. You need time. We shouldn't mistake precipitation, haste for speed. It takes between 2 and 4 years. We don't do things in less than 2 years in infrastructure projects. So we have to be able to, once we've taken these two analyses, develop the project between 2 and 4 years, which will cost about 5 million euros. We don't do much in infrastructure when you're developing a project, unless we spend at least 5 million, in fact, more like 10 million, to be honest. And that's the commitment, both in time and money. If we want to do something in this field, you have to be ready to lose 5 million euros and 2 to 4 years and be able to have several going at the same time. Because our first fund was in 500 million euros. We were investing in 13 assets, and there were 3 or 4 bids to which we contributed. The others were projects we developed ourselves. Of course, we had to implement them at the same time or in 2 waves, let's say. 1 or 2 didn't come through, and we lost 2 or 3 million euros. And so that's the way we should organize ourselves to get there. If I go back to 2 or 3 aspects, that's how we expand. Once we start with that analysis, that it takes between 2 and 4 years. That's a very concrete work of social consultations, environmental ones, discussions with the government, with state agencies and ministries to define the specs, and really very much in concrete terms, and very much, and there the term proactive is very applicable, because when you're working in Africa compared to Europe, the private sector is very often required to define the rules of the game for itself, which may be tempting to do things dishonestly, but what we should manage to do in the most disinterested way possible, without getting involved, that's not so easy. And that's where the DFIs could actually be doing things where they could have an awful lot more to do, because we're often perceived as supporters of the private as opposed to the public sector. It's the whole idea of trust. There I'm talking about the public authorities, but maybe the private sector will think differently. But there's a genuine need to inspire trust in governments and ministries that are constantly, throughout the process, frightened of one thing, making a bad choice, from buying the bad stuff, wrong stuff from the wrong person. So this is really important, to find solutions at the right price, finding the right structures. We like teaming up directly with governments and working transparently, organizing bids to find builders, operators. We do things completely transparently. We have nothing to hide, and show that it may not be the best possible price on the planet, but it's the best we can find at that time, which is the only meaning I can give to the right price for infrastructure. Because we did solar, for example, in Senegal, even in Western Africa. We started off with projects we started ourselves. We were the first there. We did both. We got out at 65 CFAs at the time per kilowatt hour. We won a bid. It was 25 CFA per kilowatt hour. And each time, the same expectation of returns with very different pricing. And today, unfortunately, we didn't win that bid, but we see solar in Togo, and we were the only ones to provide a tariff that wasn't exactly public, but it was much higher because data has changed, the situation has changed, construction costs have risen, and so as have many other things, but with the same expectations and competitiveness, which means that we're giving the best price. But just to conclude, because I've been rather lengthy in this, another concern in what we're doing is to be multi-sector. Because in countries in Africa, it's very difficult to create initial volume, apart from few exceptions like Egypt, Nigeria, and so on. And in a given sector, it's impossible. If we'd bet entirely on solar in Senegal, as we did, we had 4 plants and we couldn't do anywhere else. But in contrast, in Senegal, we had other kinds of electrical plants and did other projects in the region. And the important thing is to be multi-sector for everybody. It's vital for everybody. I'm thinking of DFIs, builders, operators, to create volume and attention in the timeframes. But otherwise, we'll see more and more specialist large groups that are withdrawing from Africa because there isn't a volume there. And therefore, we have to give confidence to multi-sector people who are trying to do things seriously. And I don't think it's necessary to have the leading world specialists in this, at least in the next few years. There we go. Thank you very much. Perhaps I'll try to carry on in a logical order. In fact, after what we talked about, creating projects, and it isn't done on its own. It's a lot of work. And this is true. When I was working, we were told that my entire budget's going to go into this, with the danger that afterwards this Proparco turns up that hasn't spent a cent upstream. You can say we can do it with longer tenure with a better rate of interest. That's called free riding, and we know how to do that now. But it is a problem because 1 out of 2 or 3 projects will work when you try. So it costs money. You have to recognize this. You have to do the feasibility studies, and the time. It's time. It's not really the engineers' work that's so extensive. It's time spent going from one ministry to another, the deal, writing it up, all these things. All of that. Yes, he didn't know how to do this. So we needed to find the raw skills. We're not there yet. But I want to go back to the infrastructure because I was struck in my first assignment with AFC. I was a young professional. I was in China in '87. That was the Middle Ages. Not the Chinese Middle Ages, but mine. And I was fascinated by the way in which they expanded. How? Through infrastructure. Infrastructure and investment, foreign investment, with requirements to take a local component that were very stringent, very, very stringent, which made it possible to develop sectors upstream and downstream. So I was struck by that experience. But infrastructure, for me, is the basis of an economy. It's policy, education. But I want to go now to Alain, who since 2016 has been looking at this very closely in Africa and share his experience. What would he like to see change?
Thank you, Philip. I guess I'll speak without my notes. I saw your report, Hans-Peter, with some wonderful ideas, really, about what we can do. And which answers the question, is it possible to go from billions to trillions? I think as well, but the answer is yes. In mobilization of private investment in developing nations. And the little development banks will say, want to be working on this segment. But there are things that can be improved, and that's why we're here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. So I got to focus on Africa and infrastructure, as you said, but this can be applied to other development areas than some African countries. It's not an African question, it's a question about development and regulatory issues. Now, in recommendations indicated by Philip, there are a certain number of points. There are questions that are questions about middle term or even long term. There are questions that could be acted on right away to make the difference. So I think that the fundamental point is that we need for the mobilization of private investment to be really at the heart of the activity of development banking. Today, there are development banks that work on that, but many other development banks, in fact, the biggest ones that have a lot of resources to do deep reach, don't have mobilization of the private sector or the private capital in their activities. It's not one of their KPIs. It's not something that's actually measured. And I think we need to change that, how do you put this? That format itself needs to be changed. And we have to wonder about whether we have the right people to do this, to implement the change, because it's not at all the same skills and so forth. And this is the same DNA. But it has to be done. We have to be courageous to decide to reform this and do it. So that's the first thing. And that's why African states and the development bank have taken Africa 50, which is what I direct, to say, okay, maybe we can't reform everything, but we can create an institution by giving an exclusive mandate to mobilize private investment in Africa. We don't have any other mandate. That's what we do. And African states, there are 38 member states, and they gave us a little capital, a little bit less than $1 billion. And they said, okay, whatever you do is just mobilize private capital. So obviously, the regulatory framework that you spoke about, Philip, in your report is improving. And that is an objective, which is middle or long term, so that governments can reach their investment grade. They're going to succeed. We've seen that started already. We can do better, we could do faster, but they're getting there. So I'm talking about what we can do in the short haul while the states are working on continuing to improve the regulatory framework. We have to do things in parallel today. And these things, I can cite 3 things rapidly, and that are enough, which are really similar to what you're saying, Philip. The project development, this proactive approach of rolling up our sleeves and not wait for the government or other instances to do something about it. The same way it's being done. Investment grade, there are public investments that do a call for tender, and everybody competes for that. That's not the way it works in less developed nations, and not only in Africa. I spent 10 years when I was in charge of IC Adventures to develop hydro projects. In Petrosuli, I was said, it's only happened recently once I left after 7 years of work on the project, 150 megawatts. So it's not an African problem. It's a problem of the state of the level of development. So project development, it so happens that in Africa today, there's very few institutions that focus on project development. There are very few. Museum is amongst the smallest private institutions that are open and ready to spend money and taking risks to develop projects in Africa. There are a few, but we need to have many more institutions that do that. And we, development agencies, need to support those institutions because it's risky. That work is risky. You have to recognize as well that it's important to create the pipeline of bankable projects that will attract parties that have money. And there's a lot of money that are looking for projects that are structured so that when we finish structuring a project, people fight to be a part of it. Méridien, don't give them to anybody. And when they'd rather keep it themselves because they did the work. So I recommend the 22nd of June, we're going to be trying to propose a significant increase in developing real projects to increase the pipeline of bankable projects that will create the volume that we need so that we have many more participants coming online in Africa to be present in this market. There is an approach. There's a pull and a push approach. And the pull, we're waiting for the projects that have been prepared by other people and we finance them. And the push approach is we're working to create those possibilities, waiting for the environment at a level where we no longer need, but we have Africa 50 years, more than $100 million that we've allocated for developing projects. And we're the biggest in terms of in private that allocate this type of amount for project developments in Africa because it's risky, but we've decided to do it. So what we've decided as well is to increase significantly the amounts allocated. Alliance of Greening Structures in Africa. We're going to add $400 million to develop projects in Africa. So going to go from 100 million to 500 million. And it's to work with the private sector, to support that private sector, to contribute to funding. We're not doing everything alone. We need to develop projects. It's very important. I really want to spend some more time because it's really the heart of the matter. But these are things that nobody did this in 2 years before. Usually it takes longer, but we can do things faster. And risk mitigation. When people in the private sector are not ready to take those risks because, in electricity, for example, if the buyer is not bankable, we need mechanisms to increase the credit so that we can structure it in a bankable way. So nobody's saying you shouldn't reform. You need to continue reforming, and individually, it has to be bankable. But in parallel, and when you're waiting, do we just sit down and wait? Do you feel no urgency in development in institutions? I spent a long time with Philip and Stephanie. And we're looking for perfection. We want to do things that are perfect in environments that are not perfect. So that's what I say to my colleagues. If it's good enough, you do it. Because if you try to reach perfection, you're going to take 2 years more. You're really going to spend 4 years? I'd rather do a project in 2 years than 4, because if I'm going to do it in 4 years, there's a lot of opportunities you're going to be missing. And nobody takes into account the cost of an opportunity of not taking opportunities. What is the cost of that? I know a little project that people spent 4 years developing. If we had developed it in 2 years, the country would have saved a diesel and heavy fuel to huge amounts, 3 or 4 times the cost of the project itself. Nobody's talking about that. Because people, if they don't take a decision, they think it doesn't have any effect. Doing nothing costs money. Nobody. So the feeling of urgency is important. Risk remediation is important as well. I'm going to conclude with something that I feel is important in Africa. Today we have a phenomena where we want going to look for money, normally, especially outside of Africa. So the perception of risk outside of Africa is very high. The reality is different very often, but the impression is that. So what we need to do is to see there are $2 trillion of assets under management by African institutions. There are pension funds, there are sovereign funds, there are insurance companies, and so forth. We've decided to attack that market and to raise at least a small amount of our amount from these sources. We've launched the Capital Acceleration Program. We're going to be kicking it off again. So a big part of the African institutions will be supporting that. So people have a perception that's a bit closer to reality of the risk that exists, but which is not, risk without measure. But you think it's very risky when you're outside of Africa. So African institutions need to put some money into the African infrastructure, properly structured, obviously, rather than buying bonds, but financing a part of the infrastructure. So we're going to push on that. And hopefully we have seen some successes, and you'll see what's going to happen, because we have a few products in recycling assets. People that have commercial assets that are public assets. So why do you keep those? I know countries that have hydroelectric plants that work very well as a public activity, but they can sell it out as a concession, as a good cash flow. Institutionals will finance that, and the government can get back the money to finance another project. These are instruments that make available to private industry so that we can get more money in order to invest further and raise more money to do what we need to do. And I'd like to conclude just by saying that we've proven, and we're not alone to have proven that, there's that infrastructure in Africa, we can have bankable projects that make money. So how do we scale up? How do we go bigger? I would say, and this is the most important thing, to go faster. Going faster, people don't realize that we have 15 to 20 million young people that are looking for work every year. The needs are huge. We don't need to be perfect. We're not going to make compromise on ESG. We're going to be perfect on that. But about extra financial, if it takes 2 extra years to negotiate a reduction of 1 cent per kilowatt hour on the tariff of a hydroelectric project. But just, I said to the president, Mr. President, while you're negotiating for 2 years, this is what it costs you every month that you're late. And he kind of changed his point of view, because nobody presented the cost of the delayed opportunity. Because when you do nothing, it costs money. It's a very high cost. So speed, and I'm going to conclude with that, is important. Is as important as of all the ideas that we're expressing. Obviously, we can talk a lot of time speaking, but I'm going to stop at this point. Thanks, Philip. Thank you, Alan. That's a Vietnamese statement. Faster determines victory. Faster means victory, I guess. Thank you. I'm director of the African activity of Duval Group. So how do you follow all of these speeches? Maybe by saying that we're confronted as an investor and present in Africa, and with the difficulties you've spoken about, I've felt a few of those. And also in saying that we are part, I don't think there are many of us now, of French groups, family French companies that believe in investing massively in Africa. The Duval Group is a group that's 100% of family capital. There's €1 billion in sales. Initially, it was a pure player in real estate promotion. We've diversified a great deal over the last 10 years, and now we're developing activities. We're #1 in golf management. We own the Odelis Group, which holds something like 150,000 beds in tourism residences or student housing, just about everywhere in Europe. So it's a diversified group. It's owned by a family, works well, it's robust, and that 5 years ago decided to commit to Africa, and strongly so, spectacularly. And that's when I joined the group to take over the management of that activity, starting almost from scratch. Not quite, but we started with one essential thing, which was our desire to do so and determination to succeed. the part of the president to succeed in Africa. And Mr. Duvel appreciates that. He traveled a lot before he invested. And then it's going to be one of the relays for growth in the group. So there's a double diversification, geographically speaking. We're investing massively, and we're in two businesses. We're not only going to do businesses that we know, we're going to also work on new businesses in this continent. And after 5 years, it's working pretty well. We have developed 4 business lines. We're doing real estate promotion, obviously, that we're developing throughout Africa. And commercial real estate, we're developing malls and office buildings and hotel activity. We have a program in Dakar. It's the #1 pilot project in Dakar in Senegal in the social real estate, where the big 6,000 housing units we're developing in Dakar, and that will replicate that if it works. We've been working in developing kind of opportunistic diversity, and we're developing in 5 countries in hydraulic drilling and water distribution. For 3 years now, we've been working in mass market. We've taken over Intermarché But franchises that we're developing in Cameroon and that we want to develop elsewhere. We've been transformed into an investor and a loan issuer. And we're working with African SMEs. We work with Africa for insurance and microfinance just about everywhere. All of that in 5 years with our own money. It's not a usual thing. We do $1 billion in sales, about 100 in the EBITDA. We've invested 1 year of the EBITDA, and it's all been committed to, or basically almost committed to. And real estate are long cycles, 2 to 4 years. You're right, minimum. So we also have the logic of investing upstream and taking risks. And to do that, one thing that was really behind the real will to do this, and we're not just dreamers, even though the idea of going to Africa was to take something on over the long haul, which makes all the difference. To accept that if it doesn't work the first time, you take risks on the project, and ultimately the other project's going to work better. Sometimes things seem totally blocked. We're going to hold on. We're going to persist and insist on it, and it winds up working itself out. And that's what we are currently discovering today. We're present in 8 countries, and risk diversification is complicated because you need to travel a lot. You need to install and set up offices and teams. But if a country seems a bit soft, and maybe we might go to a different country. We have several countries in Europe that in Africa that we're present in. So it's important to work with local partners. You can't do anything alone. And that's a key as well to accelerating development. I think that doing the same thing as we did alone, in just putting together the capital and doing real estate operations that we structure, I think we wouldn't have done half of what we've actually succeeded in doing with others. It's important to work on trust, be able to give control of operations that we're doing to partners that are local. All of this might seem to be counterintuitive. We've been to Africa, it doesn't work that way. A new French partner that has never set foot in Africa is going to be a catastrophe. Well, it wasn't. It worked. So a few of the keys, I think, about what I've spoken about with you today: partnership, long-term investment, diversification of risk. And here, we're a bit surprised in our development and about what I've heard here. I was talking earlier about foreign investment. It's a key item. in Africa, it's an important factor, and it seems that it's a priority of funders. But we don't think it's a priority of just about nobody. So we're not being accompanied by any investment firm, maybe a tiny bit, but not much. But because it's complicated. Even governments hesitate, paradoxically. It's not as easy for them as you think. There's always an investment promotion agency in every country, but they don't seem to, they're not really equipped to accompany and open up the doors. There's one country that I'd like to cite because they're a bit different. RDB, Rona Development, is an important organization. So it's a country that needs to be singled out because they're very good work at this. There's some remarkable people in their teams and a very pragmatic approach. And we're in direct contact with the authorities. So they can react, very soon. And they're not much, and we're not much supported by the French government, to be honest. If there's something that needs to be done, it might be an important issue to be able to create jobs here rather than having French groups investing in Africa. They'd want us to keep the market share in France. But what we're seeing is groups in French banks have been pedaling backwards, and they're saying to us, stay for a while, and they're all leaving one after the other. So it's complicated. To conclude, any French group that has high performance and invest, and we spoke about this morning, financing SMBs, we have a hard time financing our projects. Maybe we're not good at it, but we're able to get something financed by Parco and other by the World Bank. So that's why I kicked this conversation off, but it's complicated. It's so long. And the whole ESG thing, which is key, I'm not saying it's not here. It shouldn't be set aside, but it's taking such an importance. You stop on financial issues that are marginal, and you're forgetting the essential parts. And I think we're not queried very much about external things, the positive things that we can generate, and maybe push those a bit more on the positive effects. Local content, creating areas where we ourselves have a policy to give a part, as a funder of our activities in African companies. We push more than some NGOs on local content. So ourselves, we're going to be investing in African SMBs who are kind of mini DFIs. We are integrating currently 15 microfinance institutions. We're also doing insurance and financial inclusion and insurance for small French African companies. And it's just so interesting. It's so much fun. And Mr. Duval is an entrepreneur, and I kind of feel like that too. I've been financing African SMBs that I met at the time to finance local African economies. Thank you.
So I really want to go back to all of this. It's a one-stop shop in Rwanda, and now it's one more stop in this shop. But we talked about financing, access to financing. When I was a kid, I wanted to be a banker in Africa because life's so easy. Just buy treasury bonds and finance big companies. And then you play golf at 3 p.m. Life is good. There's no risk taking, but that's actually the state's fault. All they had to do was have no financial repression and have fewer treasury bonds. So we haven't talked about that, but that's a very important point. In fact, basically, it's a part of this. I saw Ethiopia, not to mention another thing, the financial repression that was comprehensive. There's no access to the private sector for the banks. In fact, everything goes into the treasury. There's a huge deficit. It has to be financed. So there we move into finance. And then I'm going to ask to Mr. Angeli, because there's a general thing. We didn't talk about it in the paper. It comes up at the end. But it's a genuine problem. We didn't talk about this at the SFI or the World Bank, but we can talk about this with the monetary funds and talk about more about developing nations. Maybe that's not realistic, perhaps to talk to us about this in full, but please give us your insights. No microphone, no microphone. There is no microphone. We've been asked to respond to the paper, and I'm going to do so if in fact, in terms of the globalized financial system. And in that globalized financial system, what I'm more interested in is an aspect that I believe has been underestimated in development issues, which is regulatory, the regulatory environment that is imposed on all financial institutions operating in the sector, primarily in terms of risk, one to do with capital, money laundering, and financing terrorism, measures against it, and then another issue of credit analyses. In the 1970s, we had the conclusion, not the development of a modern analysis to risks, but at the same time, we also had, in a very decorrelated way, an apogee of financial deregulation. Liberalization that began off, that was the trigger event where we started to create off the Basel Committee for Banking Supervision and a whole series of norms and standards in place intended to avoid systemic risks and contagion. At that time, we asked regulated banks to have mechanisms and tools to measure risk, and we told them if you don't have them or don't use them correctly, you will be sanctioned. We'll go back to the 1970s here. 37 years later, 2007, 08, the planet melts down, and banks find themselves that we come to a situation that despite all of this, we didn't see it coming, and we still felt protected. Now, to protect ourselves, protect developed countries against this effectively, we decided to strengthen all these measures by creating in the US, but reinforce and accelerate in Europe, for example, Basel III, where AML issues have started off. So that was the response given with the genuine desire to protect developed nations and the global financial system, perhaps to the detriment of developing nations. So what I want to develop here is 2 points about this risk, which I think are negative collateral issues that probably slowed down the trajectory of this in financial terms and probably to reduce the interest of the private sector to take a look at developing nations outside Africa. The first point is to do measures, protective measures against capital laundering and financing terrorism, and relates to the sector of correspondent banking. Now, the sector of correspondent banking, in a word, a client wants banking services in a territory where the bank isn't present. What does the client do? The client asks the bank to help, and the bank will contact a correspondent bank that has the ability to provide these services. This activity is there's nothing new. We have one of the world leaders in correspondent banking. Here we are. But the activity has been around for centuries in various names. Everyone who's done academic papers knows already, fly chain, all these things. These are all tools that are basically correspondent banking beforehand. The response to the 2008 crisis forced the regulator, or pushed the regulator, to organize. And now, we noticed this, we saw it this morning, we saw the procedures of KYC, know your client, and this means that it is imposed on all financial institutions that asks them not only to have a detailed analysis of the client, but also that it be done regularly and systematically. Now that KYC is imposed, and if the rule doesn't work, it won't avoid risk. There'll be sanctions. These sanctions are subjective, and furthermore, extraterritorial. Now, today, your banking establishment in a developing nation, you know you are facing a risk, and that it is clearly something that can be considered and has been recognized by all institutions as being where you are in no real shape to protect yourself against it. Now, that means that it now has a name. We're talking about de-risking or another form of de-risking instead of planet financing. That de-risking is, instead of having to handle an issue that I can't handle, I'd rather avoid it. How do I avoid it? I get out. And therefore, for example, as Pierre mentioned, well, we get out of Africa. We don't like the risk there. I'll give you an example, a really dumb one, as a continuation of that comment, is how do we measure it? Well, we look at the number of correspondent institutions since the 2008 crisis. We realize the number of banks worldwide has only risen. The number of correspondent banks has only fallen. And between 2011 and 2016, I don't have more recent studies, 20% of the number of correspondent institutions have fallen away. This issue, and economists will tell you this, that means fewer actors, that means higher rates for the services rendered, and sometimes no services. It just, we stop operations in an operation where we're talking. And now I'll use as an example, because I was at Barclays at the time, the trauma experienced by Barclays when you look in 2013, the fact that the state of New York that had a banking license in the US and said, do you know all the clients you have in Somalia? Barclays says, no. No, we got correspondent banking, and I know some of them, but I don't know the migrants or irregular or irregular ones transferring or remitting out money from the UK to Somalia. Well, you should. So what are they don't ask, and they don't say, what do I risk if I do? They just say, I'm going to risk a lot. I can't quantify it, but that could be the withdrawal of my banking license in the US. What does Barclays do? Instantly, they will go back to this thing and look back at this. And there's a huge problem in the UK. Barclays is accused of having an activity of starving the Somali, and in fact, huge banking problem. It comes from one single issue. It's Barclays' inability to assess the nature of the risk it was incurring by keeping one person in its portfolio. The decision to maintain these corridors or not, when you look at what's going on, a choice of economic interest. Now, you'll focus on rich corridors, the not so rich ones, you'll just ignore. And what's going on more or less everywhere in developing nations, and particularly in Africa, fintech claims, and rightly in this section, that it can address and solve this problem, but will do the same thing once the conditions and profitability are sufficient. All of this would be satisfactory if there wasn't circumvention mechanisms or workarounds. We can see that Argentina and Brazil have decided to pay exports and imports in one rather than dollars. So workarounds are available, and some of the sanctions are there. The second risk is the credit analysis. In credit analysis, once again, we have completely overlooked the issue of developing nations in reinforcing procedures in Basel III. We have two possibilities today to analyze risks when you're a bank, internationally or locally. The first is to develop your own internal credit analysis, for which you need data. Secondly, use a standard system. It is possible, but that standard system is based on other credit analyses, in other words, rating agencies. The issue of data in Africa, and here I'm not going to explain it to this audience, there are very few data to appreciate or assess a risk in Africa. So we condemn banks in Africa, and above all local banks, to use standard models based on rating agencies that don't exist, or there aren't enough of them. So we're in a dynamic which is depressing. It's been very well explained in your document, but a figure, 98% of Kenya's GDP is made out of very small or small businesses. 27% of portfolios of banks. There's a problem there, a genuine problem, which we can see. And I can't say that it is forced or just the result of decisions that could have been avoided, treasury bonds notwithstanding. They're required to do this because they have no choice. Fintechs could have offered a viable solution, but unfortunately, fintechs are also dependent on data processing. And the advantage of fintech, and here, well, before I go to the advantages, I'd say they have additional problems as they depend on the infrastructures of Alain. If there aren't enough cables, if there's no access to electricity, well, fintechs are efficient in very few areas and certainly not in all of them. So fintech is probably not a solution. And when I say it isn't a solution, it isn't clearly in financing small businesses. In conclusion, briefly, reinforcing regulatory constraints has really directly impacted countries, the most vulnerable countries and populations. The banking authorities in 2021 alerted once again, because this is done over multiple periods, the leading banks, and said the attitude for de-risking is a sign of inefficient risk management against AML and may have serious consequences. We observed this in the field with people who no longer have access to financial services. As for risk models for American small businesses, if we condemn them to using standard models, job creation through small businesses will be desperately blocked. So the interest of fintechs, and there I think it's really something positive we should take into account, is that they have demonstrated that with conventional data, we can use alternative data. They have developed in specific contexts, such as the transfer of immigrants, they have developed the ability to deal with alternative models that combine these data. It would be probably extremely interesting to develop a system that would be a different system, possibly by sector and probably specific to each country, that would take account no longer the standard model, but the specific models that would potentially encourage the development of local SMEs, would avoid the issue or the dictate of international standards, the standards of developed nations, but that is a change in paradigm, a paradigm shift for which Africa, I believe, is not ready. Now, I think it's a very good way to hand over to Aliou Ndaye, who works, in fact, in telecoms. The tie-in between banking and telecoms and the development of a digital economy strikes me as absolutely key, but we all depend on Alain for electricity. We need electricity. But the floor is yours with regard to telecoms, which is a genuine strategic issue for Africa, both locally, but we're also talking about regional integration in Africa. And I think there's a benefit there to be played. Thank you, Philippe. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having invited me to this panel. I chair the board of Orange Middle East and Africa. For those who don't know me, we've been in the continent for 25 years. We have operations in 18 countries in the region. We directly employ 17,000 people, and our 22 turnover was 6.9 billion euros. We invest over $1 billion each year in the region. In the countries where we operate, most of these are obviously poor country and vulnerable countries, such as Burkina Faso, CAR, DRC, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, Madagascar, Mali, etc. And there we develop digital infrastructure and services. That's very important. As you said, Philippe, at the beginning, digital infrastructure is among the most important forms of infrastructure for the future of Africa as a continent and for vulnerable countries in general. Now, I've been asked to talk about our expectations from the authorities in the countries where we operate. And I think that before we talk about this, I wanted to conduct an assessment as an actor and an investor in Africa. This assessment is that these regions obviously have risks, but they also have a high potential with a lot of resilience, and there we can generate growth and investment that can be profitable. Now, what I'm saying won't apply to everywhere, but if we're looking at a proof of concept, I believe that compared to the Middle East, there's nothing to say. in terms of the potential. I'm not going to teach you anything new. There's demographic growth that's very significant. There'll be more than 2 billion inhabitants in sub-Saharan Africa by 2050. And the majority of that population will be young. Over 50% will be under 20 today. So only 40% of the population has access to the internet compared to Europe, which is 89%. So we can see the gap and the potential to catch up. Whereas 20% of the sub-Saharan population has a bank account. Over half of the population isn't connected to a network. The region has also shown its strong resilience despite multiple and various crises. The continent has always had growth despite the Arab Spring and numerous political instabilities, and has achieved a sound economic recovery after the 2020 COVID crisis with growth at plus 4.2%. And this we can see this resilience in orange countries in Africa, despite all the crises we've had, currency devaluations, political crises, social crises. We had a CAGR for 2009 to 18 of 4.2%, which increased to 5.7% between 2017 and 2019, and has even accelerated in the last few years at over 7% growth. And the Africa Middle East region is the primary growth driver for the Orange Group and contributed 68% of the group's growth in 2022, all of which thanks to a portfolio that is highly diversified, so diversified risks, a balanced portfolio as well, because none of our 18 countries accounts for more than 50% of our income, nor 15% of our EBITDA. We also have a local entrenchment policy as well, because we have local presence, we have innovation in looking at the needs of people in Africa, and we try to innovate as we've done for mobile financial services that represent one of the major growth relays in our business since we launched it about a decade ago. And today we have more clients, more customers accessing these mobile financial services than all the banks taken together. Expectations, therefore, of the public authorities are threefold to de-risk a little. The first is to provide a framework, a fiscal framework that is balanced to enable investors to benefit from their investments. Secondly, second expectation is to ensure the predictability of the fiscal and regulatory framework. And thirdly, to guarantee that infrastructure that we build in these countries and the investment we do are secure. There is a business climate that is more or less healthy in each of these countries. On the first point, a fiscal policy. It isn't always the case. We haven't always had a balanced fiscal policy in the telecom sector. In every country where we operate, there are specific telecoms taxes in addition to common law taxation, because we're perceived as a sector that is extremely profit-making, which isn't always the case. And there's been a FERDI study that showed that in 2019-2020, the telecoms operators were taxed more than the gold sector in all our countries, and the value created by our investments benefited more states than the operators themselves. It was between 43 and 145% of created value that went to the state. This type of tax policy does not encourage further or stronger investment in the countries where we operate. Now, over the long term, it's more counterproductive for vulnerable countries because a heavy tax burden reduces profits and also our ability to invest. In some countries, the tax burden accounts for more than 30% of our income, as is the case in Guinea, and therefore it penalizes digital development. The expectation from public authorities is to increase their tax revenue in a more virtuous way, so that the dynamic sectors there, and these are crucial ones, should obtain benefits over the longer term and not hinder the digital sector's development from its outset, from its beginnings. We have a specific example where some authorities decided to implement a balanced fiscal policy. Now there's a U curve in terms of income, budget income, that has to be financed. That's where the development institutions could play a role by financing the U part, the valley part, so that in 3 or 4 years, the income they would have nothing to do than if the state had actually hindered the approach from the outset. Now, I've talked about this with the SFI at length. We've thought about this. We haven't yet managed to put this in any of the countries where we operate. I say this because the digital sector is a sector that has a leverage effect on all the others. Raul Katz from the Columbia Institute showed in a study that in 2021, the telecommunications industry indirectly increased GDP growth in Côte d'Ivoire by 1.6 points and in the DRC by 1.7 points, with positive spillover effects on all the other economic sectors. And in vulnerable countries, connectivity, this you should appreciate, is the first means of access to financial services, healthcare, education, and so on and so forth. So it's really become a vital instrument for all populations and for companies. I think that in the second series of expectations, the framework, the regulatory framework and tax framework should also be predictable to be able to commit to long-term investment plans. There's a lot of instability in the regulatory and fiscal frameworks, but not due just to changes in regime or political crises. Very often, it's those who sign commitments who come back and actually renege on them. So the regulatory framework is changing frequently in multiple countries in Africa. These developments are sometimes contradictory with the commitments made by the states vis-à-vis us. I'm thinking about RDC with a possibility of taxing 50% of our revenue, which is completely contrary to all the agreements we had before, or in the RCA, or the CAR rather, where the state decided to implement taxes that are twice as high as what we agreed on 2 years before, 10 years before. All of that instability makes it difficult to have a predictable framework to attract investment over the long term. A final expectation, and like all investors, we need to be reassured on the fact that the investment we conduct is protected and the assets that we build are guaranteed, and that we can operate in an environment with a business environment climate that is healthy. At present, there is an insurance mechanism or guarantees, such as the World Bank's through MIGA, which is a tool that has made it possible to promote international investment in vulnerable countries. Orange has used it extensively, especially in the early noughts, in countries such as Mali, Guinea-Bissau, in the case of breach of contract, or where our sites were sabotaged by terrorists. And these are contracts that really worked, that made it possible in all of these countries to invest massively and ensure coverage for the population in terms of SIM cards that exceeded 100%. Now, I think international donors can multiply these mechanisms and enhance them with wider scopes to increase international investment, private international investment in vulnerable countries. Today, MIGA no longer includes Mali, for example, in its scope, as well as other countries. The processes have become much lengthier and more fastidious, and there aren't any real alternatives in terms of guarantees for private investors. Now, that's also a very important point for us. To give you a few examples, in Mali, in 2012, we had over 156 sites that were destroyed. Now, of course, we were reimbursed by MIGA. The shareholder was reimbursed. So these are things that make it possible to have a bit more peace of mind. But I believe that it offers an awful lot more than just reimbursing destroyed sites. It means that public authorities are listening to these institutions, and that when there's a series of problems in view, site, the MIGA involvement or MIGA or the IMF make it possible to bring public authorities in line. And I think this is where this type of guarantee is important. And finally, the improvement of the business climate. Unfortunately, there's a sharp deterioration in many countries, and we don't see donors, or international donors, insist enough on this aspect, nor have they done so for many years. But I'm happy to hear that the World Bank's report will be renewed in spring of 2024 in a different format, which I think will motivate the authorities to work better. So that's where, for Orange, Africa is a zone of profitable growth. When you look at the long term, there's a lot of difficulty and obstacles to overcome. And I believe that, as one of the previous speakers indicated, it's not a core concern of FDIs today. I believe it is, however, a necessity insofar as the authorities listen to them more than we do. So that's what I want to say, Philippe. Thank you to all. Thank you, Ayun.
We're going to be concluding our panel with Stephanie, who also works in telecom, in a very long and rich career. The question we're asking is, seen from Citibank's point of view, which is an enormous source of potential finance, what are we expecting? And what are the problems if you're going to invest in poor countries, in IDA countries, both from a regulatory point of view, as we've heard, but also what could development institutions do, such as the World Bank and other regional, and what are we expecting so that Citibank will take more risks about developing nations and poorer nations? Je vais faire vite. Merci beaucoup pour cette invitation. Je suis ravi d'être là et je voulais féliciter Hans-Peter et Philippe d'un papier bien rédigé, et je crois vraiment qu'il a vraiment posé la question que je me suis posée. Et c'est pourquoi est-ce que je me pose cette question? Je me suis retiré de la Banque mondiale l'année dernière et j'étais retiré depuis 2 mois et mon mari m'a demandé, chérie, je t'aime, mais il faut que tu trouves un travail. Donc j'ai commencé à chercher et j'ai pris le rapport annuel de Citibank et la lettre de couverture, lisez comme c'est quelque chose que j'aurais pu écrire. Donc il y a 25 000 personnes dans cette banque, il y a 250 000 personnes à Citibank. On est présent dans 160 pays et 86 franchises. Et c'est comme ça qu'on fait avancer IFC 3.0 et on le ramène avec le secteur privé. Il faut que ça marche. Donc, je suis à Citi depuis 6 mois maintenant. Et dans les 6 mois, j'ai vu, et je me demande cette question, je me pose cette question, parce qu'il y a 2 éléments qui manquent dans votre papier qu'il faut remettre sur la table. Tout d'abord, la collaboration radicale, et le deuxième, c'est autour de réglementation. Donc, c'est quoi la radicale collaboration? Avec des praticiens de financement, qu'il s'agisse de corporate ou de privé, les 2 côtés pensent qu'ils comprennent les contraintes de l'autre et ils comprennent comment les autres fonctionnent. Et en fait, la vérité, c'est qu'en fait, ils ne comprennent pas l'un l'autre et ce que chacun puisse emmener à la table. et quelles sont ces contraintes particulières. Donc, la première chose que je demande pour le sommet, c'est de demander à Jibanga, nouveau chef de la Banque mondiale, d'utiliser ce pouvoir de rassemblement pour rassembler les praticiens financiers qui ont les compétences pour la structuration, pour parler des bilans des capitaux hybrides. On peut parler de mobilisation d'actifs et on peut parler de plateforme de mobilisation. C'est la première réponse.
At the amount of regulation that holds banks like Citi back. And really, it did start in the 1970s, but kind of post-financial crisis, it has gotten so complicated and so difficult for us to actually put money into emerging markets in any tenor beyond 7 years that we've actually retreated. We don't even have a fully functioning project finance team in 250,000 people organization. I'm going to throw two examples out there. Hans-Peter mentioned Solvency II, which is the European regulation around insurance companies. I want to talk a little bit about NIAC, which is the US equivalent regulation. As it stands today, insurance companies are discouraged from investing in any country that is not investment grade. So if you are an emerging market, your average investment grade, well, your average grade is a B, okay? There's a 5 times capital charge between a B country and a triple B country, which leaves 94% of the insurance money in the United States in developed markets. That's $4.7 trillion. And if we could nudge that regulation just slightly, I believe that we could really make a difference with the big pools of insurance that can go longer term. The second example I would give you is MEGA. So at Citibank, if I'm doing a project and I put a MEGA insurance wrap around it, there's a very minuscule clause in a MEGA insurance wrap that says, if there's ever a large nuclear event, MEGA insurance will not pay out. The Basel III interpretation of that and the US regulatory interpretation of that is, I can put all the MEGA wraps I want around my project, but I get this much regulatory relief. So in any country, I have to set aside 100% of the capital for the project. So what I see is an incongruence. We're using taxpayers' money to create multilateral development banks and to try to create risk defeasance tools. And then we have a regulatory regime that actually pushes against what the MDBs are trying to do. So my second ask, Philippe, and a really good outcome of the summit would be that we get the G7 together and the G7 collectively harmonize regulation around lending to emerging markets, specifically for climate if we want to narrow it, and that we get the Basel interpretation and each individual country interpretation consistent across with regulatory forbearance so that we can do more. And if we can get those two things out of the summit, we really will make a dent. Because I believe that the G20 report on the CAF is making room in the MDBs to do more. But if we take that capital and continue to deploy it in the same way it's been deployed in the past, it's not even going to be a ripple in your cascade, quite frankly. So we really need to think differently. So 2 asks: come together, have iterative, purposeful conversations about how do we actually structure around the constraints that both sides have. And 2, let's do something about the regulation.
Perfect. Thank you. Ok, mais merci beaucoup à tous. On a pris un peu plus de temps.
Thanks so much to all. We've taken a bit longer than planned. I didn't want to interrupt anybody. It was so interesting. The image that comes out of it is complex, but if we cut it up into little pieces, it's a lot clearer in the way that you've done. I'd like to hand over to people on the floor and remote. If you have questions, we run a bit over, but we can take 15 minutes or so for some questions or comments. Are we good? Okay. If there are any questions, fire away. And everybody can try to be the first one to speak. I think there are a couple of microphones around that we can hand out. I'm Chair. I'd like to thank you for the meeting and my big brother, Alain. We met in Abidjan. AI. Yeah, you got it. We've talked a lot about financing in agriculture as well. And I wanted to have a group question here for you, for all of the panelists. Miriam, Africa 50, the ticket is 100 million for the next. So there's a blackout in all the other projects. We got in there, I got in there, I read a lot, and I have friends that were on projects like that, and Miriam as well, the context of the ICTA. We asked that the private sector get into the project. We're taking electricity and energy. Those that are able to put together projects are ITAs. Generally, we talk with governments, but a whole part of the private sector that could be major players, but there are a lot of fortunes that have been created in Africa, but EDF arrives with their project for Nitigal. IFC is behind it. Everybody's behind it. You yourself will be mobilizing all the players to. We can develop this in the ministry because human resources are lacking, but and with respect to Miriam, we could talk about it. My question is a specific question. Other than the government, what can these Miriam and other institutions do? How do they position? How do they take a position in everything having to do with private players that want to get in to sensitive and specific sectors? If it's not Actis that gets into Sonel or others, how can you find in African countries the people that have the ability to get in with their own funds to work in cooperation with you and local banks? That's the first question. And I'll ask another question to Mr. Ndiaye. We complain a lot about the connection. Data is the most expensive in Europe, and everybody complains. How can we develop an ecosystem? And I'm telling you about digital, we have an ecosystem. We've observed the biggest jobs that are created today are in that sector, in IT, but we're confronted with the increase in price. Data is more expensive in Africa. And that's not possible. We're going to talk about electricity and distribution thereof, but in urban centers, we're able to have clusters of project development, and data is a killer. So we're talking about this with Starlink to perhaps work on more practical solutions that'll be 300 megs. And Orange, thank you. It's very all is well and good, but we're suffering. And the last thing, Mr. Duval is going to Africa with the Intermarché group. So we are so we're selling and producing. But do you apply the same theory? How do you impact the development in Africa in this sector of agri-food, where we want to find local products and develop a local production so that we can have, meat and pork and really respond to what you're inciting us to do? Be commerçants and producers. We met in the Salon de la Franchise. We asked you the same question. If it's to go build a center of Intermarché, we're going to have imported products. How am I going to see and say, I'm developing a local production, but can I have some money so that I can sell you stuff? Thank you, to fill in your shelves. Thank you very much. Well, you've had 2 sessions. I'd like to turn to this gentleman here and the lady as well. Go ahead. Let's take all the questions. Mr. Ducouré. I'm co-founder of Wally Capital, a small company for capital investment in Mali. I have a question, a precise question for Mr. Alain. During his speech, he talked about de-risking projects. And I'm wondering what the financial products precisely have been implemented to reach these results. Is there something concrete in the field that you could talk to us about in terms of de-risking?
Given that the fact you talked about the banking regulations, those Basel II, 1, 2, and 3 are too strict for the countries like mine. I'm from Mali. So what are your proposals in order to make those regulations more adapted to the country as mine? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Juste derrière, madame. Vous avez la parole, madame.
Oui, bonjour.
I'm Anne-Marie Dorvet. I'm a journalist, but I'm also a farmer in Gabon. My question is that it's true this morning I was disappointed when I saw and heard the first speakers that were talking about farming and development, and they forgot one thing. It was that there's no infrastructure. There's no agriculture. I'm in the precise case of Gabon. We are 90% in terms of the FD. I've spoken with the FD, but if in Gabon you're connected, if you connected everything that farmers produce, you'd have maybe 30% less to import. But there's no collection. There's no infrastructure to correct things. Another thing that disappointed me as well, we talk about development. There's no development without a real economy. I come from Gabon. I'm talking about a formal economy. In 2024, we'll have 60% of young people that are going to be arriving in the age of employment. We're going to employ them doing what and where? How are you going to employ them? Second thing, or the third thing, is you're talking about banks. I always go back to my country. Most banks are controlled by Morocco. So what do we do with all of this? You talked about the Maputo agreement. You said we should put 10% to develop agriculture, but the aid and the funding comes to Gabon. There's no conditions. We said earlier we accompany states, governments, but you don't accompany people. The people are not interested in people. You're only accompanying governments. In this case, I would like to know, with respect to Mr. Alain, you disappoint me, sir. For years, you're telling us the RDC, the Republic of the Congo, we can light up Africa. But when are you going to light up Africa? Well, how many thousands of caskets are going to have to walk by? We want something concrete now for our children. Give us something concrete and not just promises and dreams. Thank you. Thank you very much. He's the guy that wants to go fast, but anyway, Jean-Michel. Another question here. We're going to continue with some concrete things about regulatory questions and financial systems, which I found very interesting. I have a question for Stephanie and for Pierre. Carpentier, and perhaps for Orange as well. Now for Stephanie.
You have talked about the fact that Citibank had withdrawn from some or many emerging markets, I don't know, and yet you Citibank is still considered as the key player in correspondent banking, as Christophe alluded to earlier, and you're playing a critical role for a huge number of development banks, so also of local banks, national banks in developing countries. So I don't know if you are able to address this issue, but could you, if possible, tell us more about Citibank's current policy about correspondent banking, whether you want to remain in this business or not, because you're probably one of the sole ones to be still willing to take risk in that matter. And what would make your life easier in staying in this particular business? Ma deuxième question est pour Duval et Orange.
Another question for Duval and Orange. Citival is a listed company instead of being a family group. What could they not have done in expansion? And for Orange, if it wasn't a listed company, what could they have done that they weren't able to do over the last few years? That's quite a question. One more question near the pole over there. I'm Boubacar Diallo, a bank director. My question has to do with mobilization of funds from the diaspora and national savings. Is there in the international institutions a way of helping to structure productive investment towards financing infrastructures? Because that's our responsibility as Africans ourselves. At my level, I'm in banking. I see a lot of funds that are intended for investment in France or in the US or in China and so forth. But I really rarely come across funds that are intended for Africa. I don't know if at your level or in the level of your institutions that's possible, but that really bothers me. Perhaps you can enlighten me about that particular aspect. Thank you. Gentlemen, right here. Thank you. Philippe Elinpi. I'm an expert in public-private partnership. I'd like to congratulate you and congratulate the Duval Group who dared be interested in their African projects. And I'm so happy to see and to know that they've done some good business in Cameroon, notably. Now, to get back to Mr. Aboubissel, 6 years ago or 5 years ago, the World Bank informed quite a few experts in terms of putting together PPP projects for infrastructures and ways of leveraging that. There's a private project model or template. Now, do you already have a PPP project put together by a private company for infrastructures in Africa? Thank you. Thank you.
Now, are there any questions online?
You're supposed to answer to the questions.
Okay, just don't forget to call me in at the end.
Okay. Bon, on a des questions là. Vraiment, merci.
Now, we have questions. Thank you for those. They're excellent, but the more questions you have, the more we have to add extra sessions. Each question is a huge issue. Well, not a problem, but it merits a large, major discussion. But I'll start off. I'll assign questions. Now, as for telecoms, clearly there is an issue of insufficient access to telecoms and pricing as well. The cost of telecoms. When something is expensive, normally it means there's a monopoly somewhere. There's no competition. So perhaps ask Orange if they have a monopoly, or maybe it's the downside of their taxation issue. And then we could perhaps ask for the agri-industry, merchants and producers in the Duval Group, perhaps could answer that very specific and important question. Let's start off with that, and then I'll ask for project development everything beyond infrastructure, can it be replicated in agriculture, for example? And I completely agree with the lady, which is what I've always done. No infrastructure, no agriculture, or at least very little. It's subsistence farming. It's local. You can't expand or develop a market like that way. Now we can start off with that, and then we'll go round again, Alain, because you've been in the spotlight 3 times. Alain, Citibank, you're in the spotlight as well. You're going to be there for correspondent banking. And also for the Duval Group, if you can combine that with the question about family-owned, or if it hadn't been a family-owned, would you have gone into Africa or not? It's a tough question because we don't have counterfactual by definition, but I can see what's going on in terms of decision-making and risk-taking, which is what's important. Shall we start off with that? Let's start off with the telecoms. Thank you, Philippe. Well, in pricing, there's no monopoly. There are always 3 or 4, sometimes even 5 operators in the countries where we operate. And yes, there is taxation. And despite the taxes, you should understand the perception that prices are high or expensive. They depend on the indicators and who produce them. When you look at divisionals such as the International Union of Telecoms, which is an agency of the UN, the IUT says that sub-Saharan telecoms is cheaper than anywhere else in value terms. You pay $878 for a 2 gigabit unit, and we pay $575 on average in our countries, in Africa and the Middle East. So it's cheaper in absolute terms. The indicator that is more generally used is the ratio of internet rates divided by the GDP per capita. And that has to be as low as possible. Now, it turns out that it is lower in the region of 224 or 0.42 from 324 to 0.42 in Europe. And the fact that the per capita GDP in Europe is much higher explains that gap in the cost per gigabit in relation to per capita GDP. So the utility value of the internet in Africa is much higher, and it is practically normal for the ratio of gigabit price per capita GDP is at that point. So we're trying to make internet connectivity accessible each year. Rates will have been reduced by 15% in the last 12 years, despite inflation, the increase in taxes. They've been divided by 2 in the last 5 years. And in 2021, 5 countries out of the 17 in our footprint have been marketing the gigabit at less than €1. €1 per gigabit, less than that. Today, we're at 100% with 14 countries, the gigabit at under $1, under €1, sorry. So, as I said, despite what Philippe said, taxes are being high, and we have specific sector things that are really high, sometimes 70% in some countries. But despite all of this, the prices remain, as I said, in absolute terms, are lower than what's being done in Europe and US. Can I answer the second question? Did I answer that, or should I? Yes, very briefly. Very briefly. Jean-Michel's question. To be brief, if Orange Group hadn't been listed, had been privately owned, they would have decided to accelerate the investment in Africa. They would have decided to accelerate, in particular, to ensure its presence in the leading countries in Africa, Nigeria, Ethiopia, etc., where, as we can see, operators have had growth of over 25%, and EBITDA margins that exceed 50%. There's no reason to be away from these countries, absent from these countries, other than the risk perceived by investors investing in the stock market in Orange, not because Orange is an asset present in Africa with 15% of its turnover, but because Orange has only 15% of its assets in Africa. So I think that perception, if it wasn't there, Orange would have actually gone faster to expand in Africa and ensure greater profitability. Thank you, Philippe. Let's carry on perhaps with the Duval Group. So the two questions. Well, very briefly, thank you. On the first point, today, 70% of what is sold in our stores from Intermarché in Africa is locally purchased. We purchase only 30% from the Intermarché purchasing center. And Intermarché is a central purchasing office that has no minimum levels. So we like that because it's their culture and it's completely in line with our way of doing it. We're trying to reduce their proportion, increasing the volume. That's great. They entirely agree with that. They wanted to reduce it to 20% and have maximum local supplies because it's fresh. There's no choice now whether that risk will happen to the end. Without them, no, but we've already spoken with them. Maybe in time, their producer business to invest directly in Africa will prompt them to do so. It's thinking that they've already had. You've already mentioned it with them. It'll take some time because their history in Africa is quite recent. I think we're the first partner with Gabon as well. In fact, otherwise, there are lots of new entrants, in fact, after Carrefour and Auchan that have been there for a long time. More generally speaking, as a family-owned group, okay, that makes it possible to work in an environment that is driven by values that are very strong, that guide our actions. And since I joined the group with the Duval family, our objective is to be effective financially in Africa, but also to have non-financial or extra-financial performance, not only because we've got these very strong values, but because that's the only way you can do this over the long term. You really, to be effective on both pillars, so in the general retail sector, you should have values because we might be killing with modern descriptions, with tradition. Are we going to cohabit? Are we going to take market share? But we're all trying to say is that at least we should structure these sectors, give outlets for local produce, distribute in each of our stores where we've got special aisles for local produce, for example. We try to highlight in Cameroon, for example, and we're convinced that's how we have to operate. And then we say over time, we want people to actually say, okay, I want to go to Intermarché because it's cheap, it's good, and what's more, it's a responsible actor. Something like that. In the second point, Jean-Michel, I don't think we've done much, honestly, because the first few years, part of that, there is some of it is listed that it blocked our African development. We didn't highlight that part, in fact, until practically this year. The image is extraordinarily poor. We can explain everything in terms of methods, the way we go about things. There was a terrible fear by the Duval Group that said our banking partners that have been with us for years in France in our real estate projects are saying, what the hell are you doing? Microfinance? That's nice. But what's come over you? Have you lost your way? It's very dangerous. So there's a genuine issue we all know collectively that we need to change the image, despite growth, despite the demographic dividend that you are attached to. But of course, we have to invest in Africa. But in fact, once we say we're going to, they say, oh, it's dangerous, it's risky, and they talk about the catastrophe scenarios, which is why we're at the beginning of something that's starting to work. I believe that the history of the Duval Group is not to say that the Duval is working well. I think we have an advocacy role that we should fulfill and say, yes, it can work. And it might make it possible to succeed. Thank you. Alan, over to you. You've been called on a few times. No, it's nice to be aimed at. Okay, he who loveth the child chastiseth, as we say. As I said before, for investors and promoters and developers, we don't just work with governments. We are actively seeking promoters and investors in Africa to work with them. The thing is that infrastructure problems have high capital intensity, and it's true that we don't have many promoters, investors in Africa that can access large-scale capital. But we have one or two examples of projects, and I'm very proud of those, with American developers. We got Genza project, we did this with Ghana, with a Ghanaian. We were selling electricity to gold mines. And we did this project, and it went down very well. We made a lot of money, we had a lot of impact. Recently, not so long ago, perhaps 6 months ago, we invested in a platform developing juxtapose security checkpoints at frontiers. It's Mr. Mori is an African promoter, and I said to him, we will support you, we'll make you an African champion because you started off and we will support you. We invested $20 million in his company to have even more frontier checkpoints. So we are looking for African promoters, but I can understand that there isn't that much available capital, which is why with our initiative at the GIA, the Alliance for Green Africa, where we've raised $400 million for projects, and we decided that 1/3 of that $400 million would be allocated only to African developers. Another third would be Africa 50-50, and 1/3 global. So 1/3 would be earmarked for African developers who could do things with it. When I managed IC Infraventures, when I was there were lots of developers with projects. That's how we opened up in India. But in Africa, we don't have that much. And that's not good. So we have to find a way of developing these American developers that will develop projects like Meridian, alongside people like Meridian. I want to go back to the second question. I think it still is a bit expensive. Ayuna talked about this. And it's a structural problem as well. It's internet broadband for your telephone. You have to create more infrastructure. You need fiber in our continent. There's a lot of fiber connections on the coastline. There's very little that cross the continent. And that's why, and there we signed an agreement with our competitors, with MTN. We will invest in fiber connections to link a dozen countries in Africa with broadband, east-west. So, and that's not enough. We need more. We need more, better density in Africa to ensure commerce in Africa. We will do this. Orange is doing this, but we need more, and we want to do this. This will reduce costs as well, because internet, I think we can make cheaper. For de-risking financial products, there are multiple that are available. There's MIGA, there's PRG, but it's very complicated to access this. So we need a way of being faster in accessing these products. It has to be simpler. It has to be more market friendly. It takes too much time. It's just not possible. So that today, these are default instruments practically. We can't do anything better. And in fact, we should have these instruments because they're interesting to have and we can work faster with them. The person from Gabon, thank you very much for your comment and your disappointment. Inga, you were talking about Inga. There's something that I learned to say. I could say quickly what I can't do and what I can do. When I say I can do it quickly. And when we were asked to look at Inga, we have a balance sheet of less than 2 billion at Africa 50. It's about 850. 850. I've just been corrected. Inga's 3 is 10 billion. We can't get involved. And I'll tell you, others may be involved. But where we are involved, the President Tshisekedi and President Sassou gave us the bridge over the Congo River. That is what we will do. That's about 600 million in the project. That's a transformational project. Between Kinshasa and Brazzaville, you have to take a ship which is terrible. Why can't we build a bridge? It's Middle Ages. Now that we can do that, when we can do it, we say so. When we can't do it, we say so as well. The PPP raised by Africans, I've already addressed that, and the mobilization of diaspora funds. For the time being, we don't know how. We will invest in a fintech that will work in that field, but I don't have much to say about that in terms of what we do in that. Africa 50 is an institution that is young. We've only been around for 5-6 years of operations. We've already invested in some 20 projects across 16 countries in Africa, and we have a huge pipeline, and we will show that we can do things quickly that'll also make money. So there. Thank you, Alain. Stephanie.
Thank you, Philippe. Maybe two things on regulation. Let me come back to first the question on Mali. So what we really need is the G7 at the national level and the interpretation of Basel to recognize that the multilateral development banks that are AAA rated have created risk defeasance tools. And if those risk defeasance tools, like the umbrella B loans, can be used in these structures in countries like Mali, then banks like Citibank should have zero capital set aside, not 150%. Today, if I tried to do that with a B loan from the IFC, as an example, I would have to set aside 150% of the capital of the loan, which makes it infeasible to actually finance and too expensive for the sponsor. So once Alan gets those projects created in Mali and we fix the regulation, we can come into that deal. Then to, correspondent banking. So Citibank's correspondent bank is really in some ways the crown jewel of the organization. We move somewhere between $4 and $5 trillion around the globe every single day. And our franchise network in our 86 countries really helps protect our ability to continue to do that. But Peter Thiel once said, and Peter Thiel is the founder of PayPal, get out ahead of regulation and apologize later. Citibank and all of the other banks have never gotten out ahead of regulation. We're actually burdened by compliance. And if you look at the size of our compliance organization, and every time something goes wrong, and quite frankly, Silicon Valley Bank and Republic Bank are not going to help the big money center banks. They layer an additional piece of regulatory compliance. I was at Citi in the first 90 days. I had to take 60 online compliance courses to be up to date with the compliance courses that Citi staff have to take. I probably take 2 a month. So, it's time consuming and it's very expensive to say to a senior resource, this is how we want you to spend your time. So at some point, the cost is going to break even Citi's organization. And if you look at the differential in our share price against Bank of America or JP Morgan Chase, the size and cost of that compliance is there and it's built into that structure. And at some point, our shareholders are going to say, this is enough. We're going to have to back away. So what we really need is a full review of all of the compliance that has been put into place since 2008 and said, ask ourselves what's worked, what's improved AML CFT, what has hindered AML CFT, and what's actually prevented the capital that we're sitting on flowing into emerging markets in a more meaningful way.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais passer à Hans-Peter.
Thank you very much. I'll ask to Hans-Peter. Would you like to take the floor?
Thank you, Philippe. And it's really just to say those were fantastic comments from the panel. I think they will really help us a lot in adding color to our paper. But I was also thinking about what we can draw from this for the summit in June. And been inspired there by what Stephanie has said. We need some simple high-level messages with a big impact that we can ask to transmit to the summit, and the regulation message to initiate a review of these regulations with a view to the interests of developing countries and the climate would be one of those. Another, with all the various reforms and various dimensions that we have sort of flagged here during the conversation, I think what might be most important in driving this kind of change is that the heads ask the MDBs to grow, to set ambitious targets for their growth. A lot of the other things are going to follow from that, and it's missing from the conversation. the high-level expert group for the COP27 set a target, and I think it would be good if we could ask the summit to take that up. It's that the MDB system should grow by 3 times in order to provide its contribution to the achievement of these objectives. To set a target which can then be translated into each of these MDBs would be very important. And a corollary of that target is what Alain said earlier, I think was one of the first things he said, which was that mobilization ought to be a core KPI of these institutions. So if we think about what we can transmit from this discussion to the summit, of the nature of requests that we could make there, this is what I would suggest. Thank you, Philippe.
Thanks, Hans-Peter. Since I'm going this way, on the question on remittances, the World Bank has done a lot of work on that. And I remember when I was vice president for ECA, which is Central Europe and Eastern Europe and Central Asia, Kyrgyzstan has about 50 or 60% of GDP are remittances coming from Moscow, most of it, but not all. You have the Comoros, same, where Marseille is paying, I guess, 40% of GDP. The problem is that we looked at what happened. There are many issues because we thought like you, why if we can use that as an investment, but tools? And so we did a lot of studies and we found that first, a lot of this money is not for investment, but it's for consumption. It's de facto a safety net in many of the poor countries. So there's relatively little to really invest. What we worked on is the tariff used, the fees used by the intermediary to sell the money, which was completely crazy. So we did some work with the PayPal of this world to lower the transaction costs for the migrant workers. But what we didn't do, but that has to do with developing a small capital market in these countries. So that, again, you know where to invest. If you want to invest, even if it is 10%, and this is missing. That's why we talk about the developing the capital markets. And again, capital markets, you don't have to become a Wall Street and start with different layers of complexity and start at the bottom. So very quickly, that's on the remittances, which, by the way, is a good question because remittances are many times what MDBs are doing in terms of volume. But it's consumption. The vast majority is a social safety net. Consumption for the families that stayed behind. Maintenant, je me retourne vers vous. Je sais pas, je parlais en anglais ou en français. Je me mélange. Ah, pardon.
Vous avez l'accent, c'était en français. C'est bien. Merci. Non, moi je voudrais juste.
I would like to give a few examples of some concrete things that could be done. In Uganda, they have historical relationships for decades. Within the finance a syndicated loan from 2007 to 2008, we realized that banks around the table that are financing for dozens of years, they can no longer finance Uganda. Why? Because they have a partner that's not nice and who's being sanctioned. So this discussion is a discussion that requires discussion with the regulatory authorities of their country, which requires a specific exception, and that's not effective. What Stephanie indicated about Citibank is both positive for Citibank, but it's also very negative for the world of correspondent banking, because a lot of things happen and wind up at Citibank, the direct payment of corresponding people and letters of credit, because people that want to have avoid having risk, they use specific tools. And to do that, they need an entity with good standing. And who is it? It's Citibank. So you're creating concentrated monsters in one single business, which is not beneficial to development of the activity over the long haul. And the third aspect, I recall a project that we hesitated investing in Mozambique, in a gas project. We hesitated to invest because we didn't know the market very well, and we had a hard time getting a handle on the risk that we might be taking. And talking it over with people, we realized that the AFD was ready to finance a small minimal portion of that project. They felt that they had enough information about the risk of the project, and Barclays decided to follow the recommendations of the AFD, the French Development Agency. So sometimes don't shed enough light on parallels between public and private financing and how they could be used. And the public has sometimes information that the private industry could be interested in. So that's why we need to structure that so that it can be natural to communicate with each other. I'm not going to hide you that this discussion took a few years, a few months, and ultimately somebody imposed that we used a ratings agency to use the AFD as a ratings agency. Just a couple of words about farming and partnerships with private actors in Africa. The projects we do are mainly public service projects to provide services to the population and governments. The governments have the power to give these concessions, but the purpose of the project is to make it available to the population. And what Alan was saying is that we're working with the partners in Africa. And however, we have to talk more about developer and operator in terms of needing capital. And the expectations can be more important about, for example, we're working on a project of a biomass center with SIFCA in Côte d'Ivoire. And what they do is playing the role of the operator and rather than the investor. And that's something that globally crops up a lot, not only in Africa. We have more than $1 billion of own equity, and not 1 cent of that comes from the family. It's mainly institutional players because they are funding the infrastructure traditionally. In France, that's always been the way, and it's that way in many countries. So, but we often fall back on private investors. Maybe they are less aware of the risk, but what happens, and be that as it may, their investments are much heavier and much more. It's not 15%. They're looking for much more. So I think it's not effective to target those pockets of capital to do infrastructure. They can develop industrial groups to build, to operate things, to develop things. That's relevant. But to invest, what we're doing and what we try to promote is to work and be associated with local institutional actors and private funds and institutional funds. And we did a solar farm in Senegal with FGS. We did a dam in Gabon. And the expectations for yield are more in line with the capital we're looking for, and African governments need this. So I think, in any case, our point of view on this, and a word about farming, is what we like are projects, as I mentioned at the beginning, that is something that's multi-sectorial. And this project of biomass in Côte d'Ivoire is a project to gather 500,000 tons of agricultural waste and produce electricity with it. And that's something that was hardly to structure because the few CFA of additional tariffs we had to pay per kilowatt hour because it costs a tiny bit more than the gas project. And there's a big gas project in Côte d'Ivoire. So to succeed in deriving this value from the 1,000 jobs that we're going to be creating over time to do this, and the affiliate we're going to be setting up is hard because between the taxes and the it more than compensates the additional cost. So it seems absurd. It's hard to defend this type of position, even though it's illogical. So via these projects and through and with support, obviously you can imagine PPPs and subsidies, and we're thinking about it. We might even be doing things in this area. There's still a lot of things that remain to be done, but the number one problem is real estate. Thank you so much. We have reached the end of our session. We've taken a lot of your time. I'd like to say just a word in guise of a conclusion. As Alan said, there are reforms, it takes time, but we need to do something right now as well. So between those two, what I've discovered is this is practical, it's not theory. When you have a project that's concrete, you can, thanks to the project, you can push reforms. It's intuitive. You say the World Bank is top down, we do, and it'll come. No, it goes both ways. A project, because it's concrete, and generally, public authorities realize that there's immediate benefit. It's not la land, but we might have to change such and such, regulations. And it works both ways. It's not you do the regulations first. And so, and the last thing I want to say, and I think it was said already, but I like to underline it, is that when I see institutions that work with the public, such as the World Bank and so forth, I agree that they can multiply whatever we do by X, and it's not a percentage. But there's a fundamental problem of culture. Stephanie was saying that public has to talk more to private and vice versa. And our problem is that, when I see my former colleagues at the World Bank, for the vast majority, they don't understand much about finance. And on the contrary, the people at AFC don't understand the economy of development. And I think that where we have a real advantage is to mix those together. But it's hard to mix these because it's it's salad dressing, it's oil and water, oil and vinegar. And for me, that would be the real reform that needs to happen, that the World Bank has to move towards an investment banking and be more interested in finance. They need different skill sets, and that people such as AFC or POPACO or DEG have to understand better the economy, because it is an opportunity. It's a land of opportunity. It's an externality, as we say. And sometimes it might seem strange, but there is not this integration. And if it doesn't work, we will remain very far from being unified. So that's my last word. I don't know if Hans-Peter thinks it's possible, but at least to multiply the flows that have gone down since 2015, we have to multiply those by a factor of 2 or 3, perhaps. But there are changes that need to be made institutionally and governmentally. I'm a bit more reassured about governments because everybody has fiscal problems, and that's where generally governments see the virtue of private investments. So I think there will be a big opening for Alan, and your business will prosper in the coming years by default and for tax reasons. Thank you in any case. Thanks to all of you. And long live the revolution.
So thank you very much indeed. And Philippe, Jean-Marc, Jean-Michel, Alain, as agreed, let's have a brief summary session with these 2 questions. The first is, what's the main message, briefly, that you would like to convey after these discussions to the leaders at the summit? The summit declaration will be 3 pages long, and we should say that we need a strong and specific message. I believe that Hans-Peter did the summary before, but it would be interesting, I believe. What point would you like to see, God willing, in the final declaration? And secondly, I think it would be interesting in these 3 fascinating sessions whether you support the conclusions, the findings of the others, and we've seen that there have been other things off mic. We can't hear what the gentleman's saying. We can see the links and the consistency between the 3 messages. But once again, we have to be ensured that it's your perception. Who would like to start? In order for each session? Maybe you'd like to start. Yeah, I wasn't here this morning, so I can't say anything. So, Jean-Michel, first of all. First of all, I think it was an incredibly rich day. There's been some fascinating discussion for those who are fortunate enough to attend all 3. And it's quite complicated given the plethora of messages. They can either become so simple or so simplistic they'll lose their meaning. But nevertheless, I'd say some things. Firstly, in terms of what it means for the summit meeting, we have a huge need to increase investment that arises from climate change issues, demographic issues, and there is a significant proportion for that increase, and that's where the message lies, from the FBCF, where the investment should be based on international contributions, private or public, but the levels of savings in countries will have difficulty, and even more in poor countries and vulnerable countries. The savings levels for these countries on their own will find it extremely difficult to face the challenges before us. And I think there it's very, very important, because if we talk about this, we're talking about international cooperation, what brings us together. That means our independencies, and in a time when we tend to divide up and spread out. I think that is fundamental. The second thing that I think emerges from all of these discussions is that we have, if we agree on the fact that the proportion of private actors in financing development is a general thing, should increase. We do have a very complex and diversified agenda, because there are at least 3 categories of subjects that are quite different, even though there are interactions. There's the role played by the private sector, in particular financing to finance states through debt. That is crucial. There is the role played by, and we talked about this at the roundtable in Philippe's session, played by DFIs and leading international banks and financial markets as well across the globe. And finally, there's an issue that we mentioned at length this morning, which is mobilizing the national or domestic private sector and growth of domestic companies. These 3 issues are different. They call for different policies, even though there are interconnections between them. They're not completely impermeable of each other. And one of our difficulties in methodology is not to drown the discussion, is to get to, in particular for us, to the second and third ones, as we haven't talked about private financing of states, is to find for each of the 2 other subjects a small number of points that are crucial. And I would say that what really struck me, for example, in the recent roundtable, we mentioned at length an issue where we're very bad, which is regularizations, and this might require originality in this, but these aren't the only ones. I'd also say that in this complexity, there's an infrastructure agenda and a concrete one as well. And in the panel that struck me that Philippe ran or moderated, is there's a very specific issue for infrastructure that I have known for many years, which is quite different from the corporate agenda. Are we talking about DFI corporate agenda or the private domestic sector agenda? And there, I believe, also we'll have to clarify clearly these different agendas, because we have messages on these issues that tend to be developed in this way. So to summarize these points, I think that one of the things that we'll have to do for this summit is try to clarify the fact that there are different issues that are not impermeable or hermetic, but that require differentiated measures that work on different registers, and they're all equally important, and they all deal with essential issues. My final point is that irrespective of the issue, we are going back to the issue of public finance in this private sector of international financing, and what we call DFIs, public and private, of private actors. And I think that even this agenda is in its early days. It still requires a reform of this sector for development agencies. This could be for Patrick's roundtable, to Philippe, to private sector friendly. it could also be, as we said this morning, to modify the economic models and support small companies and entrepreneurship to take more specific risks depending on the region, which it can't handle at present, or perhaps to be more efficient on a wider scale. So there is an agenda for development banks, private development. Let's not go back to this in detail. And I think that for this summit, raising this message, asking for reform of their instruments, talking concretely of PSW or the World Bank, and say, you governments, you have a direct action for these actors that are your property. You can take quick measures to reform them. And in that agenda, that is an international one where you have much to do, please don't miss out on that. Please do so quickly. Thank you very much. Perhaps from the two agricultural specialists, let's call it that way, that in your proposals, there were financial tools, just like in Jean-Michel's proposals. How is all this structured? Do we have to coordinate what your panel said with what was already said before? And we've seen the presentation done before, the link between infrastructure and agriculture. What applications for the message of financing that we want to do? There are 4 important lessons, in fact, from the panels and discussions that I've had. Firstly, put financing to help development, not the other way around. Starting off, we should not with a development agenda. We should have the ability to think development, plan development, and look at the economic, social, and environmental parts of development. For this, we have to go back to planning, which is the big thing that's missing from the current system. After the Washington Consensus, the Mexican debt crisis, we've liquidated all planning institutions. Planning means data, means consultation, means a vision of the future, but it's also a way of reconciling economics, social, and politics. Finance will follow that planning effort, and we make planning work for development. Secondly, I believe, is to be able to start off from demand and create value chains that create opportunities and tie cities to the countryside. The big thing is that the countryside produces for itself and for export, and cities import and are fed from outside. And what we need in terms of development agendas and to support the economic life of people in the country, where poverty actually takes refuge, is to have value chains that create opportunities that tie in this to opportunities. And we have to start off in cities to bring them closer to the countryside so that people in the countryside know what to produce and what quality to be competitive with imports. The third important point is the theme of risk. I believe that Patrick at FERDI said this as he talked about risk vulnerability. And we've seen this in discussions that basically we don't know much about it. We've got instruments, additional insurance works, let's say, pretty well, but technology, there's a huge lack in R&D that's appropriate for local conditions in Africa, where there's an awful lot of disparity, and there is technological solutions, especially for climate change, have to be local and locally tailored and generated locally and locally tested. So we have a major risk deficit, including the final theme, which was developed, including by Daniel, which is free commitment. In other words, leagues of credit, and there's a policy for this. Does a policymaker like free commitments, or to use, in fact, this, for example, what happened in Turkey recently? We can see that it can work. And finally, public-private, we've seen the importance of integrated with civil society. I think the big thing that's missing from the discussion today was civil society. Where are the organizations? Where are the unions? Where are the pressure groups that keep government honest with what they do if there isn't civil society? So I think we really have to put civil society back on the table to round out the agenda. Thank you.
It takes time, doesn't it? Jean-Marc, in 2 words, in 2 points, I think, Alain said everything and gave a great summary, but there are 2 points I'd like to insist on that underline what other people said. From my point of view, to cover the considerable needs of private entrepreneurship in the farming sector, we need to work indeed on this whole issue of attention on the part of fundraisers and public donors. And they do exist between the prudential approach that is advised and the political will that is on display that advantages the farming sector. I was thinking about that response this morning about that tension, which is considerable, and the real will, whether it be political or from financing institutions. And then what was said earlier, and I believe, and I'm convinced, that we need to work on obtaining that leverage from both public and private sources of financing for Africa and for the farming sector. They're important. Those needs do exist in these countries. We can't ask them to take a risk, a significant level of risk, a too high level of risk with respect to the possible profitability. We need to get the message across, in my way of thinking, that the public contribution must make it possible to de-risk and to cover the first risk, any first losses, initial losses, so that people can invest under the proper conditions. So I think there's a real change in paradigm. It's a big change because the public should not consider that the private is going to take over from public investment. The public has to make it possible for private industry to invest massively, and that's what we're really after in order to do that without too much of a risk. Thank you. There's planning and forecasts and risk and de-risk. We need all of this to face up to what we need to do. Philip, you've kept up with what was said, and there was a summary earlier by Peter. A few words, perhaps? I think if there's a long list, a long poetic list, everybody forgets what we said. I think you better keep it to 2 or 3 points. 2 or 3, and with a follow-up behind that. And the way of doing it is important. So could we make a long list? Maybe 50 things? Hey, but the trouble is, if you put 50 conditions, nothing will ever happen. We need to put down 2 or 3 and hold to those, even if the risk is that the partners might say, I know. Well, if you start on 50, you're going to wind up with 3,000. 4 pages is going to be way too much. I mean, that means 1 page. For me, that's only me. But I think that the transformation of the World Bank, and I'm really saying the group of the World Bank, their transformation. And it's true for the bird, and for the AFD, the French Development Agency. Yeah, it's not only the French Development Bank. No, the French Development Bank is the same thing. This is professional secret for me, but there's progress to be made in thinking about what we're doing. What can lend itself to transformation and what can't? And how do we leverage it? It's 12 billion. It's nothing. The bank is 100 billion. Is nothing. It's peanuts. You have to put these things into perspective. If $1 billion in money in outside savings per year, more, we're not going to succeed. We need to change our model. We need to change our operating system, like in IT. And for me, and I'm not saying that it's the alpha and the omega, we need to do one thing to start. And it's not easy because there are well-ensconced cultures here. And I've actually run up against a few of those things. But we need to start. And for me, the first thing, as Stephanie was saying, is to ask them to multiply by 3 and to have a KPI on the mobilization of the private sector, which would be a full part of the way in which staff are assessed and their personal evaluation and part of their pay. Otherwise, you can have tons of good ideas and it won't work. It has to be at every level, on every floor. And this is not deliberate. People will do what they know, but I think there's a level where we have to do things differently. And doing things differently without changing anything doesn't work. Einstein was saying the ultimate about crazy is to keep doing the same thing while you're expecting different results. So if we're going to do the same thing, if you have to double it, you can't double it using the same system.